X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as color sense and light sense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there.
Wait lang. Kunin lang natin lahat ng Hello guys! Teka lang, check ko lang kung okay ang lahat. Yun, no? Okay naman yata. Wala pa yung ating laro, no? Silip muna tayo sa ibang mga nangyayari. Ito. Iyawn. Wala pa. So, dito tayo guys, no? Excel Racers versus Execration. Hindi pa rin nagsisimula yung ating bakbakan. Pero kumusta ba yung mga tropa natin dyan? Anong oras na rin natapos kahapon si Kuya Nick, no? Nabigyan si Kuya Nick kahapon. Ito yung mga games natin ngayon. Araw, ito makikita nyo rito guys. Lahat is April 10. Ito, oh. So, sobrang daming games. And again, cover lang natin. Execration, pati yung Talon game. Yung iba is sisilip-silip na po tayo, no? Hanggang bukas. Siguro bukas makikover na natin yung dalawa at least sa isang time slot. Yun. Boss La Present ulit. Samahan ka namin hanggang sa huli. Yun, no? Sana all. Sagarin nyo na. Yun. Ito feeling ko kailangan na ng Execration manalo rito. So 7-4-7 muna ulit tayo guys. Yan. Pindutin nyo lang yan. 7-4-7. Ayan na nga. Ang tanong. Hindi pa naka-sign in. So, yan. Makikita nyo ba yan? Pag-type ako. Hindi naman, no? Okay na yan. Alo, malaki. It's. Yan. Yan ang password, guys. O, di ba? Uy, oh. 4-5 pa tayo, ha? Tignan ko, nanalo ba si Kuya ni kahapon? Uy, panalo si Kuya ni kahapon. Nagtalon siya ng game 2. Laki ng tama nito, oh. 2.85, oh. Tapos, nanalo rin siya. Nag-TSM siya sa Execration. aba okay din. Yan, nag-TSM siya sa execration. Ngayon, tataya na tayo dito guys. Habang di pa nagsisimula. Yan. Wait lang. So sa Dota, pipindutin nyo lang yung Dota. Yan. Shoutout kay Boss B, nanonood ngayon. Execration! Tataya natin, may plus 1.5 ba dito? Ayan, yan. Plus 1.5. Execration, plus 1.5. Parlay. Yan. Tapos sa Aster, Shopify, plus 1.5 tayo ng Aster. Plus 1.5 tayo ng Aster. Feeling ko, magigigil ni Aster eh. And then TSM, saka Entity Esports, plus 1 tayo na Entity. Yan, plus 1 Entity. Tapos, Gaming Gladiator EG, plus 1 tayo. Plus 1 tayo EG. Yan. So, times 3, oh. Times 3.8. Tayaan natin yan ng 995.92. Yan. Lahat ng butal. Tiyan na natin dyan, guys. Yan na, ha. So, yung 900 natin magiging 3.8, guys. Makaisa lang lahat ng mga pinagpipindot natin. Makaisa lang execration, makaisa lang yung Aster, Entity, saka EG. Okay? Makaisa lang sila lahat. Pindot. Yan ang parlay natin sa unang series. Lahat makaisa lang. O, ba't hindi ma-place bet? Ayun na, place bet. Ayun, accepted. Okay na. Okay, yun na guys, nakataya na tayo dyan. Makaisa lang yung execration, Aster, Entity, saka Evil Geniuses. Yun yung ayun ang taya natin. So sa mga gustong sumabay dyan guys, alam nyo na. Boss Alpag Slim, ano ang ads please? Ads? Ito yan yung 1.14. Times mo lang yung pera mo. Yung tataya mo, kunyari 500, times mo sa 5.10. Ganyan. Yun. Kasama na din doon yung tinaya mo, syempre. So, yun yung sa atin. Ito yung, natin, 995.92. Tatama tayo ng 3,895. Basta, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Okay ba yun? Sana malagpasan na ng execration yung curse nilang 1-1. Kaya nga sa mga international tournament, puro 1-1 ang execration no? Medyo awit nga nag-start na yung iba. Baka naman, yung sa amin din, start nyo na Pero ayan guys, kita nyo na nag-start na yung Aster, Shopify. May brood yung Shopify. Tapos TSM saka Entity nag-start na rin. Ito na rin, nag-start na rin yung sa EG saka Gaming Gladiator. Parinig nga muna kay
Hero.
Yes, sir.
In the game, you're vibing.
I'm getting way
I'm
too much
vibing.
fun, bro. It's
Whatever
so good.
thing he's playing, it's doing things for me.
So cool.
Gagawin namin ganyan yung set namin dito. Ang ganda nung setup nila Nakita nyo ba? Parang chill lang. Tapos yan may kakanta rin sa amin sa gilid. Papakantayin namin sa gilid si Saito. Boss, pwede to Si Saito yung kakanta sa gilid na ngayon habang nag-rap Tayo, ganun. Pag ako nagseryoso, hindi nyo na magugustuhan pati sarili ko. O yun ba yun? Bakit solo caster guys? Naka-break lahat ng caster natin. So, bakit ganun? Ayun pala. Ang kinulang pala ako ng ilaw dito. Kaya pala medyo yawn. May tama na. Saan karakter mo sa Mirror? Wala, naka-NFT yung karakter natin guys. Bilhin nyo na. Yung fake Ferrari, ha? So yan, gagawin natin yan. Maganda-ganda yung setup dito ng Dream League. Sana maayos natin yung mga setup natin sa gilid. Para, or dito, sa gilid tuloy siya, And ito, mukhang pa-start na rin yung sa atin. Nasaan na ba yung sa atin? Ayan na, pa-start na. Rewinding Hero Levels. Wala pa Ay, live pala. Dapat. Wala pa. Wala pa yung natin. Yung sa atin. Ito yun yung dalawa. Nagsasalita pa wala pang drop. So, habang yung sa iba, drop na. Shoutout sa inyo dyan, guys. Magkakas ba si Kuya Nick mamaya? Yes po, magkakas si Kuya Nick mamaya. Diba? Ayos na ayos. Sama mo si Kuko magkas. Nagkakas ba si Kuko ngayon? Pwede kong ano yan. Kaso, kakas ba si Kuko? Pwede naman. Wala pa din ba ang caster, Boss Aloy? Ikaw pa din sa si Kuya Nick? Wala pa. Bukas pa datingan ng mga idol kong caster sa TD. Sinulit ang bakasyon, guys. Good PM, Boss Paolo Avelino. Good PM din, guys, sa mga nanonood dyan. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagsubaybay. Share nyo na yung live stream natin before ang umatikabong bakbakan. I-share nyo na yung live stream natin. Ito na, meron na tayong drop dito, guys. So, babalik na tayo rito. Yan. Ito na, meron na tayong drop dito. Again, bakbakan, execration. Pati na rin itong Excel. Wait. Ayusin natin yung mic natin dito. Nawawala-wala eh. Check. Check. Ayan. Execration versus Hellraisers. Disruptor. Pinili na rito ng Hellraisers. Mahilig sila dyan. Feeling ko for Execration Rubik.
Radiant team pick.
Diba? Basic. Rubik and di ko na alam. Doom ang pinili nila. Okay, Rubik, Doom ang Execration. Hellraiser, pwede na sila pumili dito na carry. Nakita na nila yung Doom eh. Tapos, magban na lang sila ng mga pang-counter doon. Pwede silang mag-Monkey King. Ursa. CK ni CK ni tawag dito ni Ramses, or kaya pwede sila mag-double support muna. Kung Doom yan, pwede Darkseer, pwede nga rin yung mag-o-play yung Darkseer agad eh. Pero Nature's Prophet na lang daw. Boss, alam, minsan ba kinuha yung caster si Kuko dyan? Oh, nakuha. Kung nakasama ka nung mag-cast dati si Saan ba yan?
10 seconds remaining.
Yan. PM ko. Kaya si Kuko. Mamaya, titinan natin. Somebody like me. Someone can like me. Alam, pasama daw si Kuko. Pwede naman. I-share ko na rin sa kanya yung I wanna be Mario.
Radiant team ban.
Sounds like you know another. Ito, tingnan natin guys. Kung ano pa yung mga pipiliin dito. Execration, pati Hellraisers. Dream League over. Hindi ko alam yan. Hello.
Ako po si Coco.
Ay.
Lola.
Si Kuko pala to. Kuya Nick eh. Kuya Nick. Tingnan natin.
Kaya may kakain kasi ako.
Kakain ka ba?
May anak ko la.
Sige. Kakain ka pala eh.
Hindi, mag-TOBD ako eh. Mag-TOBD ako eh. Tsaka
Hello.
Red Bull eh. Sige.
Sana all. Wala, AFK na lang ulit sa Domilab yun. No work, no pay. Hindi naman. Lahat may pay yon. Naka-break lang sila holiday. Nasa sa kanila yung kung take nila na holiday, yung kanila mga break or hindi. Boss, nasa Dream League din ba si Boss Kimo? Wala eh. Kasi hindi umabot yung kanyang visa. Pero, inaayos na nila kasi mag-major din naman sila. So, for sure, kasama si Kimo sa major, sa execration. And, ayun, nangangailangan tayo ng caster. Kailangan namin ng caster bigla. Okay lang yun. Mas importante yan. Siyempre, nirepresenta nila yung bansa din natin, no?
10 seconds remaining.
DPC din ba yung Riyadh Masters? Hindi po. Isipin nyo na lang, another siyang tournament kung saan parang may DPC din, yung Riyadh Masters. And yung kanyang DPC qualifiers is parang ito yun. Ito talaga yun. Yung Dream League Season 19, pati Season 20. Meron din po silang sariling power rankings per region. And ayun, yung kanilang ini-invite doon. Top 5 yata sa EU. top 2 sa NA, top 2 sa top 3 sa NA, top 2 sa SA, top 2 sa Southeast Asia, top 2 sa Chinese. So, yun, sa China, I mean. Yun yung kanilang mga ginagawa dyan.
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds remaining.
Nag-chat na ako pero parang hindi yata nakita. Kaya Gabi, kailangan ng work pag kasi yun na. Kaya na ni Gabi yung sarili niya, marami ng business yun, idol. Parang sobrang liwanag bigla dito. O nakaputi kasi ako kaya ang liwanag, no? Pero ito na nga, Snapper ang pinili dito na execration. So, kung mapapansin nyo, yung tatlong pick dito na execration, hindi pa talaga nakalabas kung ano yung kanilang plano, no? Yun yung maganda pag ikaw yung sa second pick. Kumbaga, wala silang
Team pick.
pang-counter talaga. Pero Tekis plus, ano kaya ang kanila pipiliin dito? Nilabas na yung Tekis. Diyos ko po. Isa sa mga nakakabosit na, Pospor eh. Isa sa mga nakakabosit na Pospor to. Yung
10
Tekis.
seconds remaining.
Sa
5
nights
seconds remaining.
Eto, tingnan natin. Pero guys,
Radiant
may
team pick.
i-announce ako. Dahil meron niya kami summer camp, sa 12 hanggang 14, baka hindi kami makakover ng 12 to 14 kasi yun nga,
10
summer
seconds
camp
remaining.
namin. Pero break yata ng Dream League is yung 13, pero kung
5
magkakaroon ng
seconds
mga
remaining.
tiebreaker, may broadcast pa din dapat ng 13. So yung 12 and 13 yung baka hindi namin ma-broadcast. Yung 14 ito try namin na pagka-uwi sa summer camp is makapag-broadcast tayo. Etong Holy Week is nagawan pa natin ng paraan, 'di ba? Nag-break yung mga caster natin pati yung technical director pero na-cover pa natin yung iba. Doon sa summer camp kasi guys is para siyang team building din, no? Ayan guys, team building din ng Lupon.
Dire team
So
back.
hindi kung pwede lang magdala kami ng laptop at magkaroon ng signal doon, gagawin namin. Titingnan ko pa. Baka pwede naman ganun. Kaso gabi kasi yun eh. Gabi yung coverage, paano naman kami magkakas doon, di ba?
10 seconds remaining.
So Luna, pinili rito ng Hellraisers. Nakita ko to
5
kahapon.
seconds remaining.
Actually, dalawa yung way mo para kontrahin itong Doom. Either pipili ka ng hero na maganda against Doom like MK, Ursa, yung dudurugin sa lane itong si Doom and wala rin silang pakialam kahit ma-Doom sila, yung mga Abaddon, mga ganon. Or, dadamihan mo yung hero mo na hindi ka magpo-protect one or yung ilalagay mo lahat ng itlog mo doon sa isang basket. Hindi ganon. Kumbaga, pipili ka ng mga heroes or dalawang core or multiple core na kahit i-doom yung isa is may magdi-deal ng damage pa din or right clicks. And sa tingin ko, itong Hellraiser, yun yung ganun lang ginawa. Meron silang Nature's Prophet dito na offlane na sigurado magda-damage item and then meron din silang Luna. So for Doom, pipili lang siya dyan kung alin yung i-doom niyang isa. Eh, sabihin ng iba, yung i-doom naman hindi naman magdidikit to for sure itong Nature's Prophet and Luna mamaya sa ating mga engagement. Ang downside lang ng lineup dito ng Hellraiser is wala talaga dito yung natural offlaner na tatangke, yung makunat. So for sure, lahat to is gusto lang lumikod. Yun yata yung kulang ngayon dito ng Hellraisers. And kung ikaw ang execration, titingin ka ng mga mid lane dito na super tanky. Kaya pala binan nila yung DK din. So good ban for execration. I think kung isa sa mga pwede nilang iban dito. Or ano pa ba yung mga mid lane. Pero kasi kung against Batrider pala to, no? Yun yung medyo mahihirapan pala Hellraisers dito. Kailangan din nila pumili na makunat na or at least yung mag-i-initiate. At the same time, kayang lumain against Batrider. So pak yung kanilang binan. Shoutout sa mga tropa natin yan. Boss, tingin mo si Team Secret makakabli kaya sa Division 1 support? Matik yan. Kung napanood nyo yung interview ni Chip Armel kahapon, parang tinatanong, kamusta yung pressure nakalaro mo si Papi? Parang may pressure daw. Siyempre, pag magkakamali ka, baka suntukin ka ni Papi. Parang ganun sinabi niya. So, kung hindi nyo napanood yun, check nyo na lang sa YouTube. Baka may naka-upload na yun nung interview kahapon ni Chip Armel after nilang manalo dun sa ITB. Aha, too easy for execration daw. Okay, sabi rito ng mga tropa natin. And shoutout din sa mga tropa natin sa may Twitch. Sabi rito, sabi ni Gord,
Radiant team.
bakit yung ex full Pinoy nakakakuha ng visa? Bakit sa Abed anyari? Actually, maaga kasing in-apply itong execration. Alam ko is nung kahit hindi pa sila qualify sa Berlin Major, inasikaso na to.
10 seconds remaining.
Si Abed yata is nadali lang kasi siya ng Holy
5
Week.
seconds remaining.
Inabutan lang talaga siya ng Holy Week pero on process na yung kanyang visa. So, tingnan natin after Holy Week baka lumabas na. Baka pwede pa siyang makaabot sa round 2 ng group stage or kaya ng playoffs. Depende kung ano yung mangyayari, kung gaano kabilis din yung process.
You may now select
Ayun.
your heroes.
Ayan na nga, Draw Ranger lang ang kanilang pinili rito. Outrange ang gusto nilang gawin against dito kay Ramses. Pero merong Nature's Prophet na nakakatakot to. Once na, syempre, makapagpakita yung Draw Ranger, kung mayaman din yung Nature's Prophet, ipihan mo na sa harapan yan. And knowing that, knowing Draw Ranger, that Prophet tuloy, Draw Ranger is gustong-gusto niya na pumosisyon sa likod, no? Nakakatakot lang dahil may Ricky rin itong side ng Hellraisers kung saan sagot din yan sa mga gustong pumosisyon sa may likuran. Blink, Smoke, Patulog, sabay Meteor Hammer. Good thing naman, meron sila ritong Rubik. Once na mag-shard,
10
pwede niya
seconds
tulungan.
remaining.
Dun sa may Smoke, Draw Ranger, natural
5 seconds remaining.
item niya naman is yung Pike. So, let's see anong mangyayari dito. And I think Batrider, medyo lamang siya dapat kay Ricky ng bahagya. May kill potential pa rin si Bob sa may middle lane, no? Against dito kay Ricky. Sabihin, kahit may blink yan or tricks of trade, limited lang yung ano niya yung range niya dun sa kanyang tricks of trade. And then, yung blink naman niya, kailangan i-blink niya sa unit. Diba? Paano kung walang creeps? Paano siya magbe-blink? So, tingnan natin. And I do believe na isa si Bob sa mga best Batrider user dito sa ating tournament. Yan. Again, sa mga tropa natin dyan, kumusta? Sino ba ang inyong napupusuan dito? Official Precious, pero nauna yung stream ko. Ganun ba? Wala naman tayong delay. Ay, pindutin natin to baka malat. Yan. Go na, Exe. Boss, nakita kita sa Robinson nung Sabado. Uy, anong ginagawa ko dyan? Napunta ba ako ng Sabado na Robinson? Baka maingay baka hindi ako yun Times ilan pagbalik, pag tumaya sa Exe, times 5 po, boss, yung ating match winner, yung 2-0 execution. Uy, teka lang, lilipat lang ako ng ng in-game, yun, no? Fade to black. Oy, pangalan ko pa dyan, Kuya Nick. Wait lang, caster name. Alo, yan. Yan, again, shoutout sa lahat ng nanonood sa atin dyan. And make sure na i-share nyo yung live stream natin dahil napatinding bakbakan nitong ating matutunghayan dito, guys. Yung dalawang tropa mo, boss, ano ba yun? Isila kayo dyan, guys. Ako, gumawa na nga ako ng video. Nakita niyo ba yung ginawa kong video?
30
Why
seconds.
execration? Ano yung sabi ko dun? Basta yung ano ba yung sabi ko dun sa video? Gumawa na ako. Check nyo sa page ko, guys. Kung ano yung inano ko. Yung ginawa kong video, ha? So, Antares, si Kiyotaka, guys, ang dati niyang pangalan or IGN is siya si The Press Kid. So, hindi bago tong si Kiyotaka na to. Malakas din talaga yan. Pero nagkakabigayan na naman dito. Guys, medyo sa first blood niya ata is lamang talaga itong HR. Kailangan mag-ingat dito na itong execration. And medyo masakit din yung lane ng NP plus ano dyan na. Tekis. Boss, hindi kasi Tekis eh, no? Hindi na normal yung first kill niya. Talagang sasabog sa mukha mo. Why Excel losing by using Mipo? Yung ba sabi ko? Using at Mipo Hero, yan. Check nyo na lang, guys. Oy, may na-first blood na! Si Solo, naka-first blood sa may bottom lane. Naabangan doon itong si BDC or si Carlo, no? Nadali siya na itong Tekis plus Disruptor, no? Auto sasabog sa'yo, eh. Ang daya, eh. Bad trip kasi yung ganun eh. Yung hindi mo wala kang way para iwasan eh. Basta tinutok sa'yo, sasabog eh, you know? Daya nung Tekis na yan. Ano ba dapat ginagawa pag Tekis yung ganun? Kasi hindi ako nakakalaro na ng Tekis eh. Or wala ka talaga magagawa. Kailangan mo lang ng maraming consumables na lang. Isipin mo na laging tatama sa'yo yun. And ito na naman. Naku po, ang daming alaga. Yan ang problema rito ng execration. At least level 2 dapat si Draw Ranger. Aray ko, bes. 70 HP yung natira dito kay Palos. Grabe naman yung mga bomba. Pati yung Treyans nito. Napakahirap lumapit sa may bottom lane. Todo yung pahirap nila rito sa may Draw Ranger ni Palos. Iiyak sila sa Tekis. Malabo, sabi rito. Yun na nga, ang matindi dyan. Teka lang, check ko kung goods yung natin. Ayan. O, naka-live naman. And Palos, tingnan natin dito. Binabanatan ako. Ito na naman yung mga Treyans. Dadive yata ito, mga sir. Pero pambawas lang. Pag meron ng multi-shot, ito si Palos. Ayan, ma-farm niya na yan. Ganda ng pagkaka-tricks of trade doon. Ito si Kiyotaka. Saktong-sakto lang. Yung pagkabigay niya itong si Bob nung sticky napalm, hindi tumama dahil dun sa may kanyang tricks of trade. Pero at least meron siyang bounty na makakuha dun sa may taas. So marerepilan yung bote rito na itong si Batrider. Naglalag, guys! Ayun lang, di ko alam paano nangyayari dito sa lag natin sa Facebook. Sa YouTube, goods naman. Pero sa may top lane, Solo, mamamatay, Shanks. Madadali rin dito nito si Ramses. So, trade yung nangyari doon. Pero Tino, kailangan niya mag-ingat. Malulusin pim yata siya. Tapos dalawang normal. Pero hindi na enough yung damage dyan eh. And may Ring of Health naman. Itong Doombringer. So, okay lang. Kayang-kaya niyang mag-sustain dyan. And ako po, delikado na naman dito si Palos. Patay na naman sa may bottom lane. Antares with the killing spree kagad. Boss, itong Tekis na to Boss, itong Tekis na to. Eh, naku po. Okay, Tino, delikado. Malulusin pim yata siya ulit. Pero tumakbo na lang itong si Ramses. Hindi niya natin try pa. Solo. Tingnan natin, mabibigyan ba itong si Ramses sa may top lane? Naku po, na-first kill na naman. Itong si Tino, nagre-regen lang siya ng konti eh. Ramses nagpupuno-puno, ayaw niya na magpa-paintbolt dito. May glimpse back, nagagamitin kay Shanks. Dining damage lang sa may gitna naman. Ito na, yung Batrider nitong si Bob. Habulin na si Kiyotaka and mamamatay doon yung Ricky. Nice one para dito kay Bob. Mahusay, mahusay, mahusay.
Dire's middle tower
Pasensya na kayo guys kung naglalag sa Facebook. Sa YouTube na lang kayo manood. No? Hindi ko hawak yan pag Facebook eh. May sapak din talaga eh. Sa YouTube manood kayo guys. Sa Facebook naglalag daw eh. So sana maayos na ng Facebook yan. Pangit talaga sa Facebook. Ay! Kumain na cookie kasi hindi tumamain. Carlo, panamatay! Kinagawa mo! Eh, si Palos naman dito. Aray, sakit naman talaga ng bomba. Taray, Diyos ko po. Sa may bottom lane, kinakain sila. At ako po! Apat yung patay sa side ng execration. Pwede nang i-call to. Pero sabi ni Bob, huwag kayong mag-alala. Bubuhatin ko kayo. Sinolo kill na naman po niya yung Ricky. Yun, pwede niyan tipihan to. Magalit ka, Bob. Sige, si Ramses, binabanatan nila dito, guys. And Ramses will fall. Tino buhay pa. Nagre-regen ng bahagya. 15 HP, sabay tama yung Major Hammer sa muka! Solo 3-2-2 pamor! Patay siya doon mga sir! Kaso si Palos, delegado na naman dito, hinahabol na naman siya ni Antares guys! Yung Tekis, the bomber! Pak! Hindi tatama yun! Pero sabay gitna na naman, pinatay na naman ni Bob. Ito si Kiyotaka. Parang nagpa-pub game lang si Bob guys, lahat pinaparm! Nakakuha pa ng regeneration! Bob! Binubuhat ang execration! Mahusay, mahusay, mahusay. And okay. Pauli ata yung Luna rito. Nadum na. Okay na yon. Patay pa rin yan. Kaso nag-glimpse back dito si Tino. May TP. Doon sa may Ricky. Gusto nila patayin si Tino. Mamapatay naman. Madedenay pa. Ay, hindi na deny. Hindi na deny. Ito si Ramses and Bob with that another rotation sa may bottom lane naman. Unstoppable na. Itong Batrider ni Bob. Buhat na buhat. Isang thank you na lang dyan pag uwi, sabi. Pasensya na guys kung lag yung ano natin sa Facebook. Lipat muna po kayo sa YouTube. Hindi ko rin alam bakit lag dyan sa Facebook. Same ano lang naman sila. Same quality lang naman po sila ng YouTube natin. I don't know what to do, mga sir. And Miero, saka pupunta agad na sana ng bottom lane nila, ano? Wicked chick na si Bob. Kumbaga, ang sabi dito ni Bob, sige, pakainin nyo lang na pakainin yung bottom lane. Mamaya puputripin ko yung mga yan. Mahusay. And 2K kalamangan dito ng execration.
Under attack.
Dahil sa kanilang mid laner, guys, makakaroon ng space ngayon. Yung dalawang side lanes. Pero may tatama sa kanyang Meteor Hammer. Meteor Hammer na ito si Kiyotaka. So, sentry yung kailangan lagay dito sa may gitna nito si Bob. Naku, makikita si Kiyotaka pero dito si Bob. Nakakita niya, na-scan niya rito si Miero. Kaya naman na ito na mahuhuli niya yata ito si Miero, mga sir. Yung Luna ay hindi, si Disruptor pala to. Damay mo na yan, Bob. Nakaasar na ako, Bob eh. Hindi, easy lang daw. Wag daw ibigay yung streak dito. Monster kill para dito kay Bob. Kaso may binabalak sa kanya sa may bottom lane itong ex-Hellraisers. Kiyotaka nandito na. Merong Meteor Hammer to ha. Pag tumama yan, pwede siya mamatay. Oop. Nag-Meteor Hammer. Oop. Nabablock ako. Sabi niya may Ricky dito. Hindi mo ba naramdaman yung Bob? Hindi naramdaman ni Bob yun. Sayang.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Kasi kung naramdaman niya yun, top up ng ano yun eh. Dust or kaya meron sentry ba yung snapper? Bob Supremacy. Lakas, no? Batrider game din kasi. And Shanks, siya muna yung kukuha rito ng experience sa may middle lane. Pero ito na yung ginagawa ni Kiyotaka dito. Tamang Meteor Hammer lang. Piniping na. Nandun itong Ricky.
Radiant structures.
Ito nakakaboses sa Ricky. Nakakapag-Meteor Hammer ng di mo nakikita eh. So hindi Di mahirap para sa kanya na mag-setup. Nagugulat ka na lang. Bigla na lang may lalabas sa'yo na Meteor Hammer. Pwede pa debolt yung map. Hindi ko hawak yung
Attack.
yung sa mapa na yan, boss. Sa clean feed yan eh. Tatamaan yata si BDC nga rito. Na Meteor Hammer and Carlo delikado mga sir. Mamamatay yata siya dyan. Rubik tagtipi sa may bottom lane. Siya naman yata yung kukuha dito na experience. Kaso parang delikado yung kanyang posisyon ha. Hindi, mag-out na lang yung Rubik guys. Mag-out na lang yung Rubik. Medyo umisi muna yung execration. Alam nila na mahirap ibigay yung streak dito netong si Bob. I think BKB muna. For Batrider, ayan na nga. Good itemization for Bob. Knowing na siya yung magiging target dito for sure ng extra Hellraisers. And one way para siya makaka-survive doon is BKB. Laki ng prize money nito, top 1 and 2 sure invite sa tournament sa July, 15M USD. Yes po, sa Dream League, ito yung parang DPC ng Riyadh Masters guys. Yun po yun. Sana all may terrain. Ayoko nga yan eh, default lang din ako dyan mga sir eh, pag naglalaro ng Dota 2 eh. Pinakain na cookie dito si Bob. Hatakin ba niya to si Antares? Hindi na kinailangan, no? Mamamatay na and godlike. 13 minutes godlike para dito kay Bob. Naku, tinamaan. Ito si Tino na Major Hammer and delikado ngayon dito yung Doom. Wala na siyang magagawa kundi mamatay dito sa may top lane, pero at least daw yung middle lane pwede nang i-take down ng Execration. Pero good kill for the side of Hellraisers. Kahit pa paano
Dire's structures
makakahinga-hinga sila doon sa may bandang taas, no? Mapa na nila yun. Pero for Execration, yung middle lane, pwede na nga nilang ma-take to. And Bob and the squad, nagpapakita rito, guys. Ayan, naku po, may eclipsean to. Hindi. Wala. Pero nakita na ni Bob, ito si Ramses, tingnan natin. May more cases. Lasso ginamit na nga rin at wala nang patutunguhan pa. Nakita niya na kanina yun eh. Pero wala siyang nagawa at Shanks getting the kill dito kay Kiyotaka. 2 core na yung ex-Hellraiser yung namatay doon. And Bob, na-glimpse back. Pero wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman dito ni Solo. Kumakaway-kaway pa, umapir pa. Ay, mahuhuli pa yata niya. Ito si Solo. Guys, may trivia nga pala ako. Nung naglima Major, guys, galing sa kanilang manager, si Joby, alam nyo daw, si Solo daw nabigla si Bob kasi gusto nagpa-picture si Solo kay Bob. Parang sinasabi niya, si idol na idol daw niya si Bob. Ganon katindi si Bob, guys. Pinapanood daw ni Solo yung mga pub games ni Bob and nalalakasan si Solo kay Bob. Ganon katindi etong si Bob. And ngayon, kaya hindi ako nagulat doon sa apira na yun. Natandaan ko lang. Yun ang kinuwento ni Joby. Ang kanilang manager, no? Na si Solo daw ay nalalakasan kay Bob. Nagpa-picture pa, idol. Sinabi rin ni Solo sa kanya yun. Yun ang mga magaganda, diba? May mga ibang lahi na nalalakasan sa mga players natin. Naku po. So, for Execration, feeling ko, papirmahin na po na kontrata, mga 5 taon si Bob, at baka mapunta sa EU yan, or mapunta sa CIS yan. Ayun na, kinain na cookie. Kita ka Kiyotaka sa kapupunta. Akala mo wala kami Sentry Wise siya, pero nakapag-blink out siya dito kay Solo. Yun nga lang, nalip siya dito ng Rubik, mga sir. May glimpse back. BKB mo! Ayan na kayo, BKB. Dito si Bob. Same na same kami mag-isip, no? Saka pupunta, idol. Atake mo, idol. Si Ramses na kaya. Ayaw na lang daw. Kulang sa damage, guys. And magka-atrasan na ata sila dito. Nabait yata yung kanyang mga tropa. Oh my God. Delikado rito, Execration, Shanks. May glimpse back pa doon sa may Doom and the Eclipse. Aray ko, best. Lumaban tayo na walang power play pala itong Batrider. Nabigla lang tayo doon. Nabait lang ang kanyang mga tropahan. Bob. Nasa mali.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pero ito na. Meron na dito yun nga lang, mag-glimpse back. Ito si Bob at wala siyang BKB doon. Aray ko, best. Madadali pa si Palos dahil na-glimpse back nga yung Bob. Nabebait ang Execration dito. Medyo na-overwhelm sila na sobrang lamang ni Bob. At nakakalimutan nila yung mga small details na nagpapatalo sa kanila sa mga ganong engagement. And hindi pa nila napipigilan yung farm dito nitong Luna. Mayaman pa rin naman si Ramses. Aray ko, bes. That's a blow, Bobby. It's a no-no. Eto, si Kiyotaka. Ispatan ba siya dito ni Tino? Naku po, may root. Tatama din yung Major Hammer. Another patay yata kay Tino. Solo sa may top lane. Food trip ang kinalalagyan. Nandun ringer dito nitong si Tino. Medyo ang hirap kasi talaga nila lumaban eh. Nakita nyo yung network dito ni Palos. Kahit na sobrang daming napapatay ni Bob, space na nagagawa, sasama illusion lang yun, boss. Nalaso yung illusion, Delix. Aray ko, bes. Na-bait ni Ramses. Nautakan sila dito, guys. Napapansin ko dito, guys, kahit na malaki yung space na nagagawa rito ni Bob, yung farm dito nitong si Palos hindi ganun umaalagwa, no? Kasi every time na after niya mag-farm, tatry ulit sila sa may gitna, mamamatay siya. So, mas okay talaga na focus na lang yata munang full farm, itong Draw Ranger. Kasi kita nyo, sobrang lamang ng Luna sa kanya. 2.5k yung lamang ng Luna sa kanya. Halos isang item yan. Ito, magkakaroon na naman bakbakan sa may top lane, pero may magandang vision itong side ng Excel Racers.
Is under attack.
For execration, dapat yata nag-farm itong si Palos and si Bob ang kanilang sinasamahan. Pero parang iba yung nangyayari. Gusto nilang magliba. Ang nangyayari dito, si Bob yung sumasolo. Titipi na lang siya sa kung magkakaroon ng engagement. Pero I think mas okay kung si Bob yung sasamahan nila. Gets ko na merong boots of travel ito si Bob. Pero feeling ko rin kasi kapag tinravel niya sa may creeps yan, i-glimpse back lang siya and ma-force yung BKB niya. And may glimpse back na naman dito. Okay. Op. Mahuhuli ata nila si Solo. Solo delikado rito. May glimpse back na nakakuha yung Rubik nito si Shanks. Kaso may ultimate na binitawan. Ito si Ramses. Tumalon na rin. Ito si Antares. Mamamatay yata dito. Ito si Carlo. At walang magiging kapalit yon. Hindi sila makago. Habang sa may likuran yung Ricky ha. Naispatan. May glimpse back pang binigay dito kay Tino. Naku po. Mamamatay yung Doom mga sir. Nang walang pumaprotekta. Aray ko bes, ano nangyayari sa execration? Hindi pa sync yung kanilang galawan dito kung anong kanilang gustong gawin talaga. Oh, may glimpse back na binigay. Solo mamamatay ba? Doon sa flame break, mukhang hindi. May dagger na ito si Bob. Pwede siyang manghuli. Ayan na nga. Hop, hop. Nakikipaglaro siya. Glimpse back na naman siya. Atras na naman. And yung Ricky, may defusal na to. Ayun o, hinahanap niya lang yung Draw Ranger sa may likuran, oh. Pwede siya makapatay dito. Oh, kinuha yung courier. Naku po, yung Pike and Kiyotaka. Okay, madadasan siya ngayon. Kailangan niya mag-TP out. Nalip nga lang siya ng Rubik, so buhay niya yung maging kapalit. Pero at least na-delay niya yung item dito nito si Palos. Sa una lang talaga masaya. Grabe naman yung mga banatan mo, Boss Monarch, no? Mga ganyan ba talaga, ano? Ito, tinan natin, Tino. Sa may top lane, nakikita niya rito si Antares. Yung Tekis, nag-Lotus Orb kagad, no? And okay, Bob, madadali siya yata. Kailangan niya mag-TP out. And pa yung magiging damage, muntika na siya doon. May strict din siya. Nagamit pa niya yung kanyang BKB. And Antares na lang yung kanilang babanatan dito. Alam nila na wala dito yung core na Excel Racers. At least hindi namatay. Etong si Bob. Pero nakita natin ha, sobrang kailangan ingatan ni Bob yung kanyang sarili dahil meron siyang strict at ganun-ganun lang yung Luna Moon Pang. Dito na itong si Ramses. Top of the network na.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Na-delay yung item ni Palos, guys. Namatay yung courier niya. Pike na yun eh. Sentryan nyo! Wala kayo sentry dyan. May Ricky kalaban, idol. Naka po, tatamaan na Major Hammer si Shanks. Dalawa pa, tinamaan. Pati yung Doom. Oh my God! Patay na naman dito. Ito si Shanks. And next target will be itong Doom. Ay, muntikan pang ma-Lucent Beam. Almost, but not quite. And meron yata magi-glimpse back, guys. Ayan na si Solo na glimpse back na nga. Ito si Palos. Maaabutan ba? Yun ang tanong. Tumatakbo ngayon dito yung Draw Ranger. Yung TP ng Batrider, wala pa yata. TP out si Palos. Yun nga lang, makakancel yan. Maispatan siya dyan at mamatay na naman yung Draw Ranger dito. And Excel Racers, kahit nalugi nung una, naigapang. At ngayon, mukhang sila pa yata yung mag-Roshan dito, mga sir. Ayan na nga, mag-Roshan na. Etong Excel Racers. And easy Ages of the Immortal. Mapupunta kay Ramses dito, mga sir. Ano nangyari sa ating dalawa? Binugbog naman ang dalawang side lanes. Hindi natin nakapitalize.
Radiant's top tower is
Yan! Sumasama na! Kaso may ages. Kung kailan may ages. Eto na! Mahuli si Ramses, guys. Nakapagmata style. Nag-BKB. Nahahatak yung tunay. Kaso may pangalawang buhay. Ang tanong, kaya ba nilang patayin ng pangalawang beses? Ito na, yung Doom. Ikasama na, Idol. Kaso takbuhan na sila dito, mga sir. Glimpse back. Oh my God. Aegis lang yung nakuha. Pero ilan yung mamamatay sa side ng Execration? Dalawa. Tino. Pati itong si Carlo and double kill pa para dito kay Kiyotaka. Ay. Pero pwede na rin. Aegis naman daw.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Ilan ba yung sentry ng Execration dito sa mapa? Nakikita ko isa lang. Dalawang sentry wards yung nakikita ko sa side ng Execration. Sa mapa ha, nakita nyo ba yan? Dalawang green na puti yung gitna. Sentry wards yan. Kanina pa nagbibigay ng information, Ricky. Kita nyo sa triangle na naglalaro yung Ricky, oh. Habang si Ramses dito nagpa-farm. Ayan lang yung Ricky. Kanina pa nandyan lang, gilid-gilid lang. Oh, siya sa gilid. Kaya ang ano eh, kaya dire-diretso to eh. Si HR eh, sa may bottom lane eh. Kasi nakakuha sila ng information kung nasaan yung Execration dito. Hindi sila takot mag-farm. Hindi sila takot magpakita sa mapa. Knowing na nandun yung Batrider, nandun yung Draw Ranger. And ano na naman kaya magiging plano dito ng Exe? Naka-gem na Batrider. Feeling ko sentry pa din kahit may gem yung Batrider kasi hindi naman laging nakasama yan eh. For sure, lane plus sentry. Ayan o, maispata mo yan o, huli na yan o! Oh my God! Ayan na! Hatakin mo na, Idol! Nahatak na nga po dito yung Ricky. Pwede na -1 kagad ito yung side ng ex-Hellraiser. Antares tumalo na nga rin dito pero ito na yata yung bakbakan natin magaganap. Si Miero naman normal dito, guys. Mamamatay yata si Palos dito, mga sir. Ayun na nga napagyan. Pero dalawang support din yung matibibigyan dito sa side ng HR. Pati si Ramses, BKB by Miero. Ikaw na lang yung natitira, Baloy. Ay, baliw tuloy. Natitira. TP ka na. Yun pala gusto kong sabihin doon. And buti na lang, no, nagaw ni Bob yung nadum yata. Nadum nga yung Luna, hindi pinakita ng ating cameraman eh. Pero sa may likod, kaya pala hindi rin nakapag-follow up doon. Ito si Ramses na nadum na siya nung Nitino. Ayan na! Okay. Ito, may sentry sila dyan. Ayan, kita nila si Kiyotaka. Pwede yata to. Pwede to, ilip mo lang, boss. Ayan, piniping nila. Ganyan, no, dapat. Makikita mo, may information ka kung nasaan yung Ricky. Pwede naman sentry lang, eh. Kung 10 yan, lahat yan nakalapag. Yan, oh, kita nyo yan, oh. Kita nyo yan, di ba? Wala yan yung Batrider, walang gem dyan, pero may sentry, oh, easy kill. Ganun lang. Kiyotaka, food trip. Ay, Mero, kakatipi. Ay, sinisprout yung sarili. Ang pasan po, boy. Ang pasan, guys, ginamit sa sarili yung Sprout. Wala kang BKB, nakakalimutan mo, ginamit mo sa mid lane. Uy, tumatalong pati si Miero. Oh, ayan na, nakapag-Sprout na. Ay, binilusin Pim, ang layo. Sharks with a double kill. Tumanga, guys. And, oh, pwede na kami mamera. Bang! Hindi tumama. Sayang naman, pero nandito na si Bob. Ang tunay na bida. Pinatay niya si Solo dito. Triple kill para dito kay Shanks. Ang galing manglasit. Super pasans, guys. In-sprout yung sarili sabay ng normal. Mahusay ka. And kita si Palos, dalawa lang item. Pike and BKB lang. Pwede na.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mahusay. And okay, ito lang, Palos na nga, titira siya ng tier 2 tower dito, pero kailangan niya mag-ingat, guys, ha? Ayun na naman yung Ricky, guys. Ay, nakita naman, Rider, may BKB, may gem. Saka mapunta, Idol. Ano? Ay, pinatulog din si Bob. Puyat ba yan, boss? 40 more cases, BKB by Bob. Naku po, napupurse na naman sila dito ng gamitin yung kanilang mga BKB nang walang nangyayari. And Tino, kailangan niya mag-out dito, mga sir. Medyo makunat. Pipe po, boss. Pipe. Pinipindot yan, boss. Pipe. Saka, yung Clips, takbo! Ayan na ka! Palos, BKB! Lumaban! Ako, siya na naman yung nadali rito. Yata pero papalag naman daw! Ito na! Yung Eclipse nakakuha rito ni Shanks! Pak! Delicioso! Patay na naman dito. Ito si Solo. Next target yung Beto at Tares. Hindi na natigil na itong aggression ng Execration. Dahil nag-buyback na rin ito si Solo. Out na lang daw muna. Matetake nila yung tier 2 tower dito. The bait coming from Tino. Kahit ako na bait doon, guys. Hindi niya pinipindot yung pipe.
Is under attack.
And meron na rin siya rito Crimson Guard. Tino. Napaka intense ng bakbakan natin. Kala ko, Execration na. Tapos mid-game, pumalag bigla yung Excel Racers. Akala ko, tatalong na ang Execrations. Biglang hindi. Mas tatalong pa rin yung NP, sabi. Okay guys, ito na nga, magte-take na rito ng tier 2 tower itong Execration at may mahuhuli pa si Solo. Idol mo ba ako? Sabi ni Bob. O tara rito, gawin kitang RTZ. Diyan ka muna sa clip. At namatay na nga itong si Solo. Magkano kaya ang taya? Ay, bumiblinkin na si Kiyotaka. Bumiblinkin. Up. Tinamaan, Meteor Hammer. Munti ka na, ha? Ngayon, alam ko na kung bakit dalawa dapat ang caster. Nakakabaliw, no? Okay. Bob? Ay, naku. Oh, alam nila, naka-smoke yan. O naka-in-beam. Sumasabog-sabog doon, eh. So, napabak na kagad yung NP, guys. Mukhang ang sagot muna dito ng Excel Racer is split push muna tayo. Bob, 12-0 sa kanyang Bat Rider Lords. Luna rito, isang doom ka pa rin, tandaan mo. Hindi siya magli-Lincoln Spear, guys. And doom, talagang item-iteman lang. Yung team item lang, guys. Dati ito yung napaka-boring na na build ng offlane eh. Yung Vanguard Defiance. Vanguard Defiance, si Crimson Pipe mo. Pero wala eh, yan yung nasa meta ngayon eh. Kaya kung kayo mga offlaner, saludo sa inyo, guys. Kayo yung lumalaro pinaka-boring na build ang i-build nyo, pero napakalaking impact sa laro. Shoutout sa mga offlaners dyan. Pati na rin sa mga mid lane na nagiging support, shoutout din sa inyo dyan. Okay, ito na, nag-i-smoke na nga po ang Execration patungo rito sa may top lane. Meanwhile, Hellraisers naman is nandun sa kanilang likuran. Luna yung pinaka-pwede nilang maabangan, guys! Good target for the side of Exe pag nahuli nila to. Ay, nakita na si Ramses! Nakapag-BKB naman siya! Kaso, dinom! Pinag-normal! Sa kapupunta! Pak! Patay si Ramses! Hinatak na rin dito si Solo! Sabay na sa hukay yan! Oh my God! Napakagandang target yung nakuha ron ng Execration. Perfect! And Antares, magti-TP out, pupush na nila yung mid lane dito. Tingnan natin, Kiyotaka may babalaking siyang patayin. Ang nagngangalang Rubik, madadali ba? Tingnan natin, may TP na rin dito yung Nature's Prophet ha. Ang tagal ng mga backup ng Execration. Medyo malayo, ayan na. Nakita na rito ni BDC. Etong Ricky, may detection ba siya? Dasmo! Ayun na nga, dinas niya nga rito pero nagti-TP na kasi. Hindi na rin makakancel, idol, sayang.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Pero at least kahit pa paano nakagawa yung Excel Racers dito ng paraan para hindi makapag-push or ma-turn sa objective ng Execration yung pag-kill nila sa Luna. Mukhang palos, delikado pa rito, walang BKB to. Mamamatay yata yung Draw Ranger, idol. Oh my God! Pero okay lang si Mier, natamaan yata siya rito, guys. Ayun na nga, nadali na nga rito ng Major Hammer. Bob, yung kanyang kill streak, makukuha rito yung Nature's Prophet. Yan yung gem, kailangan taputin dito na itong Tombringer. Pabuhay na si Ramses. Kailangan nyo na magtakbuhan, idol! Tumakbo na tayo! Huwag kayong lilingon! Huwag kang lilingon! Nandiyan na si Ramses! Takbo! Pwede na yan! Palag na lang yata! Aray ko, best! Nilusit! In-eclipse! Mamamatay si Tino! Ayun na ang sinasabi ko! Ang gulo-gulo nyo, idol!
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Ay, ay, ay!
Radiant's middle tower is under
Alam
attack.
ko na mangyayari eh. Na-buy time na sila dun eh. Napatay na yung Luna eh. Buy time na yun eh. Napatay yung sa gitna. At pakita sa may top yung Draw Ranger. Kakabigay bilang. Auto TV talaga yung Nature's Prophet doon. Ang layo pa ng mga kampi niya. I think without BKB, talagang hindi sila makakalaban dito. Nako po. And Aegis pa bigla. Imbis na sila yung makapag-Aegis, no? Okay, guys. Aegis sa side ng Hellraisers. Chill lang muna, chill! Uy, chill lang, nag-smoke. Ito. Ge! May Aegis yung kalaban! Laban na! Guys, Pinoy tayo, Pinoy. Alam niyo naman ng Pinoy, palaban yan, guys. Wala tayong chill-chill dito. Walang chill-chill dito, guys. Laban kung laban. Eh, ano naman kung may Aegis? 5v5 naman ang labanan. Naku, bulilyaso pa plano, sumasabog. Sumasabog yung ano dito, yung mga bomba ng Tekis. Nakakapagbigay ng information, kaya nag-ready na rito sila Antares, so nag-drop na sila dyan ng wards. Gusto nilang labanan sa kanilang vision itong side ng Execration kung sakasakali man silang magkabakbaka sa may bottom lane. Okay. Nako, pinupush na ngayon dito. Itong Execration. Oy, BKB nagamit pa kasi mag-glimpse back siya doon. Delikado pa yata. Ay, naku po. Buti na lang na-save ng Ruby kaso mamamatay pa rin si Bob dyan. And eto na. Palag-palag na. Oy, Tino. Dumatakbo. Normal pa siya doon, idol. Wala nangyayari, guys. And si Ramses nandito. Tingnan natin nakapag... Tricks of trade pa yung Ricky. Mabubuhay pa siya dyan. Nag-glimpse back pa si Tino. Tino, delikado rito. Pero mapapatay naman ni si Ramses dito. Nito si Palos yung nyala. Kailangan na mag-out ni Palos. Wala siyang BKB ha. Pero palaban. Tinamaan na Cookie. Si Kiyotaka na sa may kilid din. Hindi umaatras dito yung Hellraisers. And naku, mamamatay pa yata ito si BDC. Ay, lumaban. Pumatay muna ng isa. Ricky going down. Yung gem. Dinampot ni Miero. Pero kahit pa paano natigilan nilang mag-push itong Hellraisers. Guys, sumasakit na ang puso ko. Sumasakit na ang puso ko sa mga nangyayari. Ano ang dapat gawin dito ng Hellraisers? Sa mga, Hellraisers. Ng Execration, guys. Sa mga analyst ko dyan sa may chat. Yan. Ayos ba yun? Kaya ginawa ko yung analyst. Ito na, Palos. Level 22 si Palos. Okay. Ano ba i-item ni Palos? Sa Tanic? Sa Tanic ba? O... Sa Tanic, no? Pwede yata sa Tanic eh. Lincoln? Ano Lincoln niya? Glimpse back? Sprout? Tulog? Di ko alam guys kung anong nangyayari sa atin eh. Pupusuan natin yan kahit anong mangyari. Dikit lang naman yung laban eh. 4K lang lamang dito ng Hellraisers eh. Kaya pa naman. Ayun na oh. Ay, maganda to. Meron tayong Arcane Rune. Pwede dyan mo lumaran. Ay, naka. Guys, naka-smoke dito ang Execration. Maiispatan nila dito yung Ricky. Ricky, unahan na natin yung Ricky na yan, guys. Ayan na, kaso si Solo. Kanina naman tatagpuan. Pinost-up ni Bob. Yung kanyang sarili, kaso yung kanyang BKB, patapos na, ha? Nagamit niya na yung kanyang BKB dito at ang Solo lang yung kanilang mapapatay. Nakapag-ultimate pa before mamatay. Ito si Solo. Tatakbo ngayon. Ito si Tino. Eclipse gagamitin. Itaka ni Ramses si Tito Mama. Oy, kaso si Ramses. Namumula kagad ng normal. Mamamatay si Ramses dito, guys. And yung AP, baka dadali rin. Nakuha pa ni Rubik yung kanyang Eclipse. Oh my God. Tumatalong na ang Hellraisers. Patay yata to. Solo going down. Double kill para kay Palos. May damage. Yung Draw Ranger. May damage. Ito na. Aangat na ang execration! Oh my God, eto na ang exe. Kumakatok na sa pintuan ng Excel Razors. Meron naman daw sila rito buyback doon sa may Luna. Kaso yung kanilang base, mukhang mabubura. Isang mabilisang push for execration. Draw Ranger, free hit kanina doon, nagpainit lang. And Kiyotaka nagpakita na naman dito yung Ricky, guys. Akala niya invi pa rin siya. Oh, patadali yung Ricky, mga sir. Yes, patay na naman po siya nun. And dire-diretso na nga, babasag na nga. Uy, tier 4 agad ang target dito ni Tino. Miniature hammer na rin. Uy, pinaforce nila mag-buyback. Ang tanong, magpa-buyback ba itong Luna? Ilan yung mababasag nila? Hindi nila mega creeps to kasi meron pang tier 2 tower sa may bottom lane, pati tier 1 tower. Pwedeng dalawang rocks lang. Bottom, malabo. Top lane na lang. Ayan na nga. Babasag na ang execration dito. Naglalabas pa ng bomba itong Tekis. Marami sa Viva Max yan. Nanonood ang mga tropa ko niyan. And eto na nga, babagsak na rito yung Major Hammer. Ay! Hinatak na! Yung nangbobomba! Kanina ka pa dyan! Nagpapakit ka ba? Eh di, cute-cute mo naman pala, idol! Patay! Dire-diretso na! Dire-diretso na! Ang execration! Oy! Sa may bottom lane ha! Si Ramses nag-TV nun ha! Pwede yata mapunta! Ayan na! Kinagawa mo! Kinagawa mo! Patay si Ramses dito, pwede na tayo magdire-diretso. Ano pang gagawin nila dito? Wala na sila magagawa. All in na nga tayo mga sir. Oy, pero napabuyback si Ramses. Napabuyback si Ramses. Kaya pa yata nila guys ha. Oh, clip near. Okay, all in ang execration. All eyes on throne. Okay, ito na nga, dire-diretso na nga po nila pero eclipse na naman po rito. Pero the save coming from Rubik. Ayan na naman si Ramses po kung mamamatay na naman pero BKB. Makatakbo. Oy, normalin na natin yung ano. Normalin na natin yung rocks. Ay kaso, puno na. Mabubuhay na lahat ha. Ay, nanlaban si Miero. Nakalimutan niya, Nature's Prophet ka lang. Throw Ranger ako. And hope, lalaban ba ang execration? Tingnan natin, hindi pa nila alam. Hindi nila binabanatan yung throne dito ha. Guys, gusto nila ng ano. Gusto nila ng hero. Pwede ba throne na lang? Throne na lang, idol? Pwede ba? Oy, napabigay pa si Palos. Nasa kabila yung kanyang mga tropa. Anong ginagawa na execution? Ay, nangyari. Oy! Ay, Tom! Next target! Ay, tumatakbo! Ay! Ay, wow! Mali! Okay lang, okay lang! Dire-diretso. Uy, papalagpa si Kiyotaka ng normal dito sa may likuran, oh. Pinatulog dito. Ito si Rubik. Mamamatay yata si Rubik dito, guys. Naku po. Pab naman next target. Ano nangyayari sa atin? Ay, ay, ay. What's happening? Tatlo yung patay sa atin, pero may buyback naman daw. May buyback naman daw, guys. May buyback naman daw. Ang execration. Kaso niyon. Napalaban si Palos dun sa may baba, yung mga tropa sa taas. Naku,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
patay tayo dyan. Napaforce ba yung buyback?
Radiant's
Naku, courier
has been
din.
killed.
May AC na sana. May AC na sana.
Middle tower is under attack.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Again, shoutout sa lahat ng nanonood dyan.
Has fallen.
Naku, mababasag pa yata tayo rito. Hindi na mag-buyback tong exe.
Radiant's middle tower.
Anong nangyari sa ating dalawa? Akala ko panalo na, mukhang matatalo pa. Execution! Binabasagan sila rito. Ay, ay, ay.
Is under attack.
Ayan na, nag-ultimate na yung ano, snapper. Tangina, sakit sa puso ah. Parang ako nasasaktan ah. Yung puso ko, nahihirapan ah. Idol ah. Naku po. Roshan ba? 2 minutes may Roshan guys. 2 minutes may Roshan. Di ko alam kung panapos na ba yun o pang-back eh. Kasi gusto na lang tapusin pero hindi sila naman normal sa throne. Talagang nagba-microhan silang ganun, oh. Sabi, step in, step out. Step in, step out. Pwede yun. Pwede mo ma-force yung Excel Razors doon kung ninonormal nyo yung throne. Pero di kasi ninonormal yung throne eh, no? Parang nag-aabang sila sa hero. So, for Excel Racers, talaga puposisyon lang sila. Sayang. Isang diretso na lang sana. Lumapit na naman to. Hindi malabo to for Excel Racer, Luna sila, guys. Knowing Luna, alam nyo kung gaano kabilis mag-push yan. Bumabounce-bounce ang normal niyan. Same with Draw Ranger. So, kung sino manalo rito sa clash na to, malamang sa malamang panalo na. Ito na, may inbi. Binibait yung inbi. Kunin mo, Ricky, para kahit naka-gem, hindi ka makita. Double inbi ka, di ba? Ayun na, nag-smoke na dito execration. Oops, sa may gitna sila. Kaso napping, nakikita na bawasan yung creeps dito. Pero okay lang to si Antares, guys. Makikita rito na ito si Tino. And Ramses, preheat yata sa may gilid. Ayan na, yung Eclipse ginamit dito. Pero nakakuha na naman yata yung Eclipse. Hindi, Lucent Beam lang mga sir. Tingnan natin. Naku, mamamatay dito si Carlo. And takbuhan na for the side of execration. Nadali rin nila itong si Shanks. Ang tanong, papalag pa ba sa may likuran? Draw Ranger Ripalos, TTP out, makaka-TP naman. Pero nalugi ang execration sa bigay. Naku po, makakancel pa yung TP ng Doom. Oh my God! Aray ko, bes! And Dino. Mamamatay ba siya rito? Makakatakbo. Parang hindi na makakatakbo dahil nandyan na itong NP. And execration. Naku po, may bomba pa. Nandyan na yung NP. Op, na normal, patay. Lipner. Okay, Roshan. Masisecure pa yata ng Excel Racers. Oh, woo, woo! Anong nangyari sa ating dalawa? Panalo na, matatalo pa.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ay. Aegis, cheese, may refresher.
Has been killed.
Ay, nako po. Ay, Ricky, naispatan yata nila. Piniping. Yung Ricky dito, may ano na rin. Meron na rin ditong Octarine Core, guys. Ayun na, yung probability bumaba na sa baba. Okay. Pero ang magkakamali rito, matatapos ang buhay. Ito na, level 25. Level 25 na. Yun, dalawang level 25. Ito na yung timing natin, guys. Kanina pa ba yan level 25? Masabi-sabi lang kasi ko eh. Parehas ba tayo level 25 yan? Wala na. Ito na. Ramses, nagpakita na rito. AC para dito sa may Doom. Ricky. Okay. Nagpapanggap siyang dalawang illusion to. Hop. Ito na, ang execration. Tingnan natin. Kita ba nila yan? Illusion lang yan. Wala silang gem? Naku, wala silang gem sa Ricky, Uy, nakita na rito. Mag-glimpse back yata to si BDC. Hindi, nakapag-out, nakatalon. At hindi na siya madadali pa. Pero may mga inbi Ricky, may mga illusion, And tingnan natin, magka-try yata mag-push dito yung Hellraisers. Magta-try na mag-push dito sa may top lane. Draw Ranger bumili ng dagger.
Top tower has fallen.
Pang positioning. Ayan na. Pinapaulan sila rito. Ng rocket. Ng arrow. Rocket tuloy. 9K kalamangan dito ng ex-Hellraisers. Tingnan natin. Ay, may nahuli! Yung Ricky, nagpapakit ka. Napakakit mo talaga. Kanina ka pa, Huli si Ricky, boy. Patalo ka, boy. Bugbog na sa lane. Napitas pa. Pero meron daw siyang buyback. May buyback naman pala si Idol. Okay. Ramses, going for Aghanim Scepter. Yung Eclipse na AOE na tinututok sa lupa. Pwedeng-pwede yata yan. Pambulaga sa mga support, lalo na doon sa Rubik. Gustong-gusto mong patayin yung Rubik kasi napaka-bosset ni Shanks, no? Ang dami niyang naaagaw. Ang dami niyang mga na-save dahil sa kanyang mga lift. And ito, Bob, sa may gitna. May hatake na naman yata siya rito. Antares nandito sa may gilid. Piniping na nila. Alam nila yung posisyon dito nung techies. Ayan na. Tumatangki yung Doom. 3-1 yung buhay, guys. Napakadaming aura, Ayan na, dediretso na yata ang execration dito. Isang push na lang, gitna na lang kaya lahat. No? Isang gitna na lang yan, no? Isang doom, isang laso, sabay no normal na lang si Palo sa may throne. Ayos ba yon? BKB Doom. O, sabay, ay, wala nga palang BKB yun Doom. Naka full item nga pala siya na aura-aura. Yun, nabasag nila yung mga wards dito. May wards na lang, isa na lang yung wards dito ng Excel Racers dun sa may triangle ng execration. Meron din sila rito. Okay, Aganims na yung Luna. May sweep blink naman. Ay, nakikita si Solo! Yung mga creeps lang sana yung babanatan, pero naispatan na nila dito yung Disruptor, pero tatakbo muna yung execration. Mag-glimpse back ba? Tingnan natin. Mag-ahabol ba ang Hellraisers? Tatamaan niya ata ng Meteor Hammer yung Doom. Pero hindi siya mag-go dyan. I-easy lang muna. Execration, gusto lumaban sa kanilang vision. Pero yung creeps doon sa may top lane, nagpupush guys. Pwede dito yung Exe, pwedeng race, base race. O kahit dire-diretso na kaya. Diretso na kaya. Ayaw nila ha? Ayaw nyo mag-tep ha? Bukas na yung base nyo guys. Ayan na, nagpapatipi na rito yung Excel Racers. Kaso ganun din yung execration. Bigla na lang sila nagtipi sa base. Ayaw din nila mag-push muna. Habang ito si Bob naghahanap, si Miero kanya maiispatan dito. Mahahatak niya yan guys. Mapapatay niya yata to. Ay, napakasakit Kuya Eddie. Ano yung ginagawang? Ano yung damage na yun? Grabe naman, mahuhuli pa yung Ricky din sa may bottom lane. Tapos yata ang Dota, another hatak dito, talagang Bob, the MVP. Pero uy, mahuhuli yata siya. Ito, wala siyang BKB dito, mga sartinan natin. Andito na yung Doom, sinusustain na bahagya yung Batrider, pero Batrider will fall. Bob, may buyback naman siya dyan. Pwede siya mag-buyback mga sir. Double kill para dito kay Lobses. Maghahanap pa sila, Miero. Tipping in forward. Kaso, ito na yung mga buyback ng execration. Tingnan natin, Excel Racers, may magagawa pa sila. Yung Doom, yung NP, mamamatay sa may likuran. Maghahabol pa rito si Bob. Bob, kaso wala siyang BKB, kailangan niya mag-ingat. Hindi pwedeng basta-basta pumasok. Pero pwede rin yan. Ayan na, pinapaulan ng zero dito ng multi-shot. Mahuli na yung Luna. May buyback pa to. Meron naman daw. Okay lang mamatay yan. Mapapabuyback din si Ramses. Pero yung Draw Ranger, mukhang malulupit yata. Mamamatay pa siya. Hindi, naka-out pa. Woo! Buhay pa din ng bata. Double kill para kay Palos. Wala nang buyback yung tatlong heroes dito ng Excel Racers. Si Ramses, tinitipid niya yung kanyang buyback. Pwede pa rin to next game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ayaw niya mag-buyback, ginigina. Execration, winning game number 1.
Radiant victory.
Pinakabalang kayo, kabadong-kabado naman. Sinulat na yan eh. Nilista na yan eh. 1-0. Kaso, the curse, no? 1-1 palagi. Okay, guys. Okay, yung step 1, nagawa na ng execration, ang manalo ng game 1. Ang step 2 kaya, magagawa kaya natin? Manalo ng series, 2-0. Kasi puro tayo no? Ay, grabe naman yung bakbakan na yun. Sumakit ang ko, alalamuno ko. First game pa lang Mali. Ang ganda kasi ng game guys no? Mahusay. Nagalawan for execration. And congratulations, game 1 ulit. Panalo sila. Sana lang manalo rin sila ng game 2. So, update muna sa ibang game. Aster, nanalo na. So, yung +1 natin, pasok. Entity sa Beast Coast. Ito yung entity sa Beast Coast. Ang lamang ay Beast Coast, no? Pero pakambak yata. Kasi 40 kills, tas 13K lamang dito ng TSM. At TSM pala to, Beast Coast tuloy. Ngayon, magkakaklash, guys. Hindi ko ikakas yan. Sasakit na yung ko. MVP si doon? MVP doon si Bob, no? Ayan, Pero marami pang kailangan ayusin yung execration. Pwede pa nilang ayusin yun. Mas smooth pa na laruan. Pero ang ganda na. Malakas to yung Excel Racers na to, guys. Pinili ko nga to na isa sa mga magtatap talaga sa group. Ayan na, huli. Huli nila yun, si Timado. Oy. Sakit ang lalamunan ko bigla. Idol, lapit-lapit niya pala eh.
For Stormstormer to deal with, but the Aegis is going to
So, malapit na to guys. Waiting ulit tayo sa may game 2.
The backline where Watson is charging him out, and there's Katomi back in action, going in.
O, sa mga natutuwa dyan, share nyo naman yung live stream natin. O kaya, comment naman kayo sa ano. Comment, post naman kayo sa Lupon guys, sa mga napapansin nyo sa game natin. Para may usapan naman tayo dyan. O, papost ako sa Lupon ha. Comment na lang ha.
Oh, they gotta be careful.
Damn vision.
Pinasarap lang.
That would be a dieback if he falters.
Look at that rapier. Look at that rapier.
Post din ako sa comment naman ha.
But now there is Stormstormer. Tree Volley comes out. It's gonna get stunned up. The AoE stun comes out. It's doing so much work for the DK. They
Yun,
cannot
galing
move.
pala magkas
Kobe
nito.
on the run doesn't have his wall of replica just yet.
Just yet.
There's the Static Storm
Gamitin
Kinetic
natin
Field
yung
to
just
Doom
yet.
onto Watson. Does have a buyback if I'm not mistaken. He should be the only one. But the Avatar.
Pinasarap lang, boss.
Stormstormer did a bunch of work. It's not enough for Watson. Going for
Mas
the
maganda kasi mas mahirap eh.
Yes, he does.
Mas maganda kasi manalo na mas mahirap guys.
Watson's not.
Pinapakaba lang, pinapataas lang yung live ads. Ayos ba yun?
Actually, all has a buyback left. It is Watson, the only one in the game right now with a buyback.
Grabe naman tong lineup ng TSM. Isang timber lang to ah. Triple strength hero.
Doom is still farming ancients. Okay. He doesn't want to push.
Nakatayo lang yun mo. Bag.
2 minutes. Anyone have any?
Oh yes, a giant's ring.
Apex.
They're getting the
Cryo?
next items.
Yeah. Okay, getting some nice ones. Book of the Dead. That one's kind of cool for like split pushing shenanigans.
O, ito 10 stack kagad eh, no? O, ito tama.
Force boots.
Plus 2 yung sticky ni Palm. Sakit ng Batrider yung level 25 niya.
6,000 HP.
Burado yung NP eh.
Shit.
That's a big boy. Doom's got
Burado yung NP eh, no? Pag nakita, hinatak. 2 frame break. Tapos, refresh. Frame break ulit, 2. Gumanon yung buhay eh. Dire-diretso eh.
They can't really defend this. Radiant, Ex Machina, and Force Boots. It's going to be full megas. Seems likely without Stormstormer available.
I mean, that should be megas, right? I guess megas.
Talo pa yata yung entity oh.
To say hi.
May nagbigay, B.
Preemptively. Doesn't have Song of the Siren.
Wala, hindi kaya ng
Megas
naga yan.
doesn't feel like it.
3 core na matigas. Strength type, 3 strength type, di kaya ng naga yan. Talo entity dito. Yung plus 1 natin, sayang ah. Plus 1 tayo entity dito eh, no?
Next Roach, maybe? It depends really on what the last
They
neutral
need to
items are.
just. They need to rebuy the rapier on Tiny.
Katomi. There's
Yan,
gonna
huli.
be,
Patay,
a
talo
lot of
na.
damage. Katomi gets himself back though. First Doom
Quit
has
mo na,
been
quit mo na
used,
kagad.
trying to
Huwag
find
ka na
some
mag-GG,
damage.
quit mo na. Ganun na lang, no?
He needs to get a good
Para may
team
swag.
value for Stormstorm, but he keeps getting in trouble
Para
by
trending.
Cryo.
Ayaw mo nun?
No,
Kung ako dyan,
he
kukwit
needs
ko
to
na,
get his
quit.
rapier. He just needs to buy his rapier.
Hindi ko na mag-GG, quit
Buy
mo na lang.
another rapier.
He's heading towards the secret shop right now. Katomi charging forward, pops
Search
a
mo ulit.
second BKB, wants to
Search mo
nether
muna.
shot.
On the Tiny!
Pang.
So, Tiny does have a rapier.
Ayun na,
Tree Volley comes in.
Tribali yan, gago, patay.
Buyback comes out onto
Oh, he's
Tomato.
no buyback.
Katomi in response as well.
Kaya
Also,
pa, kaya pa.
Trouble Kasane is trying to deal some damage to Stormstormer.
Matatos,
They have
matatos.
control. Yes, they do.
Patay.
Watson's got the Ags, he's got
Nice.
the loot, he's got the control. That's 2 dead. No buybacks on either. How far are they for their
Ang
buybacks?
ganda ng mga laban, no?
On
Is this,
Uy, may ano din, may...
is this game? Can
may-
they just run
may
down
draw
mid
din,
and
no?
end the game?
Ayan nga, quit mo na.
They
Huwag mo
should
nang
be able to
ano.
buy the rapier and run down
Nag-quit
mid.
na nga. Sabi ko sa inyo, magka-quit na, oh.
Oh, they have the rapier already. You mean the second one?
Did he buy this or he got the? Oh yeah,
He bought the rapier
bought it.
before the fight. Like the moment he got jumped, he bought the rapier, and then Tree volleyed the Doom in like 3 seconds to death.
Quit nyo na.
Toby doesn't have Ags yet.
Ano ba ags yan?
I missed the
Yung dalawang
normal
ano?
punch. Where's the normal punch?
Normal punch nga pala.
Yeah.
Hindi worth, pwede sa DK. Normal punch niya yung DK.
I like it at least. And of course the illusion's pretty nasty.
Ganda ng mga game 1, no? Puro long game. Tingnan nga natin sino nanalo sa iba.
The game is just gonna be over. I don't
So,
think
nanalo
they can do
Aster
much they can
dito.
do. They have to try to. Okay, maybe they have to try to
I mean,
cut
the
the
lanes
waves.
are shoved out.
Ang
They're
nanalo
left
rito
until
ay...
buybacks are available.
Saan?
No,
Ito,
if they can cut the
EG.
wave. Okay, I know how can they survive this. They have to try to go out.
Ito na lang.
Hide in the tree and cut the wave.
Panalo yata
If
yung
the
ano
wave
natin
doesn't come
parlay
from the base,
natin
then they can survive.
Parlay.
DK
Yeah, he
Lucius
has to
can
do
cut
that.
the wave pretty quickly.
You know.
I don't think you want to send Ari to do that because he's got the
Ay,
Rapier
entity.
still.
Kailangan nating manalo sa entity, guys.
He wants to use his Akon shot.
Aster, Execration, EG. Puro panalo na, guys. Entity na lang hinihintay natin.
Come on, bro. Let's go. Hide in the trees.
Sabi ko sa
Cut the
inyo,
wave.
sobrang basic lang
Hope to
magbet.
God that you don't ever get spotted. Luckily, Katomi is dead, so they don't have to deal with the charge from down.
Sabi ko sa inyo, napaka-easy lang magbet. Ayaw nyo magpapaniwala sa akin. Oh, dito. Game 2. Tayaan na natin game 2. Execration yan. Game 2. Game 2 winner. 1K. Yan. 1K, guys. Execration. Game number 2. Tayaan na natin. Kaso talo ako sa Shopify. 1-1 na yan. Magmimipo. Grabe ka naman. Baka pag magmipo nga yan, tapos nanalo, sabi mo, wow, galing. Diba? Teka lang. Tayaan na natin tong parlay na rin pala tayo sa susunod na series. Team Liquid OG. May +1 ba dito? Nawala yung mga +1, guys. Kasi ang dami kong puro kasi panalo no? Pag puro panalo, nawawala Puro game 1 na lang, game 1. Game 1. Sa kabila. Match winner, game 1, Liquid. Yan. Liquid. Puro game 1 lang. Nigma, Galaxy Nouns, game 1 winner. Nigma tayo dito. Game 1, Nigma. Yan. Tapos, Team Spirit Talon, game 1. Talon. Yan. Tapos, game 1 winner, Tundra, Beast Coast. Ito, mahirap. Sobrang dikit nito. Game 1. Pwede na yan, Tundra. Okay. 4.8. Lahat game 1 lang. Lahat game 1 sa susunod na series. Wala na yung handicap Taya natin ang 500. So, yung 500 natin magiging 2-4. Yan. Accepted. Ayos ba yun? Wala pa yung exe wala pang drop. Dito muna ulit tayo.
What? They scan it. Fishman. He's still Marana invis up, walking opposite direction. He's got a TP available. Oh Lord.
How is the game still going on?
Oh Fishman, what did you do? No, why did you? Oh,
Why did he arrow?
the arrow. Tomato saw the arrow and then with the
inaraw.
Giant's Ring has that unobstructed pathing. Oh, Fishman, you did so well.
Umaraw pa si tanga,
I mean, like, okay, so now what? The game
Yung
is going
kamay,
Tiny didn't
gumalaw.
Tiny didn't buy back. So he's a bit away from a rapier. But the
he already
courier's
fed,
dead.
he already fed
Ito
two
dapat
rapiers,
yun sayang
I'm sure you can't feed another one.
Sana manalo yung entity dito para tapos na, no? Hindi na tayo maghihintay. +1 kasi tayo
He has the
entity.
rapier.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have a Manta or MKB because of the rapier.
The MKB might actually do more damage than the rapier now. Against the Naga. But if you're killing buildings, you want the rapier.
Takal nitong game na to,
Next
no?
Roche, a minute 30. Tiny needs to get towards the secret shop to get another rapier. Which is a problem. This is a very big problem.
Yeah, DK has Mirror Shield instead of the Apex now.
I mean,
So he
Mirror
has
Shield
that
is so good.
reflect. Yeah.
They still don't have all neutral items on the side of Entity. And TSM even have an Apex just doing nothing.
Should just buy Midas and go Midas so you get the neutral items.
DR ulit,
That
kailangan
happened in
ng
one
ng
of our
Tiny.
games in SEA during DPC. They were stuck in a base, so they couldn't go up to get the neutral items. So somebody just bought a Midas to get the neutral items.
I mean, currently Naga's got money for days anyway. He's got 12k and like he doesn't use it because he already used buyback. Honestly, he doesn't have refresher yet, which is surprising. on the Naga.
Wala kasi magagawa
I mean,
yung
yeah,
Naga
that's
dyan
fine,
eh.
I
Pag ganyan
guess.
kaunat yung mga hero.
Having the second song of the siren in team fights, I think does a lot for your team.
Yeah, he needs to heal, repair that doom damage. I feel like he needs to keep the Naga, the Tiny alive. The Naga literally needs to keep the Tiny alive. Like, no kappa. If the Tiny dies, they just lose.
I'm trying to think. So, you can still backdoor right with a double song play. I think you can still hit buildings, so that could also be a way out. Tiny with the rapier, you double song in the enemy's base, and you just destroy the ancient. A Hail Mary play.
Can they do that through backdoor? You think they have enough damage? They should, right?
Tiny, yeah, with Tiny.
Aegis na naman.
By the way, in the river. Possibly, yes. Aegis on the hoodwink.
Si Ahari na kumuha ng ano.
Oh,
Alright,
that's
the
hilarious.
Hu-Wing has Daedalus, by the way.
Yeah, he's got Daedalus.
Wala na to, tapos na to.
Divine Rapier, Aghanim Scepter.
Malabo
Like, this is a
manalo to
stacked
ngayon
up
titi
hoodwink.
dito.
He's got
Walang
more
buyback yung
net worth
Naga.
than Storm
Walang
Surfer.
buyback yung
Storm
yung
Surfer
ano.
has given away about 12k.
Darkseer.
net worth this game.
Okay, he's going to run out and buy the rapier. I think he just needs to buy the rapier. He's he's smoking out to buy the rapier. Is he gonna see the DD?
Oh,
He sees the DD. Oh, okay, they might actually defend. Oh, what the hell? They might actually win a fight because of this.
he might get himself some neutral items on the way.
Bili mo na.
There are ancients right there. Give you what you
Buy
want.
the rapier. Let's buy the rapier. Come on.
Hindi niya pa binibili yung rapier? Yung Tiny?
Oh, Apex. Okay. Another neutral item. They're trying to get a catch inside
He has
the
to-
entity
he has to
base,
go
by
home.
the way. Katomi is going to be jumped. He does have a buyback available.
Pinili niya ba?
Song of the Siren not going to keep him alive.
Yung rapier ni Tiny? Di yata, no?
Because the ancient can
Three
drop
volley.
perfectly.
Incoming.
Ayun na,
Right back
pang,
onto
pang,
Brawl.
pang.
He's gonna get nuked
Patay.
down. Brawl is dropping dead. Brawl has fallen. They
Walang, may
vacuumed them
buyback
all
pa.
back as well. Looking for more. Tomato's gonna get rooted up, but still had a BKB.
Look at the
They're
illusions.
trying to run away. The illusions are gigantic. They've got the Giant's Ring as well, chasing after the opponents. Another strike comes forward. Tomato's
Patay,
gonna
patay,
get thrown.
patay.
Free volley comes through. Another kill. Brawl
What
bought
is
back
this
during
game?
that. And now everyone on TSM needs to run away. Actually, it's going to be the catch on to Ari. That would be a rapier on
Yan,
deck. He's got
yan,
the Aegis
rapier.
as well. Stormstormer gets the control going, and the
Oh, they need to
Hoodwink
save him.
is in
They
trouble.
need to save him.
Patay, Aegis.
How can you save him at this point? They will get the control onto Katomi. Katomi does not have a buyback.
Three
He
volley.
will
Pang,
be
pang,
down
pang.
for the count.
Pang,
But
Aegis.
they
Alright,
find
he got his rapier.
Ari,
Rapier.
another rapier in the hands of the Radiant if they want to. Watson needs to get himself out of there. Does he get himself going? Stormstormer's going to jump onto White
Naku.
Storm, but the Invis, the Glimmer, keeps
Uy,
White
tulungan
Storm
nyo.
going. Stormstormer needs to be careful.
Oh, they found Tiny.
Not another
They found
rapier
Tiny.
drop. He's
Wala na.
trying the tree volley, but no one is close
Wala
enough.
tinatamaan.
Stormstormer is dead. Does buy back.
Alright. Ari gets the rapier again. Oh,
Sonic,
+1 tayo, panalo na eh.
Supports of entity will not be coming back. There's going to be the jump in. AoE static storm kinetic field. That's the level 25
Talo.
challenge. It's massive.
Dahil
They
bak-
cannot respond. Toby, last one standing, last one falling, and that is it. TSM
Okay,
takes
guys.
game number 1. 73 minutes is what we needed. And
Man,
the
what a
entire
game.
no idea who
Whew.
would win.
Okay guys, meron tayong exe.
Yeah, you're like telling me I'm smoking some copium, you know, when I said no, TSM is gonna win. I mean, I didn't expect the game to be 70 minutes. I thought they were gonna roll them over, but oh my god, what a game! What a game!
Ayun na, ayun na, ayun na, ayun na.
MVP
Wait lang,
to
tanggalin
the
muna natin yung chance
Dragon
nito.
Knight. Oh, actually no, the Doom.
Okay guys, ito na nga, meron tayong bakbakan dito.
10 seconds remaining.
Execration, Excel Bracers. Talo. Isa na lang yung prediction natin. Ang prediction natin ay yun na lang. Kailangan
Team pick.
Shopify lang ba? Talo natin. EG yata tayo dun, di ba? EG +1. Ano lang, ito lang. Hindi, yung sa entity lang. Kailangan manalo yung entity. Yun yung isa na sa mga prediction natin. Tama ba? Silipin natin ulit.
10 seconds remaining.
My bets. History.
5 seconds remaining.
Single accelerators. Ito.
Radiant team ban.
Execration, panalo na Aster. Panalo na EG, panalo na Entity na lang, guys. Kailangan manalo na Entity dito.
Dire team
At pa
ban.
nag-TSM na ako dyan, parehas nga palang ano yan, struggling yung team na yan. Shit, sayang. Solo ka na naman, yes po. Ito, Excel Razors, Enigma, and Disruptor na yung kanilang pinili. For Execration naman, Rubik and Beastmaster. I think kailangan iban dito ng
Radiant team ban.
Excel Razors. Nako. Parang ano to pamipo yata to Kaso may Enigma eh. May Enigma, may Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining.
Sabay ka sana sa akin, boss.
Dire team
Paldo
ban.
ka sana. Puro ka naman ganyan. Puro naman kayo ganyan. Pero pag talo, di nyo naman mababaw, siyempre. Kunyari pa naman lalakas mag-predict eh. Nai-predict kayo, di ba? Taya kayo siya,
Radiant
Ano,
team
sa tingin mo, Execration sa Caster, 1-1, kaya pa yan. +1 lang lagi, kaya naman eh. Kaya naman ng Excel lagi makaisa. Ang hindi lang alam is kung makaka 2-0, kasi laging 1-1 eh.
10 seconds.
Aha, solo ka na naman, Boss Alo. Yes po, solo pa rin hanggang ngayon na lang kasi bukas nandito na
5
halos lahat eh.
seconds remaining.
So, nandito na yung mga tropahan natin bukas. Awit talaga. Ba't di tinulungan yung Tiny? Yung base kasi nila pinupush. Kaya hindi nila tinulungan yung Tiny.
Dire team ban.
Boss, alo, tara kain na tayo. Namaya na ako, guys. Pagkatapos na nito siguro. Ayaw nga pala, 2 series pala ako. Mamaya pa pala tapos ko dito. Pagkatapos pala ako ng Talon versus Team Spirit, guys.
10 seconds remaining.
Boss, alo pa, shout out. Ryan Bang, shout out sa'yo, idol. Yan. Sino nagda-drop, boss? Alo, si Kimo. Alam ko si Kimo pa rin yung nagda-drop sa side ng Execration. Boss, wala na yung mga +1 sa match. Oo nga eh, nawala eh. Easy win kasi doon, guys. Tayaan nyo lang lagi yung sa tingin nyo makakaisa lang. Tapos damihan nyo yung taya, di ba? Times 4 eh. Pinaka-minimum na siguro nun 2.5 yung odds. Ganda pa din. Eh kung semi-sure win naman yung mananalo eh, di ba? Sure win na mananalo dito, boss. Alo. Sure win na ang mananalo o sure pasok na? Feeling ko rin. Basta, ang feeling ko nga is kailangan may ma-2-0 kang isang team. Pag may na-2-0 kang isang team, it means malaki na chance mo na pumasok ka sa next round. Kasi puro 1-1 eh. 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. Kahit mag-1-1 ka sa ibang team tapos may na-2-0 kang isang team, goods na yon. As long na hindi ka ma-0-2, tapos maka-2-0 ka ng isa, pasok ka na sa playoffs. Ay, playoffs tuloy. Group stage number 2.
10 seconds remaining.
So, ito na, Hellraisers. Naku po. Bounty Hunter. Tinker to. Bounty Tinker to. Bounty Hunter Tinker to, guys. Sinabi ko na kay Kimo eh. Malakas mag-Tinker to eh. Ewan ko lang kung handa sila. Sinabi ko na sa kanya yan. Pag nag-Tinker yan, alam nyo na yung strat na yan.
Radiant team pick.
Naga-siren sila. Naga-siren plus ano. Support mo. Ano ba mga hero na nagpapakita kayo dito kay Bounty Hunter?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dapat hindi muna yata sila naglabas ng carry dito eh. Pwedeng support plus Batrider, wala no?
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden lang, okay. CM Naga lang sila, so lane lang against Enigma, yung ginawa nila rito guys. Nilakasan lang nila yung lane nila against Enigma. For execration. Tinker to. Tinker to pipiliin ng Hellraisers.
10 seconds remaining.
Tinker, sabay magbaban sila mamaya
5
ng
seconds remaining.
Zeus and Storm. Yung top 4 sa Group A and Group B ay pasok sa next round. Tama. Yun po. Yung apat po na baba naman is tawag dito? Ma-eliminate na. Tinker na to, pang-tinker to for Hellraisers. Lagi sila nagtitinker pero ewan ko lang kung confident sila rito na mag-tinker. Kung iisipin nyo, goods
Radiant
din eh.
team ban.
Warpling. Ban mo na yung tinker, Kimo.
Dire team ban.
Yun! Ay, sa wakas, taban na yung tinker. Okay na, guys. Diyan lang malakas yan. Si Kiyotaka. Saka DK. Yun, nakaban na rin yung DK.
Radiant
So,
team
Pak,
ban.
ban. So, ang natitira mga mid laners ay Ember, Mipo na yan. Hindi maging Mipo yan. Nagnaga Siren na sila eh.
10
Ember,
seconds
kung
remaining.
ka nakaban, Storm.
5 seconds remaining.
O Ricky Mid. Again, Ricky Mid. Team Verso kaya? Team Verso Mid. TA. TA Mid, no? TA. What do you think TA Mid? Ember na lang yata eh, no? Pwede ni Ember. Basican lang. Ember Naga sila. Ano yung mid lane kanina? Tiny, no? Tiny yung mid lane ng entity. Pwede rin yung Tiny, actually. Food trip tong mga support na yan, no? Yung Bounty Hunter saka Disruptor, oh. Shoutout kay MJ. Pasal kami, dyan sa Australia. Pasal daw. Uy, papasyal tayo doon, boss, sa Australia. Shoutout kay Boss MJ. Yan. Pinapashoutout ni Boss Arvin Rizos. Nakapasyal pa nga.
10 seconds remaining.
Tiny mid dyan, sabi rito. Pwede nga sila mag-tiny mid eh, actually, di ba?
5 seconds
Food trip yung
remaining.
dalawa.
Radiant team
Disruptor sa Bounty, Enigma, kaya mo rin i-burst yan once na, or kahit na nga ikaw yung tatalon lagi sa Enigma eh. Pipilitin mong kahit ikaw na lang i-black hole eh. Okay na okay ka doon. And also, yung Morphling pag hindi ganun kayaman, kaya din bulasin ng Tiny yan. So, I think
10
Tiny na to.
seconds remaining.
Ember. Ember pa rin daw ni Bob. So, for Hellraiser, sila yung magka-Tiny. Okay. Or, biglang nag-MK mid. Biglang nag-MK mid. Biglang mid.
10 seconds
Ano ba mga
remaining.
mid? Nag-Huskar mid. Biglang nag-Huskar mid.
5 seconds remaining.
Invoker. Nag-invoker nga pala yan. Oh, MK mid.
Choose your hero.
Sabi ko sa inyo, MK rin. Kaya ayoko talaga nagpa-predict guys eh. Ayan na, kinounter na. So kung nag-tiny mid, parang goods lang kahit papaano siya dun. Kay Monkey King. Ember versus Monkey, yung mid lane natin. Patay tayo dyan. At least ito ha. Kanina binaog ni Bob. Ito si Kiyotaka. Pwedeng sabihin, lamang sa hero si Bob. Ito ngayon, lamang sa hero ito si Kiyotaka. Pag napaog pa siya dito ni Bob, talagang may kalalagyan siya kay Solo. Di ba?
10 seconds remaining.
So, ito na nga guys. Ang both teams naka-drop na dito. Okay lang ako dito. Or kung ako execration, goods lang ako dyan sa matchup na yan. I think Palos, medyo crucial yung magiging galawan dito ng Naga Siren. Pag sobrang yaman ng Naga Siren, kayang-kaya niya yung Morphling. Otherwise, pag same lang sila ng network dito nito si Ramses or mas mayaman pa yung Morphling sa kanya, hindi niya kakayanin santukan to. Especially with this Enigma na nakakatakot, no? Meron naman silang way para makancel yung black hole niyan. Pero kasi ang iniisip ko dyan, yung timing niyan mamaya, na meron na rin yung mga sustain items. So for Execration, kahit pa paano, may sagot sila sa Enigma, may Rubik sila, may Beastmaster sila, also Ember Spirit, na pwede niya talagang guluguluhin itong Enigma, di ba? With a Sleight of Searing Chain. As long na mahuli siya dyan, ma-force yata siyang gumamit ng black hole, or else, pamamatay talaga siya, di ba? For Hellraisers naman, with this last pick Monkey King, kailangan ito yung mag-workout sa kanila. Pag sobrang yaman ng Monkey King sa game na to, pwede nilang i-rundown yung Execration. Siya kasi magbibigay ng space kay Morphling. Pagkaso, pag nabaog, idol, yun ang sinasabi ko sa iyo, baka talaga mapalitan ka dyan. Solo ko na naman po, Salo. Yes po, solo na naman po ako. Hanggang ngayon lang, kasi bukas nandito na ulit yung ating mga casters. So, 2 broadcast na rin yung i-cover natin bukas. Sa wakas, nagbabalik na. Pero pasensya na po kayo dahil uunahan ko na kayo sa April 12 hanggang 14 or baka hanggang 13 lang, depende. Kung maaga yung uwi namin ng 14 is hindi kami makakapag-broadcast guys ng Dream League, pati na rin yung Division 2 ng EU and Southeast Asia. Kasi nga po, meron po kaming summer camp, team building po ng Lupon. And nasa bundok kami nun guys, so hindi kami yata, ewan ko kung bundok ba yun o ano. Hindi po kami makakapag-broadcast, no? Pasensya na po kayo guys. Wala kasi talaga matitira. Ngayon, ako natira, pati si Kuya Nick. Sa susunod, wala talaga kahit isa. Lahat kami nandun eh. Kung pwede nga, magdala laptop no? Kung may signal lang siguro dun. Teka lang, nawala yung sounds. Hindi po sa akin yan may sounds naman dapat tayo dyan. Nagtitrip si Bob kay Solo. Idol nga kasi ni Solo si Bob guys. Wala tayong sounds, no? Teka lang re-report natin sa admin. Para ano? Saan ba yung admin? Stream D. No sounds. In-game sounds. Yan. Yan na, okay na. Fix. Okay na. Fix na, guys. Nilagyan na. Nilagyan na ng sounds. Ito na nga, bakbakan natin sa may middle lane. Bob versus sa Monkey King. Bilis lang pala kausap nung nung admin Diba? Yun sana. Mag-Starlink ka sa bundok para may cash pa din. Wala. May Starlink na kami kaso hindi ko alam kung na-setup na Okay, glimpse back. Tino, delikado rito guys. Tinatatluhan na naman sila. Ganito lagi ginagawa nila, no? First blood sila. Solo lagi pumupunta rito. To turn around. Wild access. Munti ka na. Nakapag-repair si Antares doon pero mamamatay pa rin naman si Antares. Ganito yung ginagawa lagi nila. Pag mahina yung hero ni Ramses sa level 1, pa-first blood muna sila, tapos titipi sa may bottom si Solo. Pero iba yung nagtipi rito. I mean, yung siya ganito ginagawa nila, si Solo pala yung, si Antares, yung titipi rito. Kanina, ganun ginawa nila, di ba? Disruptor plus Techies. Lagi silang nagsisecure ng first blood. Sobrang halata, Exe, binibigay first blood sa kalaban. Minsan, tanga ka rin no? Ano ba sinasabi mo dyan, idol? Nasa big stage ka na. Magto-throw pa ba? Ano yan? Chinese Division 2? Lahat naman sa'yo, Naka-setup na Starlink, babagal sa Dota. Sabi ni Boss B, ayun, mabagal do sa Dota, guys. Hindi natin mako-cover yun pag ganun. Baka pwede sa YouTube, boss. Pag pwede sa YouTube, saka stream, pwede na yan. Ito, naku po, delikado na naman si Palos dito. Tingnan natin, Antares. Nakakabosit din talaga itong bounty hunter na to Ang lakas din kasi talaga mambulos na ito Minsan, may sabi-sabi din kasi talaga kayo mga pamahi, mga Pinoy Nagpapa-first blood. Okay, nagpapa-push na ng tower. Nagpapa-first 10 kills. Tanga. Ay, Diyos ko po. Aha, sana maganda laro ni Palos. Hirap si Bob ngayon. Oh, may hirapan si Bob. Pero hindi sakto lang si Bob sa may gitna. Nakakagawa siya ng paraan para maging even lang yung matchup dun. Okay, patay si BDC rito. Pero Antares, hindi makayang patayin dyan. Sentryhan na. Kailangan talaga sa sentryhan na. Pero Kiyotaka! Ano? Pinapalagan siya ni Bob dito, guys. Pinapalagan siya ni Bob, oh. Pero, masakit pa rin yung MK na yan, guys. Pag nag-high level na yan, ayan na, may boots na, may kill potential na yan. And solo dito, binabanatan ni Shanks. Paya yata niya patayin to, one.
Dire's courier has
Isa pa, ayun na nga, Shanks getting that kill dito kay Solo. Solo kill, level 3 na, itong si Rubik. Ganda ha. Kanina, 2 lane, baog eh. Si Bob lang yung gumawa ng paraan eh. Kita nyo ba yun? Nakakuha ng rune, gumang sa may top lane, nag-TV sa may baba, pumatay ulit ng 2. Mahusay, di ba? Naku po, si BDC, si Jolina. Pag gantong-ganto talaga, naku po, magiging full trip yan. Ako, Kiyotaka, binabanatan, patay yata siya guys, walang sirinching nga lang, no? Uy, dinadampot ni Bob. Pagka-slide of siya, right click niya dapat yung rune dun eh, kaso wala eh. Nadali na siya. Hindi niya nakakuha. Uy, papaluin siya dyan. Pero doon sa may top lane naman, Tino, okay lang na. Okay na siya dito guys. Kaso ang daming deny ni Ramses. Ang daming deny dito nitong si Ramses. And Carlo, patuloy lang siya na kinukulit dito ni Antares. Inuubos yung kanyang savings. Baka kahit boots, walang pambili yung CM dito. Hop. Jingo Mastery. Magpo-proc yan. Tino, kailangan niyang ingatan yung kanyang posisyon. Mag-glimpse back siya doon. And pwedeng mamatay. Ito si Tino. Nalip yung Morphling. Binabody block sana ni Solo. Ito si Tino pero makaka-out. And Shanks na lang kanilang magiging target. Wala naman ng glimpse back to. And mabubuhay yung 2 heroes dito ng Execration sa may top lane. Boss Alo, sabog na po mga viewers nyo. Minsan talaga eh. Minsan talaga sabog na yung mga yan. Puyat ng puyat eh. So, ito maganda naman yung lane dito nitong si Palos kahit pa paano sa may bottom lane. Pero, Bob, makikipag-normalan dito kay Kiyotaka. Kaso mayroon pang Jingo Master yan. At mamamatay si Miero sa may bottom lane. Palos galit na. Bumabawi na siya rito. Kanina binaog mo ko. Pero nadali si Shanks doon sa may top lane. And si Tino mukhang na-extend na rin dito sa may top lane. And pwede siya mamatay with that glimpse back. Netong si Solo. 2 pulahan sa may top lane. Parehas na matay yung Execration dito. And Antares madadali. May level 1 net itong si Palos. Another kill for Naga Siren. Maganda naman yung start ngayon itong si Palos. Kanina talaga sobrang sama eh. Ngayon bumabawi na si Palos. Siya talaga yung dapat maging maganda rito yung lane, no? Especially Bob versus Kiyotaka na MK. 6 minutes run nandun sa may taas. Okay, pwede ba tumapatay? Tingnan natin. Naku po, may boundless strike ginamit pero kulang yata yung damage siya dito. Nabite pa siya dito mga sir. Mamamatay yata yung MK guys. Uy, na-normal pa si Bob. Dito si Antares. Sakto-sakto naman yun ng Kiyotaka. Makakatakas pa ba? Tingnan natin, tumatakbo yung MK at wala silang boots dito mga sir. Nabuhay pa yung MK. Kalungkutan for the side of Execration. And nakawala pa nga yung MK doon guys. Yun lang. Biglang dumating si Antares eh. Antares pick guys. Pagka normal, sakit. Ayan na naman. Bob. So, nandito na siya sa may gitna. Tingnan natin. Pati yung 2 support nandyan na rin. Nambabalasubas lang. Pero Bob, na-stakan sila rito na marami. Kaya ni Naga Siren kunin yan. Si Solo, mag-glimpse back po si Bob. Pero, slide of fist lang. Ganon din ako mag-Dota. And Solo, delegado ngayon dito. Papasukin siya nito si Bob. Slide of fist, Searing Chain. Bob, nag-drop na siya dyan ng kanyang remnant. Pero maabutan yata siya rito nitong si Kiyotaka. Tingnan natin ng Antares. Tumatakbo na rin dito. Ispatan pa yung kanilang mga stacks. And Bob, makakatakbo naman. Okay, buhay pa rin. Nice dodge para dito kay Bob. Doon sa may glimpse back. Pero ito na, si Tino kumukuha na ng stock guys. Level 5 Beastmaster. Magta-try naman si Palos dito patayin. Ito si Miero. Tingnan natin, magdadive ba sila? Pino-force nila na may mag-TP sa side ng ex-Hellraisers. Pero wala nagtitipi. Okay lang daw. Babasag na lang sila ng Tori dito. Pinupush na lang nila yan. Mga illusion itong Sinaga Siren. Oop, nakakuha yung double damage ni Bob. Ni Antares. Bob dapat yung dadampot doon. And tatakbo na lang siya dyan. Bababoundless ba siya? Baboundless din ba siya dito? Oop. Di siya tinamaan. Okay. Hindi nag-lifesteal dito si Kiyotaka. Kalahati ang kanyang buhay. Pero pinaboundless strike dito ngayon. Itong si Shanks. Merong TP. Carlo nandito na. Wukuskuman gagamitin. Tumanga na. Itong si Kiyotaka. Binigyan ng tip na itong si Bob. Easy Katka. Easy Dota. 4 na tip binigay. Dito sa may MK. Spotted dyan si Antares. Na naka-double damage. Shanks. Kailangan mag-ingat. Dinas na. Gusto nilang i-try patayin. Ito si Antares. Tingnan natin. Nandito yung alaga. Nitong si Tino. Plus Bob nandyan na rin. Antares. Delegado. Pero may glimpse back. Buhay pa rin si Shanks. At madadali rin dito ito si Solo. 2 kills para sa side ng Execration. Mahusay na pagkakagawa for Exe. Mama mo, Dazzle. Sino naka-first blood? Ex-Hellraisers po. Naka-first blood guys. Lagi kasing 3 sa top lane bigla eh. Binibulagaan nila. Ganun yung dati pang strategy no? Yung biglang tatatluhin mo. And ito, tingnan natin. Nandito na ulit sa may bottom lane si Antares pero may sentry wards itong si Palos. Kita niya yan. Nakapag-pull muna rin siya ng creeps and Palos. Pero dito sa may gitna, yung makiking yung kanilang babanatan. Inaraw-araw na po si Kiyotaka guys. Kaya niya ba mabuhay? Ay! Nadodge pa niya yung slide of peace pero okay lang. Patay pa rin naman siya dyan ni Palos. Pinlako na sa may bottom lane. So magkakaroon tayo ng trade. Palos kapalit ito si Kiyotaka. Pwede na. Nagamit na rin yung black hole doon. So good trade for the side of Execration or Hellraisers. Pero okay lang din sa Hellraisers yun. Basta namatay si Palos. Dahil mayaman naman yung kanilang morphling. Kita nyo naman yung farm dito nitong si Ramses. Sobrang yaman. So Bob, may arcane rune siya. Ito na yata yung susi para sa kanyang paggalaw pero madadali yata ito ha. Si Palos mag-glimpse back yata ito. Di kaso hindi makita ni Solo yung tunay. And ayun na. Mag-glimpse back pero late na. Ang tanong, mamamatay ba si Palos? Nandito si Ramses. Kailangan niyang mag-out. Ultimate by Carlo. Ay, naku po, nakita si Palos. Wala na siyang magagawa. Another kill for HR. Kakabuhay lang nung kakatipi lang sa lane. And Ramses, baka makakakuha na naman siya ng kill. And double kill para dito kay Ramses. Oh my God, ano nangyayari sa ating dalawa? And merong glimpse back. Pero, easy ka lang, boss. May remnant out ako. Nyak. Bumalik na yun dun. Wala tayong wala tayong dun eh. Mama mo, Dazzle. Enaban. Put user in timeout. Okay, na timeout na si Idol. Mama mo, timeout. 9-9 score natin. Yung mga tumaya ng first 10 kills dyan, kinakabahan. Pwede yata dito sa may top lane muna mag-push. Pumasok na sila sa may bottom lane. Miero, wala pa tong black hole. Kaya nila patayin yan. Ayun na nga, mapapatayin nila dyan. Pero nandito pa rin si Ramses. Gusto niya patayin. Etong si Bob. Slide of peace. Makakapag-remnant out. Buhay pa rin. Etong si Bob. Mag-glimpse back nga lang yata. Slide. Wala. Mamamatay si Bob doon. Nadali na naman sila guys. And hindi. Grabe naman ka-active itong si Palos. Ito si Ramses. Carry na sumasama. Not beautiful guys. And up. Nandito si Palos, okay. Mapapatay niya yata. Yung support tayo, tumaka! Si Ramses, guys!
Ako pala hindi naka-focus okay.
Nag-proc yung Tide. Yung Riptide. Nag-proc. Nagula siya. Ay, namatay ako. Oh! Palos getting back. Bigla na lang pong yumaman yung Naga Siren dito. Na-rip tayo, guys. Dalawang sunod. Mapapailing ka na lang talaga, no? Binasa eh. Okay, Chunks, nakakuha niya yung Bowler Strike dito kaya ginamit niya doon sa may MK yan. Focus command, gagamitin dito ni Kiyotaka. Kailangan nila mag-back, especially ito si Bob. Tingnan natin, slide to piece na naman, Kiyotaka puno. Wala ka lang buhay, mamamatay na po siya rito. And Tino and the squad, mukhang mag-pressure na sila dito sa may middle lane. Alam nila, kakatipi lang ng Morphling doon sa may bottom lane. Tingnan natin, mid ang kanilang babasagin, pero Solo and Antares trying to defend this tier 1 tower. Ang tanong, makakadepensa ba sila? Well, may black hole naman na Enigma, pero syempre ayaw mo sumama pa dyan. And Execration, kinatry pa rin nilang itumba na yung Torres dito sa may sa gitna. And mukhang kakayanin naman yata. Eto, may TP yung Monkey King, gusto nila mag-try, papunta na rin yung Enigma, may Monkey Glimpse back, guys. Eto na, nag-smoke si Solo, gusto niya may mag-glimpse back. Sino ang mag-glimpse back? Wala. Si Tino mag-glimpse back. Hindi na nag-glimpse back, guys. Ayun, Boundless Strike, hindi tumama, sayang naman. And Antares dito, try pa rin ba nila? Habulin nila yan, dito naman ang das. Oh my God, ang layo nung Bounty Hunter. Sayang. Mag-glimpse back. O yun na nga, si Shanks madadali rito. Uunahan na siya. Tingnan natin, siya ibabanatan at mamamatay itong si Shanks. Mahirap talagang tumakas sa glimpse back dito ni Disruptor. Once na magkamali kayo ng go at gusto nyo mag-back, hindi pwede yun. Automatic yan. Mag-go at mag-go kayo. Magi-glimpse back at magi-glimpse back. Remnant out. Para dito kay Bob. Nung nakita pa niya yung MK, pwedeng siyang mabigyan dun eh. Boundless. Bakopya siya, biglang masiring chain. And Bob, kailangan niya mag-ingat ha. Dito sa may gitna. Nakakaboss itong Bounty Hunter. Kailangan mo na mag-commit ng sobrang daming sentry. May information pa siyang binibigay sa kanyang mga kampi. Ganon kaboset.
A gift from the tempest of
Radiant
battle.
are scanning.
And ito sa may top lane, tingnan natin, Miero and the squad, Antares. Maghahanap ng pwedeng ma-kill. May sentry wards dito, itong Execration. Op, gusto nilang i-go. Ito si Miero, yun nga lang, nauna yung ultimate dito nitong si Solo. And mukhang patay si Tino dito with that Wukong's command coming from Monkey King. Maghahabol pa sila, pwede mag-glimpse back. Itong si Shanks, pero papunta na yung Bob, ayun na nga, nalasit niya doon si Miero sa kanyang slide to piece. Next target will be ito si Solo. Op, nakikipaglaro. Slide to piece again. Kaya bang patayin? Remnant out. Uy, kakala mo, dyan ako babagsak, no? Hindi. At may glimpse back. Okay lang kay Bob. At napatay nila dito itong Bounty Hunter. Next target will be itong MK. MK Delegado. May TP si Ramses. Nandito na rin si Palos. Tingnan natin, kaya ba nila patayin si Kiyotaka? Si Ramses nagpakita na sa may gilid. Oh my God, patay ito si Shanks. Dalawang normal, isang wave. And wala naman na masyado ito si Bob. Kailangan niya mag-out kaso. Solo, may glimpse back. Magagamit sa kanya. Aray ko, bes. Makakapag-remnant ba to? Wala yatang remnant to. Pero may Song of the Siren. Sabay TP out mo na, Bob. 1, 2, 3. TP na rin ako. Ayun na nga. Kaso, si Palos, wala palang TP to. Kaka-TP lang nito, guys. Pero 3 seconds sa kanyang Manta style. Meron dodge yan. Naniniwala ako madadodge yan. Madadodge yung glimpse back. Wag ka papahuli, idol! Okay, hindi siya na-glimpse back nun. Nakaligtas si Bob. Yun ang pinakamaganda for the side of Execration. Maganda ba kayo sa Execration? Okay lang. Goods din. Maganda. Mamaya, pag may aganim siya si Ramses, kokopyahin niya yung Naga. Walang attack speed to pag nagkataon eh. Aha. Orchid, next item ng Morphling. Good siyan. Boss alone, pa-shout out. Tropa kong si Baloyski, kamukha ni Lester. Yun o, shoutout sa'yo dyan. Uy, grabe ka naman. Ano yung mga pinagpo-post mo dyan sa Facebook? Vietnamese friend. May link pa. Huwag niyo pong i-click dyan. Baka ma-hack yung Facebook nyo o ma-virus. Ano binet mo, Boss Alo? Betlog. Sa 747, syempre. Ramses 2017, best carry. Yan ba yung nasa BP siya? Pag nasa BP siya, yun talaga yung sobrang lakas niya. Uy, pero pwede mo matay si Kiyotaka, oh. Isang slide of isa lang yata yan. Kaso, out, Bob. Grabe si Bob mangulit, no? Ay, may glitch back! Oh my God! Kaso may remnant out din si Bob, eh. Siyempre, Bob yan, eh. Baka naman. Ganyan ako maglano. Ember Spirit din. Lupit. Babalik si Bob sa may gitna. Ayun na naman. Pero natrack na naman siya dito ni Antares. Bad trip na naman. Uy, nag-smoke sila. Na-break. Ayun na nga si Antares. Nakaka-bad trip talaga itong si Antares, no? Bad trip talaga si Antares na yan. Lasing yata si Alo eh. Hindi nga, gusto ko ngang sumat ng ano eh. RHT ito eh. Para medyo maganda-ganda ang ano eh. Tarima ng ating kasi. Oh, si Kiyotaka nagpakita. Pwede yan, mahuhuli ata yan, idol. Ayan na nga, guys, yung MK. MK. Magaling ka, kubal ka. Yun eh, yung MK. Okay, guys. Dikit ang laban natin. Mayaman si Ramses. Mayaman din naman ang execration. Meron din dito nga Maelstrom na itong si Bob. Pero napapanish yung farm ni Bob, ah. Siya yung talagang hindi nakaka-farm dito kasi si Tino yung kumukuha talaga ng farm. Pati na rin etong si Palos. So may madadali pa sila ngayon dito, Antares. Actually, wag niyong ibabash yung network dito ni Bob kasi hindi siya yung priority talaga makapag-farm dito. Kundi si Tino, saka si Palos. Ginagawa niya lang yung ano niya. Uy, grabe naman si Shanks. Tricks, tumitricks, kita-kita, kaso nalaglag si Rubik. May Song of the Siren, mabubuhay pa yata Shanks, buhay pa nga ang bata. At full AG ka na, ay full strength ka na. Wala ka ng buhay. Patay si Ramses dito, isang silence lang. Mag-aabol pa si Bob doon sa may likuran. Saan si wala, nakapag-TP out na. And grabe naman si Rubik, naging unggoy. No, mahusay. Kanina, naban ka na timeout ka na. Ngayon, hide user on this channel. Ayan. Oh, user message will be hidden. Ayun na nga, guys. Okay na, spam pa mo, ha? 2K, kalamangan na execration. Ito na yata yung 2-0 natin, mga sir. Kahapon, si Coach Kimo, sinabi ko sa kanya, medyo binas ko si Coach Kimo eh. Kimo, sabi ko, Don Breaker saka ano kayo, Ember kayo ng 16-17, parang dapat yata na-reflex nyo yung Don Breaker nyo eh. Pag ganun, nalugi. Hindi, nagkamali lang kami, hindi namin na-contest yung neutrals, ganyan. Gets naman ng mga tinong players kung bakit sila natalo, kaya naman daw yung yung Huskar. O, sige. Pero madaling araw pa lang, guys. Ang dami niyan nire-review yung laro nitong Excel Racers. And ito na nga. Pinapatunayan nilang handa sila rito sa kanilang series. Pero ako po, pinanatan nito si Bob. Roshan, makukuha rito nito si Palos. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, hindi basta-basta ang Dota. Ha? Basic. Major ba ang Dream League? Parang ito yung major ng Riyadh Masters. Ganon, guys. Parang ito yung major ng Riyadh Masters. Pero, tingnan natin. May black hole pa rin naman itong Excel Racers. Yun nga lang, parang hindi worth it yung nila, yung MK last pick nila. Kasi hindi na ba, nahulog sa nahulog sa punan yung Rubik. Hindi na, feeling ko kasi hindi yung Ember yung kailangan baugin sa game na to, kundi yung Naga. Pag sobrang baba ng network ng Naga rito, parang free game to for Morphling eh. Kaso ang yaman ng Naga, pati itong Beastmaster. So sinagot nila yung mid lane, Ember, for execration, hindi naman nila pinipilit na okay, Ember ako yung mid lane, kailangan ako yung mayaman. Ako yung nagpa-farm, pero hindi, ganun eh. Ito yata. Nabent yata sila rito. Naku po, yun na nga. Black hole. Hinihintay natin kay Miero, guys. May dagger to. 2, 1. May dagger. Black hole. Gagamitin ba? Hindi. Nag-claims back pa si Tino. Tino mamamatay. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Oh, mega kill para kay Palos. Aegis of the Immortal magagamit dito. Ito na, round 2. Black hole by Miero. Inaabangan natin. Lalabas ba si Kiyotaka? Na-silence, guys. Mukhang madadali yata yung MK dito, mga sir. Pero BKB gagamitin ng Bob Delicado. Black hole! No, 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 my friend. Tulog ka muna. Puyat ako. And Palos, yun nga lang. Mag-glimpse back siya rito. Hindi. Nakapag ano yata yung Manta Dodge, mga sir. And si PDC na lang yung madadali, mga... Sabi ko sa inyo, handa yung Excel Racers dito eh. Handa yung Excel Racers. Ano sinasabi ko sa inyo? Boss, kailan ba ang Berlin Major? Sa April 26 po ang start ng Berlin Major, guys. Naku po, maghahanap pa sila. Sa may bottom lane naman sila patungo ngayon. Hindi pa nagamit yung Black Hole dun, ha? Nakakuha na yung Aegis nila. Ang galing ng dalawang support dito ng Hellraisers. Galing pumosisyon, nakaka-bad trip. Lalo na ito si Solo, kailangan mamatay si Solo. Daming pag may nag-glimpse back, napo-force yung Excel lumaban. Late game warp. Totoo yan. Pag nag-late game, yung morphling, alam nyo na yan. O yan, nagkakitaan na yung dalawa sa may punuan. Antares namatay. Napatay siya ni Tino. Uy, pinutol yung puno. Pinutol ni MK yung puno ng Rubik. Kaso doon din pala siya nakasal. Doon din siya nakatayo. Tumalon si Shanks, paalis. So yung MK yung na-stand doon. Walang DPC points, walang DPC points to. Pero ito yung qualifiers patungo sa Riyadh Masters na merong 15M USD prize pool. Hoy! Naku po, trip. Ayun na, man. Ulti na lang si BDC rito, nang lalaban. Nag-glimpse back nga lang si BDC. So, patay ngayon. Etong si Carlo. Yung Monkey King, may BKB na to, ha. Mage Slayer, tapos Maelstrom. Palag-palag pa rin yan, ha. Second carry yan. Kahit hindi ganun karaming item yan. Basta BKB. Parang lalaban pa rin to. Heart naman. Meron na rito ito si Palos. Pumupuso na, idol. Pero Morphling, naku po, pag-agalims ng Morphling, ito yung problema, guys. Pagka-agalims ng Morphling, pag kinopya si Palos, wala na tong attack speed. Kailangan niya ata mag-link ni Palos. Antares, kumukuha lang ng information. Bob, may inbiron siya. Okay. And ito, tinan natin, Ember Spirit. Sangge kaya siya. Spotted ba to si Bob? Si Antares, ang kulit no? Andun lang sa may bottom lane Kumukuha lang ng information Na-scan nila nasa triangle. Si Tino. Pupuntahan ngayon ng Excel Racers yan. Kaso wala na silang matatagpuan dyan. Boss, baka pinagtrabaho mo si Kuya Nick kagabi? Aba, ano ba pangalan ng page? Kuya Nick, di ba? Hati kami. Ganun lang yun. Siya mag-cast din. Wala lang kaming caster ngayon, guys. Mga naka-break Pati TD wala. Bukas sila dadating. One slot lang kukunin nila dito para sa Riyadh Masters. Grabe, hirap. Oo. Pero ang laki kasi ng premyo Direct invite yun. Kiyotaka? Okay, malilip dito. Papatay yata nila MK pero nakapag-BKB before Maror. Ako, nalaglag sa puno. Ito Rubik, mapapatay naman nila yung MK pero si Ramses, si Shanks ang pinanatan. Papasok sa may likuran. Itong si Bob, iniingatan ng execration yung kanilang posisyon. Pwede silang ma-black hole dito nung Enigma. And Ramses makakapag-out naman. Bob, mag-go ba siya dito? Nakakatakot yan. Out na lang muna pero dalawa na yun patay sa side ng Excel Racers. And Execration trying to take down itong third tower sa may middle lane.
Dire's middle tower is under
Ano ang gagawin dito ng Excel Racers? Makakadepensa ba sila? Yun ang tanong. Ma-slide of searing chain yung Enigma rito. Babasag ang Exe. Dire-diretso na. First rocks nga ba makukuha ng Execration dito? Naku, pabuhay na yung MK. Pabuhay na rin dito yung Disruptor. Takbuhan na yata to. Song muna kaya, boss. Song muna, sabay TP out na muna lahat. Maghahabol ba sila sa may likuran yung MK doon manggagaling. Palaban sila dito guys. Palaban dito yung Hellraisers, may mga skills pa sila. Ay naku po, may maganda pa ritong vision itong Excel Racers. Takbo na kaya. TP out na. Naku, nauna mag-TP si Palos. Tino makakasel sa kanya habang sa may likuran hinahabol din ng MK yung the rest of Execration dito. Yoy, Roshan wala pa naman. At ayun na nga, naku, may glimpse back na naman to. Malabo makatakbo yung mga ganyan. Basta may Disruptor din, alam mo nakalalagyan mo dyan, MK. Tsaka ano? Bounty Hunter, Disruptor, baka makatakbo. No? Baka makatakbo pag ganyan. Tatry nila patayin dito ngayon. Itong Bounty Hunter, Lalip, patay. 24 kills na para sa side ng Execration. 20 naman on Hellraisers. BKB na itong Ember Spirit pero baka ma-block. No! Ay, di na kinailangan. Isang stun, boundless strike lang, patay. At ako po may glimpse back. Uy, na-dodge naman ng Manta Style. Palos, makakatakbo pa din. Well played para sa kanya. Pero yung Monkey King, talon ng talon sa may punuan, manenet. Papatakbuhin ba nila dito? Nalip yung Monkey King. Grabe yung Rubik dito ng Execration. Pero nakapi na itong si Naga Siren. Ako po, yung kanyang agility rito. Oy, kita nito si Kiyotaka sa kasi Shanks. Oy, hindi sila nagkakakitaan, guys. Magkalapit yung kanilang puno, pero hindi sila nagkakakitaan. Wit sa TP, naging... Di mo alam kung mag-rocks ba sila or hindi kasi pabuhay na yun eh. Mahirap eh. Assault kira, hindi, meron palang Crimson Guard. Yung Beastmaster. Uy, ayun. May nakakuha pang ano. Lifesteal. Lumalakas yung yung Morphling dito, guys. Kaya ba nilang patayin to sa late game? Pag nakalinkin din to, mahirapan sila. Dapat ito yata Maror eh. Kaso yung Black Hole, naku, may BKB na yung Ramses. May Vidas pa. Itong si Bounty Hunter, alam niya na kailangan. Magle-late game to, nararamdaman niya. Ang hirap mag-push eh. Magle-late game to. Pero ito na, Execration, mag-try sila dito. Kumuha ng Aegis of the Immortal. Let's see. Isang mabilis lang to, Aegis, pwede nila ibitaw. O bigay kay Palos, pero naka-smoke itong Excel Racers. Ito natin solo. Maispatan yung nagro-Roshan na Execration. Pwede niya i-drop yung kanyang ultimate niya, pero Palos getting the Aegis of the Immortal. Pumasok na si Ramses. Pinatay niya kagad dito si Carlo. Pero nalip dito yung Rubik. Nakakuha niya yung Black Hole. Ginamit niya kaso na-cancel pa rin. Pero patay ito si Miero. BKB by Ramses. Nakikipaglaban siya dito kay Palos. Hindi makapagsong. Ayun, kinanta na ni Palos, kaso kuhulin yata yung damage dito ng MK. Binabanatan, lalaban ng Execration. Gusto pa nila pumalag. Wala na silang song dito ha. And maka-out itong si Ember Spirit. Tingnan natin Ramses. Gusto niyang patayin itong Ember Spirit. Ramses naghahabol pa rin dito, oh. Pero Kiyotaka nakikipagsuntukan ngayon. Palos, konti na lang ang kanyang buhay. May Aegis of the Immortal siya, pero yung kanyang kakampi inuubos na sa may likuran nung Morphling. And ako, yung Ember Spirit dito. Delikado. Ito si Palos, Light of Peace, mag-out. Kaso, nandun yung Bounty Hunter. Habang dito naman sa may likuran, nakikipagsuntukan. Ito si Kiyotaka kay Palos. Kaya pa ni Palos mag-isa. Ito si Ramses. Yun ang tanong, TP out. Makakancel ba yan? Na-cancel nga. Wala na tong Aegis. Si Palos. Aray ko, bes. Madadali pa yata. Pinato ng ice tubig. Hindi niya alam buo na yung yelong binenta sa kanya. Buko lang inabot. And Carlo, nakikipaglaro. Kaso si Ramses, wala nang pumapatay sa kanya. Unstoppable para dito sa may Morphling. And bang, bang, bang. Ubos ang execration. Oh my God. Sobrang dikit ng bakbakan. Hindi mo alam kung sino mananalo, pero dito nararamdaman na natin yung power nitong si Ramses sa kanyang Morphling. Siya yung humaharap dun eh. Hindi ko alam bakit hindi siya yung targetin dito ng execration. Ini-ignore nila itong si Ramses. Pero talagang wala, papatayin sila, papatayin nito. Iba't iba yung tinatarget, kaya nga eh. Guys, yun eh, yung kakatapos nyo lang mag-basketball, tapos bumili ka ng ice tubig, sabi nung nung may-ari, medyo may yelo ha. Sige po, tas binato mo sa tropa mo. Di mo alam, malaki-laki na pala yung yelo, nagkabukol tuloy. Binato ng ice tubig si Ramses si doon, si Palos doon, buko lang inabot. Buko lang inabot. Pero nakita naman natin na ang ganda nung ang ganda nung ginagawa ng Rubik doon. Parang hindi ko nga naramdaman yung black hole, tas naagaw pala niya yung black hole. No? Hindi, parang on point yung galawan dito ni ni Shanks ha. Mahusay ang pagkakagamit. Bakit mo binati Bosalo? Hindi na 2-0 tuloy. Di ko lang alam. Ayaw kitang spoilin. Pero ganun talaga eh. Pag 1-1, 1-1. Pag 2-0, 2-0. Wala na tayo magagawa dyan. Okay, Kiyotaka. Bloodthorn, meron na yung Naga Siren niya. Hex, next niyang item. Pwede, may black hole ulit ha. May black hole ulit itong Excel Racers. Crystal Maiden dito going for 4-stop. Tingnan natin. Tino, binuo niya yung ano yung binuo niya? Parang yung grips. Nag-grips siya, no? Nirekta niya na yung grips, guys. Grips na rin Enigma. Si Miero ang medyo rito. Hindi nag-perform na maayos, guys. Yung mga black hole niya, hindi natin nakikita. Hindi rin natin masisi kasi nga may Beastmaster, may Rubik, mas mahirap talaga ibigay yung black hole niya na yan. And ito magkakaroon ng bakbakan, guys. Patay, burado kagad yung Crystal Maiden dito. Pero palaban ng execration, mapabuyback. Etong Crystal Maiden, Slide of Peace again by Bob. Kaso mahuhuli yata siya. BKB kailangan niyang gamitin niya. Pinagpapalunan naman siya dito ni Ramses. Aabutan ba? Hindi, nakapag-remnant out itong si Bob. Habang sa may likuran naman, yung swimming pool nilapag na, wala nga lang tinapaan. May magandang vision dito itong side ng execration, yung roar na Lotus Orb. Delikado si Tino pero nilip ng Rubik, tinigtas. Itong si Tino, kaso nag-glimpse back. May Song of the Siren dito si Palos. Sige, maglibang, manabang. Mamamatay ba? Tingnan natin. Sino madadali rito? Ramses, ito na, pinuterian na. Kakagamit niya ng matastal. Hindi, meron pa pala. Patay ito si Carlo. Tieback yan, mga sir. And si Bob, yung next target dito na ito si Ramses. Bob, buhay pa din. Nakapag-slide of peace. Si-rechange. Ako, si Ramses mamamatay. Walang buyback. Si Ramses. Ito na ang execration. Kiyotaka nakikipaglaban sa hukus kupad. Walang pakialam ito si Palos. Ungguyan ng laban. Panalo kami dyan. Double kill para kay Palos dito. Entares. Tumatakbo. Saan siya patungo? Saan ka pupunta? Meron kami das. Ayan na nga, nadas ba? Hindi nadas, guys. Yun lang. Makakaligtas pa yata to. Nakaligtas pa nga. Pero execration. Sabi ko sa inyo, i-focus nyo lang yung Morphling eh. Diba? Napatay. Napatay yung Morphling. Dire-diretso na nga po sila rito. Polos. after ng kanyang napakasagwang game number 1. Bumabawi dito sa game number 2 natin. And sa kanyang Naga Siren, binubuhat niya ang sambayan ng Execration. Eto na nga, unang 2-0 na nga ba ng Execration to sa tournament. The curse has been broken. Laging 1-1 guys. Kahit nung hanggang Major, puro 1-1 lang tayo. Ngayon na yata ang unang 2-0 natin dito sa international stage. Execration going to the top lane. Meron pang black hole yung Enigma. Meron, nagpakita na rito. Crimson Guard lang. Yung Torre, 12 seconds, mabubuhay si Ramses. Pwedeng chumil lang muna. Pwedeng mag-easy-easy lang muna. Pero bin-black hole na kagad. Uy, napakatapang. Na-black hole nga dito yung Nagasari. Pero wala yata damage, guys. Nakakalimutan niya. Uy, binalik sa kanya yung black hole! Upos ang Hellraisers! Uy, pero nandiyan na si Ramses. Binabanatan niya rito si Palos. Patay na kagad dito si Miero. Pero may patulog na naman itong si Palos. Oh my God, puyat ang o yung ex-Hellraisers. Next target will be itong Morphling, and yung Morphling malulusaw. Tunawang Yellow and GG. Itinawag na 2-0 malinis for Execration. First time after 2 years yata naka 2-0 rin sa series ang Exe. Binlock hole? Parang batalo. Mahusay! Malupit ka masyado, misa ka na lang magba-black hole, patalo pa! Oh my God! Talagang kamot ulo pagkatapos. Naku, sising malala. Masisising malala ang tropahan. Si Miero. Nice one, Execration. Ganun sana. Oh, kailangan pa pala, nagpo-post ako sa Facebook eh. Why Execration lost to me po, pick eh. Ganun sana. 2-0. Oh. Nice. Okay, guys. 2-0 nga po. Ay, naku, start na yata kagad yung Talon versus Team Spirit Teka lang iilang ako Di, yun, walang break. Dito muna tayo. Ano tayo dito, guys?
To be very careful there.
Ano tayo dito? Entity +1. Ayan. Panalo tayo yata tayo. Parlay natin. Entity +1. Iila ko. Isang mabilis, guys.
Bad news for them, But there's nothing. I don't blame them. There's nothing they can do. Without triple BKBs, you can't engage into the SF with the Venom and Pango. Like, there's no way they can fight.
Yeah, yeah. Without Doom, especially, it's rough. But they do smoke up. They have Doom available right now. BKBs are Dragonlance is done on TA.
I mean, they can only get a pick off. I feel like head-on fight. I don't think they can win the fight.
Flying in the sky. Are you seeing that one? Oh, Fishman, he's gonna get jumped. That's a neat little kill. That Korea is blocking my view the entire time. Doom onto Toby, so no guarding Greaves. But the stolen Doom is thrown out onto Kasane, and that one is a little bit more important because Toby still has the aura coming in. Actually, that's going to be a CK jump. A big kill to come through. Will Toby be able to get out? No, he will not, but they do lose the CK. Brow's going for the TP. They can't interrupt the TP this time around. But that's a 2 trade, but the Bane is not one that you care about that much, and Watson is super scary. Ari in the trees. He's trying to stay hidden in the tiniest cubby, but Ring Around the Rosie will not keep you safe from Watson, who is absolutely monstrous this game.
I mean, it's just he's just too far ahead, Like the CK is supposed to be further ahead, like in a normal situation. But he just his early game just got wrecked, when the Pango rotated bot to kill him twice, and he just didn't really have enough momentum to go into the mid game, And maybe he could have rushed a BKB earlier. I'm not sure, because if you have a bad start, I don't know if you can afford to buy so many small items like Armlet and Echo Saber. Maybe you have to only choose one and just rush the BKB. Like without BKB, he can't do much in the team fights.
Teka, may interview.
Right, not like Enigma had an easy game in general. It felt like every black hole we saw was more enough. and the team was never ready.
Interview,
for it.
interview.
Like that black hole against Naga, she was in there for 3 seconds, 0 damage to it. I mean, it was just a black hole in the midnight pulse. So I feel like those kind of plays, and same with the Roche black hole. I feel like that has nothing to do with the Rubik. If he steals it, he steals it, but you might as well commit to that play, right? Or else, what is that? Is that are he just doing it to bait out the Rubik so he can steal the black hole? Like, I don't see the purpose of that. So I do think there was a couple of issues there, to be honest, in the team coordination that they can probably work on as time goes on. And for a team that I regard in general, the region with really high team fighting, I think for this game number 2, Accelerators didn't really have it as much, right? I think their vision game was pretty solid, but I think their team fighting was a little bit lackluster. Ramsey's aside, because I think his waveform, or his Morphling, was an insane performance.
It was a strong game out from Execration. Really happy to see the Bob Ember pop off yet again. I've been seeing a couple memes, all the SCA doubters, especially with the way Execration exited the Lima Major, their last international appearance, I think can be firmly silenced now.
Yes.
This is the second time Execration has taken games off of it, and even now their first win, as we were celebrating for this team. But, taking games off of even Entity, right? I think a lot of teams had doubted them there. So really positive results rather for Execration, and excited to see how they will continue their group stage run. I believe their following match is going to be versus Team Aster. We'll see how they perform there. We're actually going to get to have a word with the Execration support, Carlo, but that is going to be after a little bit of a break, Alva. We're going to go ahead and go to a break and get that set up. But when we do return, stick around because we'll have an interview with Carlo from Execration. We'll see you then.
Walang interview. Wala ka naman, mayroong interview. Meron, di ba? Wala daw yata eh. Sabang tayo, guys.
No choice. I think they have to run to the Roche now. They have to go. If they get out this Roche, it's GG.
Ari, go for the steal. I believe in you.
Yan, Entity na lang. Kailangan natin mananalo na tayo, guys.
Dropping pretty quickly, Fishman. The arrow lands onto Stormstormer. They have vision in the Roche pit because of it. There's going to be a jump in from
Here comes
Tomato.
Timado.
Tanga,
gets the
Tomado.
poison over. Roshan's going to die. Watson picks up the Aegis. There's still a shard.
Tumanga. Pagkatalon, nagano. Pantasam lang. Sabay ngiti.
They got something out of it, but the GG gets called.
After commercial, bosalo nga daw. Ayun na, GG. Sure win, easy win.
A bit of an anticlimactic end, though.
Okay, sure win, bet. Sabi ko sa inyo, napaka-basic. Ilan na? Ilan na ang bet natin? Pak! Pak! Pak, ganun. Oh, ito. Entity +1. Oh. Pak, ganun. Sabi ko na sa inyo. Kung sinundan nyo ako, alam nyo na. Sure win. Diba? Kung sinundan nyo ako, mayaman na kayo. Yan na.
Hello, Alvaro.
Hello. Right. Sorry, I thought we were going to go live with the interview, but we have an interview here ready with Carlo. He's waiting for us, so let's greet him here.
Yes, say hello to Carlo, position 5, and
Carlo.
Crystal Maiden Extraordinaire. Congrats, Carlo. And once again, with Execration, it's always a team interview with them.
Yes.
In case you haven't tuned into our SCA DPC. How is it going, boys? And what are the vibes like? Congrats on your first win here in the Dream League Season 19.
Thank you for that. Yeah, the vibes now, it's kind of chill, and yeah, we're just having fun.
Yeah. We're looking at stats, and even since the Nigma, the Animajor, you guys still got 1-1s in consistent group stages, online tournaments, any international tournament, just 1-1s. This is actually a 2-0 that hasn't happened for years, man. How does it feel, man? Do you feel like you're finding yourselves now?
I would say it's gonna be a good momentum for us. Also, for the team as well, the confidence right now is kind of good. So I hope we continue this kind of vibes.
Okay. Let's talk about.
If I can, I wanted to ask about the confidence in building things up, Avo. Sorry to cut you off, because we casted your first game yesterday, where you pulled out a new hero for Bob that we were surprised to see. It was the Pangolier. Can you tell us a little bit about that without revealing too much info?
I would just say the way we pick heroes, or like the way Kimo is trying to give us heroes is based on the player. So what the player wants to play, he's gonna give it as long as it connects with the team.
Okay. I like to ask about these games because I think they're a good example of what you guys do, particularly game number 1, which is absolutely crazy for you guys. In those very late game scenarios, who usually does the shot calling for you?
usually the shot caller is Palos. So the horse,
Okay.
even Bob and Tino. So they're the ones
Okay.
that leading the team.
How do you find synergy in these incredibly crazy team fights that get broken off into like 5 smaller team fights? Do you guys all know what you have to do in your role, or is someone calling this out before the fight starts?
One thing maybe we're good at before the team fight starts. Usually we talk about who to target and also what heroes do we need on the on a specific hero. Also in the like everybody's just really good at who to target. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There was something I saw in game 1 as well. There was one play where Bob was trying to get a solo kill up top with a Bat Rider, and he did something I never seen him do before. He backed because it was the wrong play to make. You guys have been finding a lot of more consistency recently. I've seen that you guys are actually backing more often. Is this something that you were working on with March or with Chemo to be more defensive sometimes or safer?
I would say the games that we had even in the scrims, it's really learning for us like every day. So we know what to actually improve on and what to focus on. That's one thing as well, the discipline and what fights we should take on and what not.
Yung?
Okay.
Carlo, I was a little bit curious because I think this is going to be the team's first time in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. You guys are now getting a little bit more used to travel after the Lima Major experience. How are you finding I guess the pubs in Europe is my first question for you. What do you think of the pubs in Europe compared to C?
I would say one thing that I noticed is that in C there's a specific time that a lot of pro players are playing. Unlike here, like it's kind of random. So yeah, like you meet a lot of different different animals.
Sabi na nga ako eh.
Okay.
I would say
That's good to know.
like, there's a lot of skilled players here, even though their ranks are lower, comparing in C.
Do you still build as a carry support like you do in C, or do you actually you can play normal 5 here in EU?
I'm just playing normal 5. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Are you guys enjoying the stay as well in general? Because I know you've been abroad a couple of times. How do your teammates who've usually stay in C deal with the food and the lack of flavor, especially because you're Northern Europe? Is that okay? Have you found a Filipino place to order from?
I think that was our first step. Our first goal here was to actually find a Filipino store. We were just lucky enough that we came across some Filipinos when we were outside. Then they pointed us where to buy rice. So the first day we're kind of struggling because we're trying to find rice.
Yeah, mahirap rice yan.
So you got the rice puff for second day. That's what the 2-0 is coming out, right? Now you're set for life. Okay, nice. Well, Carlo, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations, your victory once again against Hellraisers. Any shout out you'd like to give before we close the interview?
Shout out to my family and also to my RX Creation friends and family, Boss B and friends there, and also to my girlfriend Z.
You know, girlfriend pa.
Thank you so much for your time, Carlo. Congratulations again, and good luck in the rest of your matches, man. Take care.
Naka-motivational rice pala si Idol.
You're right. Not the
Kaya pala, motivational rice pala yon. Oy, meron na yung Talon Secret. At Talon Team Spirit, guys. Wait lang, ha. Kunin ko lang yung link niyan. Talon Team Secret. Okay. Bakers, YouTube. Notepad. Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Ito na, meron na. Alright.
5 seconds remaining.
Drop na kagad. Talon Burst Team Secret, Team Spirit. Ito yung ating i-cover ngayon. May sounds pang ganun, no? Talon. Talon versus Team Spirit. Yan. Execration Hellraisers 2-0.
Esports turn to Mirana.
Mirana. Change. So, yun na guys.
10 seconds remaining.
Talo naman guys. Kailangan nila maka 2-0 din. Talo naman ngayon.
Esports.
Check lang natin yung sa Wikipedia muna. Kung ano na, kumusta na. Execration. Ayun, nasa pangalawa na sila nga guys. Basta may mga 2-0 ka dito, medyo malaki na yung chance mong nandito ka sa bandang taas eh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Teka lang, tanggalin nga muna natin yung sounds. Dito muna nga tayo sa kabila. Yan. Sila muna yung magsalita.
Yeah, exactly.
But didn't they change the duration of the debuff on Enchant? Like they rescaled that skill in the last patch? where it's like 5 seconds.
Dito
of
muna tayo sa
debuff
mga
now.
panelist natin. Ayos ba yun?
Even though the slow scales, I believe.
Slow is bad.
The
It's
slow
not a good
scales,
slow.
but the debuff lasts 5
Yeah.
seconds, so you can even use it as a tool to get kills on the lane if you think about it in that sense. So I think maybe Ent is a little bit flexible in how she can play.
Boss
versus
Lo, saka
Mirana.
nagpo-post ng
I really
prediction
don't
sa
feel
page
like
ko.
Ent versus Mirana is as bad as people make it out to be.
I agree.
But
I don't think
the
it is.
Doom versus Ent does kind of suck because if you're split pushing with a creep, he just goes and, you know, animal abuse like we've been talking about for a while.
have, yeah.
That does tend to happen. But for the most part, I think Enchantress, like, if she can do what you want her to do, which is rotate to the mid lane, get a tower, maybe secure the safe lane for her carry, then it doesn't matter if her creeps get countered after that part of the game, right? That's when she transitions into a semi-carry anyway and goes for the drums and the pike and the whatnot.
Tama ka dun, Epi.
As somebody with an iPad,
Yeah.
Dota buff,
Yep.
Enchantress's win rate in
Ilan?
this tournament.
In this tournament,
Because I feel like it's not good. I feel like at least the games that we've been watching on this stream, she's been losing.
Oh.
I will
Ilan?
check for you.
But like I said, that could just be the bias.
Just be a small sample size. We're only watching 1/4.
We're not watching all of the games.
It's also like, we should probably check at the end of groups, but I'll check for you right now.
What do you guys think about this Tiny pick? Because this is usually the safest pick on first pick, right? Because you have 3 bans immediately following it up. And Talon has exclusively ran Tiny for Q at the
Tama.
fourth position. So usually a lot of teams will put a core there that they want to protect with 3 bans.
Yeah.
And now they're opening with 2 supports. So what happens potentially bad about this is that second pick gets the 8th overall pick and the 10th overall pick to counter your lanes. And so now they have no like protected core here.
Right. So there's two cores that are countered.
Yeah.
Rather than having one that's at least protected by
Yes,
the 3
exactly.
Yeah.
Ano page mo, idol? Hello, WXC, guys.
Enchantress has
Check nyo
been
lang.
picked 12 times. She's been contested 25 times. But of the 12 times she was picked, she has a 41.6% win rate.
Baba,
It's not bad.
41.
That's
not
actually-
terrible.
That's not terrible.
Especially
Considering
since
she's
it's just day
been
one.
first.
She's getting first picked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pero mababa yan,
So
41%.
what were you saying about Tiny? Because I was zoned out
I think
trying
you're
to find
good.
the stats.
Basically, Q's going to be playing it. Usually teams will pick a core there, and I'm just a bit concerned about Talon's like lane matchups. Because like Doom Mirana is a pretty stable lane. So now like all Team Spirit's going to do is their 8th overall pick's going to respond to whatever core Talon picks in the second round, and then their last overall pick is going to counter that. So I'm worried like mid and safe will be a loss for Talon.
Tama, nung
I
lima
agree. I
major
think they
sila
need
naglaban.
some kind of carry that can
Nilaglag nila yan.
punish this Doom, but there are very few of them that can do that nowadays. He just kinds of, with the max scorch that people are doing, you can pretty much run down your typical Agi carry, and a lot of people have been opting to go for Lifestealer versus the Doom, but I feel like that is so easy punished later on when you actually just start pressing Doom on him. It's not even worth it to pick it to win the lane.
Yeah, most carries cannot out damage Scorched Earth. So like even if you're like a Slark or an Ursa, unless you already have a bunch of passive stacks on the Doom, I think Monkey King is one of the few that works because his passive sustains him. So you're not actually concerned about that damage over time.
I mean, especially with Doom's getting Vanguard these days too. I feel like it's really hard to trade with him for pretty much anyone once he gets even just the Ring of Health is enough with the armor that he has, especially because he gets armor from his Q now. Like Doom is just so tanky. He just sits in a lane, you can't do shit.
And they're just protecting it, right? They take out the Monkey King, they take out the Jaw Ranger. Like, these are heroes that would have actually bullied him out of the lane, but they're just not there. You know, I'm a strong advocate for if you feel like you cannot deal with a Doom early on, try laning him, just killing him a couple of times, because he does suck in the first few levels.
He does.
I was really hoping that's something Shopify would do yesterday versus GG's Doom, and they didn't. And they lost.
Especially with Enchantress.
Yeah.
Like, that hero's really good at dominating a tri-lane.
I feel like Tiny plus Ench can kill this Doom a couple of times, and then Tiny can just go back. But in order to do that, you need to have some kind of self-sustaining offlaner for the first few levels, which we don't know if Talon have yet. But it's just something I wish more teams would do, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like with Tiny, you do want the offlaner, like you said, self-sustaining. That's going to allow him to rotate. And a lot of heroes, they might even consider like an aggro tri-lane of sorts. You could do like a
Game 1 lang tayo dito, guys.
Talon. Put him in the safe lane like Timbersaw. That would match up 1v1 versus Doom, because I feel like Lich Mirana not the best like tri-lane support duo. The only concern I have for that is...
Sipin nyo guys, may ganyan tayo dito, tapos ang kumakanta si Saito, no?
No, I don't.
Nag-rap si Saito doon sa gilid.
Yeah.
Ayos ba yun?
I'm really leaning towards Timbersaw here, based on the hero pool.
Timber is basically a poor man's Necrophos.
Okay, well, they go for Natures. I actually forgot that hero was in the pool because it's usually out by this point, but that is Jab's #1 played hero. He will be playing it. They've picked it 7 times, and he has played it 7 times.
And it does well by itself.
It does.
Whenever it is left, right? Like, if Tiny does choose to go rotate, which is something he was very known for, he has some of the best tossbacks I've ever seen, especially during Lima. Like, you have the triangle to farm, you have the ability to just, like, TP mid and try to do something there, especially once your Enchantress starts heading there. You can join as a Nature's Prophet, so it gives you spaces to play. But I do feel like Furion can be easily punished on lane. We saw it in the last game that we just watched, where the Furion just got completely bodied by a troll. You could go for something to kind of combo with the Slitch and run down the Furion early on. You know, the Juggernaut type heroes. Not necessarily the Juggernaut, but anything that can follow up on Liches.
The Frost Armor is really nice because Nature's Prophet generally only protects himself by hitting you back. So the Frost Armor not only slows him from being able to run away, but also most carries who would get harassed out by it will no longer. So I would love to see something like the Troll. Even like an Ursa hero looks really good to me against what Talon's representing right now. Some hero just kill the Natures in lane.
They can still Primal. Run the Doom as a mid laner or a carry.
They could.
Or Spirit.
They could. We know Yatoro plays anything under the sun, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind playing Doom either.
To me, I feel like Doom mid is very peculiar, because while it can always do well on lane, especially if you see this Ember Spirit now, its rotations can go very poorly early on, and then there's just a phase of the game where it needs to sit back and farm, which is not what you want at all versus a team like Talon that are going to be out farming you because they're going to abuse the tri-core thing that they always do.
That's true. Do you really want to go late game against this team? And they go for the Ursa.
I'm a big Ursa fan here. It's really hard for Ember to deal with because most of the time when he goes in, he relies on items like Kaya Sanj or BKB, and Ursa just doesn't care about these items. So it makes it difficult for Ember to enter the fight. They're going to have to play more of like a kiting game now, and I honestly just don't think Talon's heroes are very good at that so far. So if they pick like an illusion-based carry, that's kind of what I'm leaning for Talon, because this whole poke game is what they're going to want to do. I like the DK ban because that makes the poke game very difficult. Whoever's like trying to create the distance will just get blink stunned.
Quiz question for you, Brian. Can you enrage during Tiny Avalanche?
Yes, you can.
That's correct.
I like that matchup like so much for Ursa.
There's no good disable in this game right now for the Ursa. None of Talon's heroes can deal with status resistance.
Yep. I mean, also, just if you get that second Roche and you get that chart as well, it's just even easier to play against these heroes. And it's going to be such an easy matter to just go on this Ench and burst her as an Ursa.
Yeah.
You're the type of hero that builds Abyssal Blade anyway, so that's the way to deal with the Ember later on too. And then, of course, you always have like the cushion of the Doom. When you have this Doom on your team, you're never worried that you don't have scaling potential.
So there's a lot of problems that Talon has to solve with one hero, is what I'm hearing. Are they solvable?
I have to see the hero. The issue I'm having is I think all the best heroes are the illusion heroes, like Naga, but there's like Leshrac in the pool still for last pick for Spirit, so you don't only have to concern yourself with what you see right now that Team Spirit already has, but you're going to get countered.
Yeah, do you want to give Laurel a last pick on his best hero in a perfect game for it?
We'll end up going for the Shadow Fiend.
I'm not a big fan of Shadow Fiend here.
Is it?
I think the right-click Shadow Fiend's pretty good against Doom, just because he's one of the few heroes that when he gets doomed, he doesn't really have to do anything. He's just going to hit you anyways. But Ursa loves these PKB ranged heroes. He loves them. Like,
He
he's just going to blink on you.
destroys SF.
Yeah.
It's not even, it's so not fun to play.
But I guess what they were thinking here is that there was no perfect pick they could pick here on 9, so they just went for a hero that's solid on lane, a hero they know that is just going to do well, like raises are such a good tool early on, especially versus Doom, and then who can eventually leave the lane comfortably. A lot of carries don't like leaving the lane early, but SF isn't one of those. So that's just probably, they thought that was their safest bet.
One of the few heroes that possesses enough damage to actually threaten the Doom with the raised stacks. So we might even see a super early rotation from Q, as you mentioned earlier on in the draft.
Okay, so the mid Ricky has made a return. The Meteor Hammer build that people do, I actually think that, yeah, it's pretty strong, but this gives Talon a lot of breathing room, because I think that a good Ember can exploit a mid Ricky and out-rotate a mid Ricky. And all of a sudden, Mikoto has the ability to correct the side lanes for his team. So I think it's cool that Team Spirit do want to experiment and try it, but I feel like this gave Talon like space to create a mid game for themselves.
I agree with this.
Galing!
I agree wholeheartedly.
Mahusay talaga to si
This
Epi.
game's going to come down to who has map control, because if Ember's allowed to invade the side lanes, Nature's Prophet is allowed to TP in with his ultimate usage, then like Talon's going to have all the space they want to have to farm with their 3 cores that they love. That's their playstyle. But on the other hand, Team Spirit, like, if there's somebody who's alone on Talon and they're not like creating pressure on some tower so they don't feel pressure to react to that, they can kill anybody with this lineup from Team Spirit. Like, single target, absolute screw you over.
And I'm thinking about this mid tier 1 for Spirit. Like, once Enchantress starts to rotate over mid with the Ember, they can easily punish this Ricky early on. And if the Nature's Prophet TPs in too, I just don't see how Ricky counterplays them taking the mid tower. You're probably just going to have to let it go early. Like, you can TP your Lich and Frost Armor the tower maybe, but then your Ursa's alone and susceptible to dying or getting punished by the Nature's Prophet. So I feel like the Ricky created more problems for Team Spirit than fixed, but it feels like something that they want to try because they've seen teams have success with it.
And will they, Jenkins?
I think that there's a scenario here where Team Spirit gets a lead, and then you have Ricky, Ursa, Doom. These are all pick-off heroes. Ricky dart into Mirana Arrow. They have like overwhelming team fight with the Doom and Baposhka playing Lich. Like, I do think there's a scenario where Spirit gets like a 4 to 5k gold.
Oh, tama na. Dahil sinasabi natin dito. Pa-start na tayo rito, guys. Okay na, guys. Ito na nga, guys. Kumakompleto na ang ating drop dito. Kanino kayo dito, guys? Sa mga tropa nating nanonood dyan. Teka lang, adjust lang natin yung HD. Yan. Yan na kagad. Diretso na yan. Pero bago ang lahat, check lang muna natin yung panalo natin. Ako, sinabi ko na sa inyo, napaka-easy talaga ng bet eh. Diba? Ito nyo, +1 lang. +1 Exe, Aster, Entity, EG. Tama lahat. Easy. Yung 900 natin, naging 3.8. Sino mga sumunod dyan? Sino ang mga pumaldo dyan? Ay, pinapa-easy ko lang sa inyo. Ay, 8K na yung pera natin bigla, oh. Ano yun siya? Ano yun? May ganito. Yeah, grabe naman yung sounds. Eto na nga, guys. Meron na tayong bakbakan dito. Oh. Wait lang, ha. In-game lang natin. Ayan na. May ganun-ganun pang sounds, eh, no? Mahusay, mahusay. So, ito na nga bakbakan, guys. Talon versus etong Team Spirit. Last time nagkaharap sila, 5 major kung saan tinalo ng Talon. Etong Team Spirit, yun nga yung hindi kumamay si Yatoro at mukhang siya pa yata yung mga first blood dito ni 23 Savage. And that first blood, guys, is brought to us by, syempre, 747. For your prediction, PM lang sa Kuya Nick page or kaya mag-join kayo sa aming group. Pati na lang, iscan nyo na rin yung QR code dyan. Basta mag-message kayo sa Kuya Nick page kung may mga katanungan kayo about sa prediction. Pero yun na nga, first blood, nakuha rito ng Talon. Napakahusay. Basic!
The battle begins.
Peki ata 747, wala handicap. Meron kanina eh, nagsarado lang yan eh. Ang dami ata kasing nanalo sa mga +1/+1. Ang dali kasi talaga manalo ron. Ipaparlay mo lang yung mga +1 ng Yamado, Easy bet. Sa totoo lang, grabe ba? Baka hindi na naman makipagkamay si Yatoro. Hindi. Nakakalimutan lang daw, masyado siyang focus dun sa nangyari. Natalo pa sila. And ito na nga bakbakan, Mikoto versus Lardy sa may middle lane. Parang nauuso nga itong bakbakan ng Ricky saka Ember sa mid lane, no? Actually, hindi ako fan ng Ricky dyan. Pag ganyan, lamang yung Ember dyan, guys. Pero mid game, syempre, isang tulog, Meteor Hammer din, tapos meron kang smoke, bosset din yung Ember sa'yo. Pero sa lane, feeling ko kasi lamang yung Ember dapat sa lane dyan. Masyado malakas yung in-game sounds, no? Medyo babaan ko lang in-game sounds, ha? Masakit yung ano ko, eh. Lalamunan ko, yan. Pinabaan ko ng bahagya. And this is right top lane, 23 Savage and Oli magkasama dyan, Enchantress and SF. Katapat nila yung Doombringer, Nicolaps. Pati na rin yung Mirana naman na itong si Mira. Bottom lane naman, may Poshka, Lich, and Yatoro nga yung mag-uursa dyan. Pero ito, Mikoto trying to chase down itong si Lard. Hindi, na ganun lang siya. Flame guard lang. Secure lang yung last hit. Sarap eh, oh. Tapos slide mo lang din. For Ricky naman, okay ka lang din kasi kahit ispaman ka ng slide of fish, ang first item mo naman kasi dyan, yung Ring of Health eh. Mag-ring of health ka dyan eh. Kung ako sa mga support ha, alam kong mag-ring of health itong si Ricky, pupunta ako yung courier dun sa may secret shop kung post 5 ako. No? Kasi alam mo yun eh, papadala yun. Madelay mo ng bahagya yun, the next level play eh. Diba? Mapatay mo lang yun, yung courier. Delay yun, sigurado. Laking tulong nung kagad sa may mid lane nyo. Dahil mo pa nakasecure ng rune dun. Wala eh. On the box yun eh. Ayos ba yun? Sa tingin nyo, goods ba yun o hindi? Siyempre, bida-bida tayo eh. Pero sa mga pro player, importante yung laning sa may top lane daw. Eto nga, Lard, meron na siyang ring dito. Kakabili niya lang ngayon, kakadeliver lang ng courier. Boss, alo, timpla ka kape. Wala kang kape, boss eh. Wala pa tayo dyan? Walang kape eh. Boss, alo, nagpa-deliver ka na ba ng foods mo? Wala tayong foods dito. Guys, mamaya na lang, food trip tayo pagkatapos siguro. Parang hindi smooth yung stream. Okay naman, parang goods naman, guys. Masyado lang, oy, TP si Larl. Sa may gitna lang. Kasi masyado maraming creeps eh. Baka mamintis niya yan. Pero sa may bottom lane naman, may Poshka. Napatay na naman siya dito ni Jabs. And Oli sa may top lane, pinabanatan dito. Pero sumobra yata si Collapse, guys. Triple race ang kanya kinain. Papatay dito ni 23 Savage si Collapse. Kapalit doon si Oli. Pwede na yon. And to si 23 Savage. Okay lang naman yung last hit niya doon sa may top lane. Goods din. Ito si Jab sa may bottom lane. May great potential to yung Ursa Warrior sa may baba. Dopaldo ka sa sweldo niyan. Solo casting araw-araw. Wala guys. Pag managerial role ka, wala kang OT, wala kang... ewan ko lang kung may mga holiday. Wala na tayong, hindi tayo tumitingin dyan. Sweldo na yan. Importante, yung mga magandang games na i-cover pa rin natin. Tapos nakapag-break pa yung mga tropahan. Eto, sa may gitna, Larl. Wala. Malabo yung magkapa tayong dalawa dyan. Pero ito si 23 Savage, dinadive na dito mga sir. Mukhang mamamatay nga si 23 Savage. And Mira, siya yata ay matadali. Pero si Oli pa yung unang mamamatay. Oh my God. Binabaog na sila dito sa may top lane. Nilaspik nila yung SF para mas maganda yung lane doon sa may Doom. Pero parang sila yung nabibigyan dyan. And Q, yung habulin dito. And Yatoro getting that kill. Jabs, delikado pa. Naghahabol ngayon yung Ursa. Kakalmutin na to si Jabs. Tingnan natin, may talon-talon technique ulit to. Pero hindi na maghahabol. Okay na daw yun. Tinuka ng talisain yung Mirana. Pwede, no? And ito na yung Ricky, nakapag-perseverance naman siya dyan. Yun nga lang, alam mo na yan eh. Talagang mabubuli siya dyan sa lane. Pero Yatoro, ito na yung Ice Shield. Tingnan natin, may Poshka, buhay pa din. Si Q yung kanilang babanatan dito, kaya pang patayin. Yung si Q, mukhang patay pa nga. And Yatoro, pwede pang lumaban nga rito. Oy, nahatak ito si Jabs, mamamatay ito si Miposhka. Pero Yatoro, gusto niyang patayin itong si Jabs. Tinalunan niya na yan. Jumping. And double kill para dito kay Yatoro. Sabay question mark. Sabay trash talk. Question mark? Ano yung post dyan? Ano yung post? Nangingiti. Sek daw. Sarap yan. Eye problem. Uy! Bulag. Nabulag. Sino may problema sa mata? Sino? Parang wala naman.
Laya.
Sino na ano sa mata? Si Jabs, oh. Si Oli. Sino kaya nabulag, no? Eye problem? Si Collapse? Si Collapse ang may nagka-problema sa mata? Wala siya eh, no? Uy, grabe naman buhukan ni 23 Savage ngayon. Sa ni Q, oh. Pero yung bootcamp dito ng ng Talon parang nasa parang nasa computer shop, ha. Ayun na. Si Collapse. Ay problem. Naku, parang nakagat yata ng EP ship Collapse, guys. Parang magayong sa bandang ilalim ng mata niya, no? Kaya kakasilip, naninilip, kaya nagkakuliti yata si Idol Collapse, eh. Medyo yun, ha? Mahirap mag-Dota, guys, pag lahat, diba? Kamay, saka kamay and mata. Pag may nagka-problema ka sa kamay and mata, mahirap mag-Dota, ha? Pabunot na lang kaya. Pabunot na lang, no? Pwede naman, eh. Panalo na, handicap sa mata, sabi rito. Si Miposhka, adik siguro. Grabe, no? Ngumingiwi si Idol Miposhka, eh. Di mapakali yung bibig, eh, no? Malikot yung bibig, eh. Nangangatal, eh. Mira. Ayan na, Pak! Pinalakpakan. Kinain nga lang ni Doom yung kanyang alaga rito. Yung sinusunog si Oli. Boss, ano yung +1 sa bet? Makapanalo lang ng isa, panalo ka na. 1.5 yun, 1.5. I-add mo yung 1.5 sa total score. Ganun yun. Pero may wards dito. Etong Talon sa spotted nila. Ito si Miposhka. And piniping nila nag-wards doon yung Lich. Spotted. And Mikoto, ito. Clear niya lang kagad yung creeps dito. Slide. Okay, sobrang basic. Meron na ba to? Ayan na nga, Major Hammer na. Kaso may sentry wards. Naku, Mira, delikado yata to. Tingnan natin. Kaso naka-out. Yun na, parotate na rin siya may top lane, ha. Oli, tatalunan. Uy, namatay pa rin. Ito si Oli with the Star Storm. May ultimate dito. Ito Nature's Prophet. Nandito na si Jabs. Tingnan natin. Ayan na si Collapse. Madadali nila dito. 23 Savage. Baka madum. Hindi. Nag-second skill na lang ito si Collapse. Gusto na lang patay si 23 Savage. Yun nga lang siya unang mamatay. Tinos pa. Ito si 23 Savage. Mira nakatalon. Mag-race pero hindi tama. And TP out para dito na lang kay Mira. Pero ito na nga, nagiging active yung NP ni Jabs. Maganda rin naman yung kahit paano yung nangyari sa kanya sa may bottom lane, eh. Nakakuha siya ng easy level. Also, hindi naman siya gano'n namatay. Isang beses lang, pwede na yun. Pero Larl, kailangan niya mag-ingat. Slide of Searing Chain, tatamaan siya rito ng Searing Chain. Pero meron ditong armor coming from Lich. Kaya mag-out na lang muna si Mikoto dyan. Picture hammer na nga itong Ricky. Yun, nakaabang. Pwede niya ma-toss back tong si Larl. Pero nandiyan yung Mirana. Let's see. Look, another sentry. Nasa may kabila. Hindi maispatan. Ito yung Mirana. Nakita na. Tinutusok-tusok. Sa may likuran yung may Poshka. Pero mahuli with the slide of his Searing Chain. Mira going down. Mas active itong Talon sa early game natin.
Dire's middle tower is
Mikoto show ulit to. Oo. Matindi ata ang bigayan sa CIS. Baka nga. Kanina, Execration versus ex-Hellraisers. CIS din po yun. Naka 2-0 ang Execration. Hoping tayo na maka 2-0 din yung Talon dito. Ano rin to CIS region din to yung Team Spirit. Para pwede natin masabing Southeast Asia over CIS, di ba? Ayos ba yun? And 23 Savage. Kailangan niya mag-ingat baka siya i-go dito. Nandiyan na yung Lich. Pero sa may gitna, Larl. May slide to Searing Chain siya dito. May di siya ma-avalanche toss. Kasi detection, medyo malayo off. Nice pata na. Slide, hindi nga lang tumama yung Searing Chain. Sayang. And ako po, mahuli ata. May papana. Itong Enchantress and easy kill for the side of Team Spirit. Mikoto trying to chase down at Sumira. Kaso wala siyang change doon. And magre-regen na lang muna siya. Magre-refill na siya ng bote rito and Q. Sa may top lane na lang muna din yata siya dyan. So both teams nagkaka-farman lang dito pero ang namumunini talaga rito guys si Yatoro. Hindi siya nagagalaw sa may bottom lane. Nakakuha siya ng kills. At free farm pa siya ngayon. So ito nagpapakita na naman sa may gitna yung Ricky. Pero may Poshka, may ispatan. Double race, pwedeng kumonekta. Patay nga. Ito si Poshka. And pwede pa nila targetan yata. Ito si Collapse niya lang. Q, binato na lang yung kanyang puno. And bottom lane, dito sila magta-try. Yatoro, tingnan natin. Level 9 na yung Ursa Warrior. Sobrang taas. Sobrang taas ng level dito ng Ursa. Boss, may DPC points ba ito? Wala itong DPC points. Pero ito ay yung qualifiers patungo sa Riyadh Masters. Pero patay na naman si Jabs dun sa may bottom lane. Doom kinumit dito kay 23 Savage. Pero nalalaban yung SF guys. So Yatoro with the dominating streak. Dikit na dikit yung bakbakan natin. 9-9 scoreline. 1K kalamangan dito ng Team Spirit. Mayaman si Mikoto. Mayaman din itong itong si Ursa Warrior, no? Actually, 3 core dito ng Talon. Sakto lang yung farm. Hop. Na-try nila din si Larl. Wala nang blink. Uy, meron pa. Wala na pala siyang Meteor Hammer. Magkokonekta. And pana. Uy, may Treyans. Hindi tumama yung pana doon. Sayang. Pwede sana lang i-try. And Mikoto. Pinapupulahan Uy, slide of Searing Chain. Pinato ng puna. Patay pa. Ito si Mira. And yung rune sa may top lane, double damage, makukuha pa ngayon dito ito si Mikoto. Pero may Poshka, pwede niyang atakin. Ayun na nga, nahatak ito si Mikoto, nakapag-slide at mamamatay. Hindi siya nag-remnant pabalik, no? And Larl, tingnan natin, meron siya ritong smoke. Uy, grabe naman si 23 Savage doon, pinindot ka. Yung piggy bank. Pero kill sweep para dito kay 23 Savage, nakakuha pa rin yung kill doon kay Larl. And sa may mid lane, pwede na silang mag-pressure dito. Talon. Active sa mapa. May dash yung Doom. And basag-basag na ito. Pang. Delicioso. Easy tower for Talon. Heart attack first, thank yous. Oop. Munti ka na. Wala nga lang Doom. Itong si Collapse. Yatoro nandito na rin sa may top lane. So alam na to ng Talon na magpupush sila sa may top lane. Nag-smoke na ngayon sila rito. Gusto na ng depensahan to with a double damage na meron ito si Mikoto. Pwede yata for Talon at may ispatan ng alila dito. Etong Doombringer, Requiem by 23 Savage. Pinatay niya kagad yung Lich and double kill para sa kanya. Next target will be ito si Yatoro. Kakatipin lang nito sa may top lane. At pwede madali. Papasok ngayon itong si Mikoto with the double damage. Kung nga lang, wala siyang maabutan. And Yatoro, wala na rin siyang magagawa. Hindi pa nila kayang lumaban. Babasagan sila ngayon dito. And Larl, tinake na lang yung tower sa may middle lane. Ang bilis ng Talon maglaro. Dapat talagang bilisan nila, no? Ayun na, nagpakita pa si Larl dito, Larl, na-slide, Searing, patay. May ultimate pa dito si Jabs. Nadurog itong si Larl, biglaan. Another Mikoto. Show yata nga ito. And yung Ursa, siya lang yung mayaman. Oh, I mean, perfect game pa sa ngayon. Sa kanya. Boss, alo, wala ka bang napanaginipan? Ano ba nga panaginipan natin dyan? Uy, Yatoro, delikado rito, guys. Oh, the dos back. Bang, bang, bang. Pero nakapag-ultimate naman siya dyan. Tingnan natin, pinagsasampal siya ng SF dito. That is 23 Savage. And hindi aabot yung kanyang TP at mapapakamot na lang talaga siya. Sa hindi maka-TNTP out by Mirana. Oh, the slide.
Tip me, guys. Tip me.
Tip me, guys. Tip me. Okay, guys. Talon. 1-0. Okay na. Okay na, guys. Kahit pumikit na kayo, guys. Uy, kinumit pa yung Doom ni Collapse. Talaga naman po, mamamatay na siya. Na-commit pa yung Doom dito. Oh, hindi. Ang dami namang galaw-galaw din ni Collapse sa buhay pa. At makaka-TP out pa nga siya. Wow, wow. Galing, galing. Mahusay. And ito, tingnan natin, Blink Dagger on Tiny. Pike, meron na itong SF. Boss Alo, ano masasabi mo sa 1987 Constitution? I believe that the Republic Act 13-1945 year 2019 is ano po yan? Anong tanong yan? Hindi ko alam yan, boss. Dota lang guys. Dota lang. TI winner eh. Oo eh. TI winner eh. Pero nandiyan si Q ha. Nakaabang ha. May dagger to. Larl. Ito mahirap eh. Pag hindi kayo masyadong... Isipin nyo, mayaman yung... Sige, okay. Meron kayong Ricky. Pero, sino yung isa pang core na sama kay Ricky? Doom? Ursa? Diba? Parang... malabo eh. Maganda sana yung Ricky kung siya yung tiga-setup lang sa mga kills. Tapos, didil ng damage yung +1 na core or kaya support pa. Pero dito sa game na to, parang sila yung madadali pa yata. Na-smokean. Yung Tiny, magre-requiem, tatamaan. Yung Ricky, guys. Okay. Pinagsasampal. Pak, pak, pak. Patay. Isang mabilis sila pero tinamaan ng pana. Yung SF dito, guys. Enya, Toro, getting that kill. Nandito na rin si Collapse. TTP yata si Jabs, guys. Kailangan niya na mag-out. Oh. May ispatan pa siya dyan. Pina-aero ko inombo. Avalanche toss on Tiny. What a play para dito kay Q. Nakakuha niya yung kill dito kay Yatoro. Pero si Jabs, mabibigyan din. Dash, ginamit na dito. Collapse next target. And dito na si Mikoto. Slide of fish. Pak. Ginabilin throw. Patay itong si Collapse. Oh my God. Ubos yata yung team spirit dito. Q sa kanyang Tiny. Ramdam na ramdam natin. Wow. Uy, pero meron ditong chain pros. Uy, tumama. Uy, nakapatay. Palong-palo talaga si Poshka, guys. Maganda-ganda yung ano niya. Nadali niya.
Dire are scanning.
Ayan na. Okay. Ayun, yun, mga sarap. Oh. Thank you, ha. Sakto. Mag-ayos pa yan. Okay lang. Focus muna sa Exe yan, boss. Baka mamaya madali Exe. Ayan. Masisi pa tayo dito eh. Ayan, focus lang Exe dyan. Ayan. Mag-meeting pa daw sila kay Mo sa kay Exe. Siyempre, may susunod silang kalaban, guys. Aster naman. After neto. Yung kalaban ng Execration. Maganda-ganda rin yun. So, sa EU, nag-1-1. Sa NA, nag-1-1. So, sa CIS, nag-2-0 tayo. Chinese naman yung next target, no? Maganda-ganda to. Okay na, guys. 2-0 na to. Lakas ni Q dito sa game na to, guys. Walang ya talaga mag-tie nito si Q. Mahusay masyado. Ayun na yun. Batay. Unstoppable na si Q. Ganito rin ako mag-tiny dati, Pospor eh. Yung mga nanonood sa stream ko dyan, no? Mukhang naka-good item si Miposhka, boss. Alo, nga eh. Kanina pa to nag-i-spam si boss eh. Boss, alo, ba't walang nagamit ng Arcana ni TV? Pwede mo bang gamitin yung Arcana ni TV kay Ember? Siyempre, pag pinik yung TV lang, saka lang may gagamit ng Arcana ni TV. Wala nga ako masyado nakikita nagti-TV. Kung meron man, di ko alam, boss. Baka wala silang pambili. Tsaka, kahit naman may Arcana, hindi naman nakakalakas yun, boss. Kaalawan pa din. Ayan, oh, katulad yan, oh. Walang Arcana yan, pero malakas. Binato ng chinelas, eh. Oo nga, eh. Hindi talaga maganda yung last pick Ricky nila doon. Kung nag-last pick sila ng Leshrac, baka pwede pa. O kaya, mga tama yung sinabi kanina, eh. Okay na yung apat nila, eh. Yung Ursa, wala nang papatay dapat yan, eh. Kung may ano to, eh, may mid lane to na spirit, no? Mga spirit yung mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Grabe talaga ward placement ng Talon. Malupit talaga Talon, guys. Ayan na, oh. Pak! Nagpakita lang. Diyos ko po. TI champion pala kayo, ha? Patay. Medyo walang iya din talaga yung Talon ngayon, no? Nakaisa nga to sa Liquid, guys, eh. Silang pinakamalupit, eh. Puro 1-1 din to. Kailangan nila maka 2-0, guys. So, maganda yun. Execration sa Talon, pare sila maka 2-0. Uy, Jabs nandito na, nagpakita. Uy, si Q na ispatang kagad. Glipnir gagamitin dito, the setup na naman, hinatak yung Q. Buhay pa din, pero madadali siya dito ni Yatoro. Yun nga lang si Yatoro, parang napalalim na rin. Meron bang dash? Ayun nga, meron. Yatoro nanlaban na lang in another kill for the side of Talon. Galaw-galaw lang, walang mapuntahan. Napapakamot na lang sa baba. Ito si Yatoro, habang si Mira naman, hindi na rin niya alam kung ano ang kanyang gagawin, guys. Ay, dudum yata to. Tingnan natin, collapse, nagpakita sa may gitna, meron siyang BKB. Glipnir, gagamitin sa kanya, may arrow, hindi magkoconnecta yan. Collapse, tumatakbo, okay. Nagpakit lang, guys. Oo. Gugo ba yan? Op, babasag na ang Talon sa may bottom lane. Shoutout sa mga natin dyan, OFW natin dyan sa iba-iba mga bansa na nanonood ngayon. Pati sa mga tropa nating sigurado naka-chill lang, no? Sa bahay, anong oras na rin? Alas 9. Yung iba dyan, naka-alt tab, nakikinig lang. Ayun, namatay si Mira dito. Grabe yung Talon, 30. 40 ng scoreline natin, guys. 4K kalamangan ng Talon dito. Mayaman naman kasi si Doom. Mayaman naman din yung Ursa. Pero kasi Doom yan, eh, na may Midas and kain-kain technique, no? Hindi lang sila makalaban talaga. Siguro hinihintay nila pag nagkamali siguro tong ano. Ayun na, nagkamali na ba? Yun ang tanong. Op. Kaso, hinaharap pala sila dito ng 23, oh. Oy, nag-smoke sila. Gusto na lumaban. Tingnan natin. 23 Savage. Sa harap na naman. May Aegis yan. Gusto siya sanang ipa-toss back. Yun nga lang, nagkamali dito si Q. Hindi niya na-toss back, guys. Ito na nga yata yung inaabangan ng Team Spirit dito. SF, sinalo yung pana. 23 Savage. Delikado rito. Slide of Peace by Mikoto. Unang Aegis. O, unang buhay dito ng SF magagamit. Nagkakamali na, guys. Nagkakamali na, dapat magkamali at yung SF gusto na lang i-burst down dito, hindi makapag-ultimate. 1, 2, 3, hindi ka! Nakapag-ultimate si 23 Savage, and delikado rito. Eto Talon, ubos! Sabi ko sa inyo, Team Spirit pa rin to, eh. Ayun na, nagkamali na. Nagkamali na. The comeback is real. Ito, makikita natin dito. Hindi nakapag-ulti yung Aesop. Siguro kung nakapag-ulti yun, kahit pamatay ka siya, ubus na to, eh. Tibay din kasi, no? Masyadong pilit yung go nila doon. Na-smoke screen yung Tiny, hindi naka-toss back. Yan na. Yan na yun, yung talo na kilala namin.
Death's bounty.
De, easy lang daw. Smoke tayo, smoke. Kaya natin yan, smoke pa tayo. Hindi, ipon muna ng soul yung SF, no? Pa-shoutout from Argentina, corn beef yun lang. Kaya na naman yung mga basher daw. Ewan ko lang, guys. Wala pa ang BKB SF, wala pang BKB. Yung Leech, may detection ba sila? Wala. Yung Ricky, may ispatan nila rito, tatalunin ba? Pero merong smoke screen. Hindi na raw, easy lang muna. Uy, tinamaan pa ng arrow dito. Itong si Jabs. Wala nga lang siya pakialam kay Mirana na meron na ngayong Grips, guys. Ayun na. BKB na SF. Ito yung timing nila kanina eh. Kung hinintay nila tong BKB, baka manalo sila sa engagement na yon. So, Lard. Okay. Mamamatay siya dito, guys. Jabs. Nadali rin. So, 1-for-1 trade. And yung Ursa, kinakalmot dito si Mikoto. Naku, na-use yung Ursa, guys. Na-doom si Mikoto. Mukhang mamamatay nga si Mikoto. And naku, Yatoro. Normal niya dito si 23 Savage. Yung 23 Savage, kaya niya ba? Mag-ultimate siya dito, palayo. Umatras yung Ursa Warrior. Pero tinano lang siya dito ni Collapse at 23 Sabog. Pumalag na lang. Napatay pa niya. Ito si Yatoro, pero ubos yata. Parehas na teams dito nakikipaglabanan. Miposhka, makakuha niya dito yung kill kay May Enchantress. Pero Q versus Miposhka na lang to. Isang palo at isang namamalo. Uy, wala doon. Nasa may kabila. Uy, nasa may kabila na naman. Pero may ispatan yata. Ayun na ka, nakita sa may Courier, Avalanche. Toss, kinamit. Pinalo. Napakatagal ng normal. Miposhka, isa pang normal. Nabuhay na yung namatay. Yari ka na yata. Tiny, patuloy mo puno. Pang! Ay, sa kabila, wala doon! Sayang naman! Wala pala doon yung Lich. Shoutout nga pala sa misis ko, napakagandang. Binigyan ako ng kape rito. Sakto. Ito yung instant replay natin, guys. So, talaga naman, makikipaghabulan itong dalawa, no? Pareha support na lang yung natira. Talon in Team Spirit. Si Q, sabi niya, saan ito napunta? Bakit ba? Baka layo naman ng mga pinuntahan nito. Pinos. Yun, galing ng production. Palong-palo. You're watching, guys. Talon versus Team Spirit. Game number 1 dito sa ating group stage, no? Group stage 1. Itong Dream League Season 19. Again, top 4 po sa group stage. Group A and B. Papasok sa ating group stage number 2 kung saan naman meron tayong 8 teams doon na best of 3 naman, round robin. Ito kasi best of 2 lang eh. So napaka-importante po ng every games dito, makapuntos yung mga players natin, yung mga teams. Ayan, naka-smoke sila parehas. Uy, nagpakita si 23 Savage. Nasa may kabilang direksyon, pwede siya patulugin dito ni Larl. Tingnan natin. Tatakbo, atras. Smoke pa rin naman itong side ng Team Spirit. Pero pwede sila sneaky Roshan to 5 seconds. Guys, magkaka-Roshan. Hey? Pero meron namang alaga doon yung Enchantress eh. Ayun na nga, may Roshan na. Naispatan ng Enchantress yan. Uy, nilabas yung Roshan. Ayun, pining. Nandun, may Roshan. Naku po, ito na nga. Nag-Roshan na. Itong Team Spirit, guys. Kailangan depensahan ng talon to. Yung Nature's Prophet, pwede mag-TP. Ayan na. Naghahanap na. Magre-requiem ba? May maitos lang. Kaso nag-BKB na si Collapse dito. Na-doom yung SF, guys. Tatamaan pa ng araw. Ang ganda naman nun. Patay. Ito si 23 Savage. Isang mabilisan lang. Isip na immortal. Nakawa rin ni Netoro. And patay din yung Enchantress. Oli going down. Q next target. Avalanche toss gagamitin niya rito. Pero Collapse. Ayaw siyang patakasin dito. Use. Pana. Tingnan nyo. Papaatrasin pa ni Collapse yan. Doon sa may kanyang ipo-ipo technique. Grabe, no? Sinetap yung araw doon sa ipo-ipo technique eh. And ubos ang talon. Yun na. Sinasabi natin. Pinasarap lang. Aray ko best. Naku po. Game 1 talon tayo rito Sumabog na. Ayun na nga eh. Dapat Lincoln yata si Sabog. Baka Lincoln si Sabog dito. Na-force sila eh. Akala nila nag-Roshan na kagad ng sobrang bilis eh. Parang nag-force stop agad si Tiny. Pag talo ng Tiny, gustong gawin dito ng talon, may ma-toss back, naka-requiem na si Sabog. Ayun, may post na naman tayo guys. Mukhang sumasakit na naman yung mata rito ni Collapse. Sumasakit na naman yata.
Kalma.
Kalma lang ha, kalma lang ha. Kalma lang ha. Ito yung susi baka Yang. Sure naman team spirit daw sabi May post na naman tayo guys. Wait lang tayo rito. Sayang to. Ready na raw, ready. Okay. Lugi sa Lich, palong-palo. Eto na nga, magpupush na sa may top lane itong Team Spirit. And itatry yata nila dito si Yatoro, yun nga lang. Matatamaan ba ng araw, muntikan na doon. Yatoro, okay. Merong nullifier ito si Jabs. Yun nga lang nakapag-ultimate. And Collapse pumasok. Gusto nilang i-burst down pero may 4-stop dito. Kay 23 Savage and babanatan na lang nila ngayon si Jabs. Pero merong another 4-stop. Tapos si Yatoro yung kanila pagtitripan ngayon. Ay, eto na yung round 2. Rosh, Aegis of the Immortal nagamit na and Requiem of Soul. Wala nga lang laman. Pero patay pa rin si Yatoro doon. Kayang patayin ng 2 beses basta sila yung mauna, no? Okay, guys. Palag pa rin yung talon. Kaya pa ng talon. Nakita nyo naman. And Larl, maispatan dito si Mikoto. Siya pala ang naispatan ni Mikoto. Nandito na rin ngayon. Etong si Nature's Prophet, tumitipi pa siya. Avalanche. Ayun na nga. Ang ganda ng pagkaka-force stop. Avalanche na ito si Q. And talon, nakabawi-bawi. Pero si 23 Savage, siya yung gustong patayin dito ng 2 support. Tingnan natin. Grabe. Setapan mo. Hatakin ko ha. Nandyan na si Jabs. Galit na. Gusto nyo pa kasing go yung SF ko eh. Tinulak guys. Palong-palo talaga yun si Lich no. Nullifier. Saan ka pupunta? Wala na siya mapupuntahan dito. Pinagpapalo ng SF guys. Patay. Si Mira sa may top lane. Pwede silang mag-take ng tier 2 tower sa may top lane ha. Unahan lang to eh. Basta unahan lang to guys. Kailangan mauna lang yung talon. Kanina nauna yung Team Spirit eh. Ito na, tingnan natin. Pupush na naman sila sa may top lane. Hindi na kukumpleto yung Team Spirit dito guys. Piniping yung mid lane. Nagpapakita doon. Si Collapse. Yung Doombringer. So, ita-take na nila yan. Wala pang Roshan guys, 4 minutes pa. BKB na si Ember, Lincoln na rin yan. Boots of Bearing naman for Enchantress. Jabs, maganda yung kanyang item, ang gusto ko to, nag-nullifier agad siya. Then mag-AC. Mahusay na mahusay. Sama-sama rin kasi sa push, Ricky. Oli, siya yung be-break ng smoke. Ayun na nga, na-break na nga niya yung smoke dito ni Collapse, pati ni Toro. Q. Tatalunin yan. May natos back ba? Slide of Isirin Cheng. Glipnir gagamitin dito. Collapse sa mapapa BKB. Pero gusto nila ba natin yung Ricky? Pinor-stop na lang daw guys. Nag-BKB si Toro dito. Pati na rin. Ito si Mikoto. Hindi pa pala, ultimate lang to. Para kay Toro. Yan na yung BKB. Ginamit niya na. Pero si Collapse! Naging kulapo. Nayari siya doon. Pumapursta pa si Q. Kita mo, may totos back yata doon. Dagger in pa ba yan? Papasok? Hindi na. Tier 2 tower na lang kailangan babanatan dito yung talon. Pinapatunayan lang nila na pinalamang lang. Or pinasabik lang. Itong Team Spirit. At dedire-diretso na nga po sila ngayon. Kahit mag-smoke screen ka dyan, walang pakialam sa nararamdaman mo itong SF. And Nature's Prophet, Mikoto. Slide of Isirin Cheng gagamitin niya dyan. 45 will be used by Team Spirit. Na-try pa rin silang dumepesa rito. Pwede mag-buyback ito si Collapse. 44 seconds. Down itong si Doom. Pinor stop lang. Pero ng Chain Frost na ginamit. Okay din. Pinagtitripan lang yata sila rito. Oh! Nahuli yung Mirana, mamamatay kagad siya dyan. Pero, Abyssal, Q, Delegado, po-force up pa siya. Meron bang mapoprotekta sa kanya? Meron nga, nabuhay pa yung Tiny rito. Enya Toro, pinagsasampal ito si Larl. Larl will fall. And mukhang hindi na nakukumpleto yung Team Spirit dito, mga sir. Top lane, next target dito ng Talon. Southeast Asia over CIS indeed. Pag nanalo tayo 2-0 dito, trash talk malala, no? And diretso na nga po itong Talon Esports sa may top lane. Babasag na. Ito na nga, makakakuha pa yata ng second rocks. Itong Talon, gusto nilang talunan si Jabs. Si Jabs ang kanilang pinupunteriya pero finorstop lang. Another force stop, nasaan? Wala. Nahatak siya ng Lich. Pero 23 Savage na galit na nagbigay normal. Ito si Yatoro yung lang na force stop. And, nag-buyback si Jabs. Nag-TP sa harapan ulit. Pero pwede siya targetin dito. Yun nga lang, wala siyang pakialam, guys. Pinatay nila dito si Posca. Mababuyback kayo yung Lich, pati na rin etong Ricky, alam nila kung sino ang gusto nila targetin. Yung Nature's Prophet, si Jabs, nag-buyback to. Yatoro, napakomit na. Pero Requiem of Soul by 23 Savage. Larl, kaka-buyback lang ng Ricky na wala na parang bula. Yatoro nakikipaglaban. Mapapatay naman yata nila si Jabs. Pero ang tanong, mabubuhay ba itong Team Spirit? Yatoro nakipagsuntukan. Si Yatoro na lang talaga bubuhat sa kanila, no? Pero, okay, dieback si Jabs, dieback yung Ricky, dieback din yung Lich. May hindi pa tapos si 23 Savage, pati si Q, tinosback. Etong Ursa, yung normal, collapse. Kung nagiging kulapo na lang din talaga. Objective kaya tayo. Walang objective. Hero kung hero. Yatoro nakapag-ultimate na naman. Ubus yata ang Talon. Sumobra sa habol. Mikoto, ay. Pwede namang mag-push. Gigil na gigil ang mga koya mo. Umi-execration. Heist. Aray ko, bes. Naloko na. Magkaka-Roshan pa yata, idol. Ito na yun. Naku po, MKB pa si Ursa. Yung kalmot dito, hindi mo alam Pak. Sige, Yatoro tayo. Pak. Eh, ginat niya. Ay, ko po. Tayo dyan, Dol. Pwede tayo mag-push na top lane, Dol. Open na yung rocks doon, Dol. Okay, dikit na naman po ang laban. Team Spirit na naman po ang lumalamang ngayon. Back and forth game, guys. Talagang both teams, dikit na dikit. Hindi natin alam kung sino mananalo, di ba? Pero ang importante dyan, masaya. Masaya ang mga nanonood, di ba? Dikit na dikit ang bakbakan. Naku. Yun, Ricky, dieback. Buti na lang, mayroong balancer talaga. Larl, sinasabi ko sa'yo, parang namimiss na nila si Toronto, Tokyo. Pag di mo ginalingan sa mga susunod, talagang wasak ka dyan. Sinasabi ko na sa iyo. Okay, guys. Naka-game 1 Talon tayo dito sa parlay natin. Lahat game 1 lang kasi. Walang handicap So, 2K lamang itong Team Spirit. Pero basag-basag na yung base nila. Rocks sa top lane. Kaso napatay nila yung napatay nila yung Ricky pero hindi sila nagano, no. Hindi sila nagsama-sama ulit. Wala objective, may Rosa na. Kanya-kanya pa rin yung talo, no. Baka sa Rosa sila magigera. 12 seconds buhay na yung Ricky ulit. Naka-smoke dito yung Talon, ito na raw. Kaso 12 seconds na lang Buhay na yung Ricky, 5 seconds. Gumagawa na sila ng play dito, guys. Ito, ma-ispat na si Yatoro. Kaso inunahan sila, guys. Yung taong bato. Nginat-ngat. May buyback naman niya. Pwede na yata mag-buyback yan. Napabigay na yung Ursa. Yan na nga, napabuyback na nga po dito. Ito na yata yung team fight na hinaabangan natin, guys. And si Yatoro. Uy! Naku, labas! Ay, kubis! Patay si Mikoto. Dalawa kagay na bibigyan dito sa inatalo. Ipapabuyback din yata to. Yatoro, sige, siya yung binabanatan. Pero naku po, si Jabs tinamaan ng pana. Patay! Oh my God! Talon Esports! Lagyan mo ng G ata ito! BKB by 23, pinagkapaluwi. Murado! Garantisado! Game number 1! Talo Esports! Ayun lang! Dieback din yun! Ayun lang! Ayun lang talaga. Halak ka. Ilan yung network lead natin dun, boss? Kung yung Exe, pinakaba tayo. Etong Talon, parang... Oy, idol. Patay tayo dyan. Okay, guys. 20k na yung kalamangan bigla ng Team Spirit. Wala na sila ng sagot sa may Ursa Warrior, guys. Yun ang pinaka-importante dito for Team Spirit eh. Yung Ursa game kasi talaga to. Pagka-reach ng Ursa, kita nyo kung sino kukontrol sa kanya. Wala talaga. Diba? And nakita natin kung gaano kabilis naglaho yung SF ni 23 Sabog. Once na matikitan. Uy, na-slip. Naku po, kinalmot. Aray ko, bis. Patay yung Enchantress, may buyback naman siya dyan. 5 seconds, mabubuhay si 23 Sabog. Kaso wala siyang soul. Ayun, sa may baba siya pupunta. Makukuha siya ng ano dun. Ng soul muna. Babasag na yung Team Spirit, guys. 12 seconds. Overextend dun sa may middle lane, guys. Kung umisi lang sila, kung gusto lang nila mag-objective. Nung pagka-buyback ni Jabs doon, nanalo na sila ng bahagya. Pwede na sila mag-objective gaming na lang doon eh. Pero naghabol pa sila eh, no? Sa may gitna eh. Hindi naman lalaban yung Team Spirit doon kasi patakbo na nga eh. Pero, ganun talaga eh. Bugso ng damdamin. Yung feeling mo sobrang lamang muna eh. Aray ko, bes. Unang kagat, pinapak lahat ni Yatoro. Ayan na, basag-basag na. Naku po, sila pa yung nadalawang rocks dito. Yan ang sinasabi natin. Magkamali ka lang ng isang beses. Yung mga malalakas na team talaga, ang dali nila para sa kanila makapitalize yan. And ganun yung ginawa dito ng Team Spirit. Nagkamali kayo, isang beses, capitalize namin yan. And ayun, sabog ka talaga! Galing-galing mo, idol! Lupit! Ang lupit-lupit mo naman pala, idol! Oh, baka sisihin mo pa Pinoy dyan. Wala ka ng kakamping Pinoy dyan. Ayan na! Nahuli pa yung Enchantress! Tapos na! Pak! Pinamahan si Oli, guys. Yan, sinasabi ko sa'yo. Okay na. Oh, gaganyan na lang tayo. Iiling-iling na lang, no? Iiling-iling na lang muna tayo. Oh, napabuyback na yung Enchantress dito. Dedepesa, guys. Talon Esports. Ganda na nung start natin eh. Yung mid-game natin, okay na din eh. Ay! Naku! Oh. Babasag na nga. Uy, naku po, natalo na naman dito. Naku po. Tinosback. Okay, makakaligtas pa yata si Jabs dito. Tingnan natin, makakapunta pa siya sa well. Pero yung kanilang base, binabasag na rito. Yatoro, wala na silang pakialam sa nararamdaman natin lahat. Kundi, doon na lang sa may throne, babasag, nagbigay na, all eyes on throne. Dito itong Ursa Warrior, no handshake for you, my friend. And game number 1, with a comeback, Team Spirit. Napakalupit na galawan. And Larl, parang hindi niya ramdam yung kanilang pagkapanalo. Alam niya, yung kanya naging performance doon. Pero Yatoro, and eto, palong-palo, ngumingiti pa, oh. Ito talaga yun eh. Ito talaga yun, oh. Paatras na yan. Rocks na yan dapat, oh. Pag ganyan, oh, rocks na lang, di ba? Normal na sa rocks, oh. Normal na sa rocks dyan, eh. Oh, okay yan, sige. Oh, napatay nyo. Rocks na yan, oh. Normal na, di ba? Oh, normal na. Oh, back. Lumaban. Oh, avalanche. Oh, napatay. Lumabas si Yadoro. All in kay Yadoro. Nandiyan sa may gitna, oh. Ricky. Na-buyback to. Patay. Oh, Yadoro. Tinutusok-tusok. Namatay si Jabs. Dieback si Jabs dito kasi, no? Ayan, oh. Oh, Yadoro. Patay si Miposhka. Yadoro. Pinatay si ano. Okay na yun, eh. Pwede na tayo mag-rocks na lang dun, eh. Yun, napatulog, oh. Pak. Inalmot, eh. Yan ang sinasabi ko sa'yo. Game winner pa yung Team Spirit. Talo pa tayo bigla, guys. Parlay natin. Dito muna tayo sa ano. Teka lang, tagalin ko muna sounds nito. Makinig tayo sa English.
My bad.
Just sit there. But I think that
I
think that was a great game. I think that the criticisms that we had for the mid Ricky were completely valid. I don't think that it had much impact in that game, to be honest. But I mean, by virtue of Ursa having an incredible game and such a strong early game, and of course the scaling of the Doom, once you get to those stages where teams are being very throwy late game, of course the team with the better scaling will always have an advantage. But as far as the mid Ricky goes, that's still a giant question mark for me. I know that a lot of teams are experimenting with it, but based on that game in particular, it did 11k hero damage. It got its tower killed. They just sat around and didn't do that much for a long time, so I'm not sold on it. But you know what I am sold on? Yatoro.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say Nullifier, because there were two Nullifiers in that game.
Nullifiers.
Yeah, Noodlefire, I think.
They were they both looked very good.
So
going both
it's interesting because you and I were talking a few days ago, and I said I thought Nullifier was so overrated because as a carry it feels so bad to buy. But I actually learned so much this game because it was the offlaners that both bought the Nullifier to enable their carry.
Yeah, it's true.
So I will say Jabs' early Nullifier was really cool because the Lich Armor plus Ursa Overpower can be dispelled. So Yatoro had a few times where he went in with BKB Lich Armor on. That was when Talon took the turnaround fight at the top tier 2, and he just suddenly, he's not tank anymore. He can't kill anybody. And then at the same time, Yatoro late game was having an issue with all the Force Staves and Yule Scepters, so then Collapse with the Noodle Fire really allowed him to stick on his targets so they couldn't cut his BKB anymore.
Right.
So really game-changing items coming out from the offlaners there. I really like that.
And initially we were like, wait, is this Nullifier good? When we first saw it on the Furion, because he bought it before the Gleipnir even, and then that fight they took in the bottom jungle, he just died.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay, is this correct? But then after that fight that they took top where Nullifier just carried it, and then when they were able to take the barracks, okay, we were just completely sold. We're like, wait, he's a genius. This early Nullifier, we've never seen anything like it before. Unfortunately, what followed was the sequence of events where, Tiny dove the base, got a toss back, maybe three
It was
of them
awesome,
died.
though.
Ursa gets the triple kill. That probably shouldn't have happened, but it was pretty awesome.
It was worth it. That was worth it.
It was worth it seeing Q on his signature Tiny be higher level.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem with that was he was literally the highest level on his team. So when he died, Yatoro got level 25 and a full MKB off of it.
This is an awesome fight where it was just the two supports who were the last men standing versus the Lich. And she gets taken out.
I never doubted the Lich for a second.
It's the Tiny versus Lich showdown.
I love being the carry cheerleader on the side. You're the one that's always getting focused at the start.
Right.
And you're like, go Tiny, get him!
You have this just pathetic support battle. Everybody's out of mana.
It takes them so long to get
nobody
each
does
other.
any
Just
damage.
right-click each other, bro.
Yeah.
But you gotta respect the Jukes though, and knowing exactly where there's vision and where there's not, and which trees, and it's literally mind game. Does he think I'm gonna go left, so I'm gonna go right, but then he thinks I'm gonna juke him, so I'm gonna juke him with the juke already, and then go the way that you normally would go because it wouldn't be expected. I love it. I love it.
It's like,
but then the courier shows up.
Then the courier,
And then the courier just cheated. It cheated for
a little bit.
There.
It's like watching toddlers fight.
But it's so satisfying. I did love that. When we got to choose our Predator head-to-head, though, we chose the mid laners, because at that point we were still very unconvinced.
That was early.
That was early for the not necessarily Laurel's performance, but just a Ricky mid performance in general.
They both did terribly, apparently.
The stats are not great. To be honest, it was a bloodbath.
It was. I mean, I thought Mikoto played a pretty good game early on. He was rotating, getting a lot of slide kills. Ricky and Ember just traded farm completely, but I would rather have the farm be on an Ember than a Ricky who goes Meteor Hammer and then gets his tower taken. But I feel like Ember played a solid performance, but then as the game progressed, he was getting doomed. He was getting 3-shotted by Ursa with the Abyssal Blade. He was, buying back and baiting his SF, and a lot of things were happening. But I do think we talked about Yatoro a lot. But I honestly think that Collapse also deserves a shout out. He played incredibly well. His Doom priority was so good, and he was getting these awesome Centaur stuns and just interrupting the correct target. all
That
the
play
time.
where he was getting chased bottom and he had the on-the-fly decision making to eat the bird creep.
That was cool.
And then
the
tornado
Wild
himself
Wing-
That was
immediately.
cool.
Wild Wing Stormcrafter.
That's
No.
the other creep.
The Wild Wing Ripper.
The Wild
Wild
Wing
Wing
Ripper.
Ripper.
Yes, but like the fact that he did it so instantly and he's getting chased by 2 heroes and he's like 100 HP, it's like the presence of mind to think about that
Yeah.
is just so impressive.
That game had so many good moments. Like, that was an awesome game all around.
Yeah, I would say this was one of the best games we watched here on this stream. Of course, there's 4 streams going on at the same time, but you definitely chose the right one. Now, moving forward to the second game of this series. Yes, it was a great game. Both teams made a little bit of mistakes, though, so I'm curious to hear from you guys what you feel. I'm amazed that you found a glass that actually looks like a glass. It's just so stupid.
No, it is a glass. I just have it's a normal sized glass. I have very small hands.
You're really sticking to that story.
What's in your glass?
That Arteezy?
That is our.
Good
That's
one.
that's every carry player.
Yeah.
He's talking about you.
That's the ensemble.
When you were
of all
talking
our
about,
players.
can I say something here actually and just get this out? When you were talking about how offlaners should buy Nullifier, I don't care. It was pissing me off because I'm sitting here thinking, oh, you're already spoon-fed. Come here. Oh, there you go, Brian. You have a free lane. It's like, oh, I also need my offlaner to do this for me now. I hate that carry players always want more.
Don't worry,
look,
you are
Bruce
position
here.
5 right now. You don't care.
Bruce
Yeah,
hitting
weight
the
off
top.
your shoulders. And we're finding out what the lessons are that these 2 teams have learned in a little bit because there's a break and then we're in the draft of game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Game 1 of Spirit vs. Talon was amazing, and I'm using that game to set very high standards for game number 2, which is coming our way very, very soon. I'm joined by Brian and Effie, and Jenkins is still sitting next to me with still leaving his... I don't even know if I can call it a drink on my desk.
I can't tell you what's in that.
No, I know. I don't even... That's not what I wanted anyway, but can you even call it a
They
drink?
know.
Is it not like a vase?
No.
Didn't you put flowers in it? Didn't you have a flower earlier that you were given?
Flowers might curdle and die in this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could that provide enough nutrients?
It could not.
It could not.
What does it smell like?
You have very sensitive smell, as you've told me, upon entering my...
Well, now I know it's in there, and I can't say what's in there.
Okay.
Not good
Well,
for
it will
plants.
remain a mystery, which is probably a good thing. Something that is not remaining a mystery is the draft, because slowly but surely it's coming out right in front of us. We're finding out what kind of adaptations the team have made against each other. So far, none, by the way. We had a Brood IO banned previous game as well by Team Spirit, and Talon previously also banned Rubik. They also banned out the anti-mage. The only thing that's different this game is first pick, second pick, where Talon previous game at first pick, and this game they have second pick.
Do we know which team was choosing what?
No.
I can tell you that there's no way that Team Spirit would ever choose first pick, because Team Spirit have this problem that they've had since Tour 1 that really holds them back, that when they have first pick, they ban Broodmother. When you're the first pick team and you're banning Brood, they just
Yeah, that's
don't...
supposed to be your advantage.
They just don't play Broodmother, so when they have first pick, they waste a ban, and they've been doing that they did it Tour 1, they did it Lima. Teams have identified it and always taken second pick away from them when they have that chance to. It's like, at this point, just learn Broodmother.
Yeah, I vouch that having an offlaner that can't play Brood is very frustrating for draft.
Is that a shot?
You can go frick yourself, dude. Let me just say that. I can't... It's crazy to me that this hero is so powerful that it actually... Like, this is why first pick matters. Is
Yeah.
Broodmother. And it's been that way since, like, TI2. Legitimately. Like,
No.
Broodmother
Not
has...
every patch,
No.
but there are
Not
patches.
every patch, but Broodmother has always been the, like, cheese toxic offlaner.
Yeah, but not first pick, first ban
Well,
material.
I wasn't good enough back then to know the drafting.
There's been a
Still
whole...
not good enough.
Okay, so 2012, 2013, 2014, a little bit. Brood patches.
Light of Heaven, Broodmother.
I was more thinking... I was more thinking about the bans when Goblak was drafting games. He always banned Broodmother. He's like... I remember that very
I
vividly.
don't know who that is.
The tallest person that has ever played Dota.
Wait, taller than Soxa?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Who?
That's really tall.
Goblak? I don't know, actually.
I actually
I've
didn't know
never
if
seen them
Goblak
next to
was
each
tall. I
other.
knew the name, but I don't know if he's tall.
But,
You know
no,
who's
and-
not
and
tall
Brood-
is Clockwork.
And Broodmother wasn't very popular for a long time before this.
Until they
current
made
patch.
her run over trees.
Sure, that didn't help.
Well, now she just wins every lane.
Yeah, she does.
That's the sad reality. Is there's heroes like Naga and Troll that like scale well against Brood, but in my experience, if you have a Brood in your game, your carry is going to be in the mid lane at level 5, like saying, "I need a lane, guys. Like, give it to me, please. Somebody go occupy Brood's lane."
Right.
Do you guys think Talon, TA, or Dro here? Because I feel like I've seen both teams do the thing where if enemy offlaner gets first phase, they don't mind taking that ranged carry early on. And I feel like often for Talon it's been TA, but they go for the DP choice instead.
I don't like Drow as much early on in the draft. I feel like that hero is exploitable, and there's enough like good carry matchups against it that if you pair like a Spectre plus Initiator or something like that, that the Drow kind of falls off. I just think she's a specifically like 8th or later pick. She fits well. She is strong though. The DP, what's really nice about her is that she does get up in like the opponent team's face, and she doesn't mind getting doomed. She's usually gonna like go in, Spirit Siphon 2 heroes with her ult on, and then at that point you don't even want to doom her.
Really, you shouldn't doom a Death Prophet who has used the ult.
Hey,
You still kind of.
hey, I'm just speaking to the people that are your audience. I'm trying to talk
There was
down to their level.
resentment in my
I
voice
can
if that
tell,
wasn't
I can
obvious.
tell, I
What about a Pangolier who's rolling? Brian?
Is this something I did?
Yes! In one game, you doomed a DP with ult.
Was this less than a year ago?
Bro, no. We have a rule. You can't make fun of each other for something that's more than a year ago. That's actually
a good rule.
That's actually a rule we have. No, dude, this is our qualifiers, bro.
Oh, so that is less than a year ago.
You doomed a Pango had Lincolns. You doomed him while he was rolling to break the Lincolns, and then redoomed him while he was rolling. So useless.
That sounds like a dope play.
No.
Double Doom Refresher, the Lincoln.
No, I just can't believe he says this shit on panel, and he plays a game.
He also said that he prefers to see Drow around 8. We see it right now.
Well, this is the only time you can pick a carry, like, and first
He's right about this one.
specifically.
Yeah, this is something I was talking about it earlier, right? That Spirit do not shy away, and neither do Talon sometimes either from first phasing their carry. And their first phase carries that they usually go for on Spirit are either Drow Ranger or Anti-Mage. And I feel like the reason why they did this is because Drow is one of the better heroes at punishing Doom and lane. It's something that pairs well with the clock, right? So maybe they felt pressured to not only pick it for themselves because Hypothermia is good versus Death Prophet, but also to take it away from Talon potentially, because it definitely would have been banned out in phase 2. So I understand why they went for it here.
Yeah, they weren't. There's either now or never for sure. My issue is that the DP can just be rotated to mid potentially, which I think significantly lowers like the counter ratio of Drow.
I agree. I also think you can pair DP with another nuking hero, and you just push the lane, and then Drow is like sitting under tower with like a whole creep wave. She's tanking it. It doesn't feel that good. So I think like in a normal laning scenario where the equilibrium is just static, Drow will destroy a DP in a side lane. But if you just double nuke the wave, DP farms just fine against a Drow.
But even throughout the game, if Drow gets farmed, she still slaps DP.
Yes, I
right?
agree. This is one of the best. This is like one of the best DP counters in Dota. It's just hard to counter DP because she's insanely overpowered.
It's like if it's like a mid DP that goes like Witchblade, BKB, like Blink Shield
Eventual
or something,
Blink, yeah.
I think that's like. I'm just saying, I like that a lot against Drow specifically.
Yeah,
you've got 2+ armor items, and the BKB removes the Hypothermia out of the equation. So at the end of the day, against Drow Doom, they've kind of put the onus on you to have one person tank the Doom and one person jump the Drow, because if those things don't happen, then you're just going to lose the fights.
Yep.
So those are not jobs that any core wants to have, but I
That
think
is
DP
true.
is going to be kind of sucking it up for this one.
And this DP, you were talking about how Talon picks flex heroes that they don't often flex these days, but DP is actually a flex hero that they will flex depending on how the draft goes. So it's still up in the air. But I like what you mentioned about nobody likes to doom a DP, right? But sometimes you have to. Like, if this DP BKBs and Exos and just isn't like blinks into your team or walks into your team, you have to stop her from siphoning everybody if you want this Drow to kill her. So sometimes you're just forced to doom the target that's in your face, killing your team. Like, it sucks out the attention. It's kind of the same logic with teams that have been picking Enigma just because they have to black hole the DP. Like, it sounds ridiculous, but she frontlines, you have to black hole her to protect your team, and I feel like it's similar logic with kind of baiting the doom with a DP.
I agree.
5 seconds remaining.
I agree.
Pahinga muna ako guys ha.
There's still a
Hintayin
Nature's
na tayo.
Prophet available for Talon if they would like to rotate the DP to the mid lane.
Do you reveal it here is the question. I guess on yeah, I think you have to pick it on 18 as your second pick, right? 18
Yeah.
is the 8th overall pick.
Yeah.
It's just because I imagine they're gonna pick their 5 or their other support.
You just pick your 4 here or your 5.
Yeah. You gotta leave the
There's
core
Phoenix.
roll open.
The Church of Phoenix has returned.
Another hero that doesn't mind just going in and throws out its spells against a hero like Doom Drow. Like, you just want that. That's what you want in your draft, because these heroes are going to see one guy and click them and push R on them.
You can't doom the egg.
Yeah,
that's the big
true.
deal here.
You cannot.
You can deny it though.
And you can hit it. I mean, Drow is going to be hitting pretty fast.
Drow
It's going to give
can.
an aura to everybody to hit it also fast. It feels like
Yeah.
the egg might not live very long
You're right.
depending on the heroes. Like
this-
even Disruptor becomes a good egg hitter if he's standing within decent range of Drow.
This is a pretty sick second round of bans from Talon, though. Like, these are Team Spirit heroes, the Mirana and the Snapfire. Like, they pick these heroes a lot, and they're really good against Phoenix for killing the egg as supports. So I think that was, like, kind of disguised. It looks like they're just targeting Team Spirit heroes, but yet they're setting up the Phoenix with it.
So the thing about Phoenix is I'm a huge fan of this hero. I think it's actually a solid Meteor Hammer hero. There are a lot of bait heroes that buy
There
Meteor
are.
Hammer, but
Yes,
Phoenix
there are.
is one of the better ones. The sustain from Sunray is also incredibly underrated. It's a way to keep any kind of Doom target alive, or maybe dissuade them from continuing a fight with a well-placed egg. But on the other hand, I think Drow Ranger is one of the better carries at killing Phoenix Egg. Her range is really high. She has so much natural attack speed just by nature versus like if she gets on top of the Phoenix Egg or like if she gets near it, like it will die. Like this hero alone is enough to kill it, especially if you just have any other ranged hero near her. But that's why I think you just put this Phoenix on Drow's lane and you just try to pressure her with Fire Spirits early on, right? Because she can gust away the Clockwork potentially, but a Phoenix who dives on her, slows her, places his Fire Spirit, the DOT. Maybe you exploit her at that stage of the game, in lane. That's how I would go about it.
I'll just say that this is a lineup that I will never want to pick a carry.
Ay, nga na tayo, guys, Golden.
This lineup is just so torture for any carry hero. Like, you have the Disruption, you have the Shadow Demon ulti. Like, most carries can't get out of Glimpse. I just don't want to pick anything into this. I think they might just go with the Morph, because that's like a 23 Savage classic, and it's like a hero
Into
that can,
SD?
But then you
But I'm
just
saying
get-
it's a hero that can capitalize on your teammates going in first.
But then you also can just get like surprise static stormed by a disruptor early on, and that doesn't feel good. And this,
What are you thinking?
I feel like Team Spirit's draft right now is so solid because it's sad for a DP who doesn't want to get Shadow Demon purged. She doesn't she can tank the Doom, but if a Doom gets to jump on her first, she doesn't want to get doomed before she has Exo on. If she runs in to Team Spirit, Disruptor can just glimpse her away and potentially force a BKB way earlier than she would want to. It just feels like they have so many solutions to play against this Stuff Prophet. And this Clockwork's gonna have a lot on his shoulders to jump this Disruptor, right? Because if this Disruptor isn't jumped, he's gonna be such a nuisance. Like, even the Spectre pick that comes out now, which is good for jumping on these backline heroes like Drow, like Disruptor, like Shadow Demon. Like, Disruptor can protect himself from Haunt. He can just instantly glimpse away the illusion.
Yeah, so we like the Spectre pick then instead of Talon?
I do like the Spectre pick. I feel like even Doom, he gets tanky, but at a certain point, Spectre haunts in, Manthas, and the pure damage is actually enough to kill a Doom, like almost no matter what items he has. And I feel like Spectre also destroys these 3 backline heroes the Spirit have. The Drow,
check.
Disruptor,
Hello.
and the other Disruptor.
Yan. Okay ba yung mic
They do have
natin?
two disruptors.
They do,
yeah.
yes.
They do. A lot of disruption coming out from Team Spirit.
The way I see how Talon have to approach these fights to win is that they have to get the jump, right? They need their clock to go in. They need the Phoenix Egg into the Haunt. There has to be so much chaos that Team Spirit can't outplay them in these fights and go on the correct targets that they want to. But if Team Spirit are the ones getting the jump and the Doom initiation, I feel like they have a really good shot of just overpowering Talon. So team fight wise, I definitely favor Talon at this point. But I think Team Spirit's draft is very well-rounded right now.
So I gotta ask you, Mira, because this is what I see as my concern for Talon specifically, is they have all these powerful teamfight spells. What's stopping Team Spirit from walking away? Like, somebody hook shots in, egg goes off, haunt goes off, 1 force staff, and you just walk away.
You just have to hope that you can kill these squishy heroes instantly
Mars.
right on the hook shot, on the Phoenix.
It's Mars, in my opinion.
Unironically Mars.
Yeah, I do think it's Mars.
I think you have to have a hero that prevents Hurricane Pike from just owning your entire lane.
Yeah.
Which Mars Arena you can't Hurricane Pike out of.
Don't you
Drow's
think
gonna buy it.
Mars, there's save against Mars already with the Shadow Demon Disruption, and then Drow can punish Mars on lane quite well, especially with a Disruptor.
Yeah, but Mars owns Drow outside of lane. You own all the...
It's a heavily favored matchup for Mars, in a vacuum, but it is a rough lane.
It really depends on where you want to see the Death Prophet go, though, because if they still flex that, then you can also always go for Puck. Then they can't run away from the
Oh,
coil.
yeah, Puck would be good.
would be really
I
good,
would
yeah.
like Puck a lot here, actually. That's a good
It's
suggestion.
really good
What if
against
they-
Disruptor now, too, because you can
phase shift dodge
phase
the
shift
glimpse.
dodge the glimpse.
Okay, Puck. Okay, yeah, that's also in his hero pool. Laurel. It's actually his most picked hero.
I like Visage
Or
here
not for
too,
Laurel.
for Spirit.
Dakota.
No,
Oh,
never
the
mind.
block pick.
The
You were
block
right.
pick.
I said it for long.
You were right,
I
Brian.
unintentionally
Holy
predicted
shit.
that one.
This guy's the Fart Studios drafter right here. That's why.
Me right there. Mars doesn't look any good anymore though, because Puck is.
It's not
I
getting
don't
very
think
well.
Mars looked good earlier either, to be fair.
Well, now it looks. I agree with you.
And I'm going to double down on the Mars just as a defense mechanism.
Well, what other heroes are there to stop people from running away?
You need some like instant stun now, I feel like, for this Puck, or he's just gonna go ham.
Wala silang panghuli rito sa
You
Puck.
need some way to catch him, or you're gonna be in a like buttload of trouble because then your clock is focused on hook shots.
DK.
Yeah,
Nice one, Brian. We all heard it. Don't worry.
DK mid.
I think they're going to probably remake the game and then go ahead and pick up Mars here. It's Makoto on the DK
It has to be
against
yeah,
the Puck.
Yeah, it has to be.
Nice, solid matchup. That's a
Solid
greasy
matchup.
one.
Okay lang.
It's going to a lot come down to the momentum that Makoto creates in this game because they have so like he is the only thing preventing Team Spirit from disengaging, and so all of these other heroes, it's like say all 4 heroes on Talon except for the DK have a good game, I feel like they still can't do anything.
Q can do it, but
Kain din, Bosalo.
he's a support.
Kapi-kapi lang, guys.
It's too much weight on like
It's
a
a-
support
it's a
shoulder.
lot of
I want to
weight.
see like an early blink BKB from Makoto, and I think that Talon's entire lineup like comes together.
And I think both lineups have their perks, right? I can see this game being another even
Good
game.
yung
That
DK
depends
dito,
on
good.
execution. I slightly favor Team Spirit. If the Shadow Demon can get an early Ags, I feel like Shadow Demon can just
It destroys this game.
F this game up, right? And they did give it position 4 over 5, so they do want the farm priority on
Okay,
it.
Epi.
I think Laurel needs to play a really good early game, and they need
Okay.
to kind of pressure the Spectre before he comes online. But
Okay.
I think that Talon scaling, even though they're against the Doom, I think Talon scaling is still really good. So
Okay.
it's going to be another one of those long games.
I agree with the SD being an insane
Oh, yeah.
pick this game. You get those DK illusions. Like if he wants to go for the Ags build, you get 2 Black Dragons. Also, if you can get to the Ags on SD and you can break the DK armor or the Spectre Dispersion, like these heroes will actually die. Even ulting the Death Prophet is not good for her. It's hard for her to Spirit Siphon people. You literally have to be on top of them.
He relies on movement.
He relies on movement and gets a BKB, right? That's like
Teka lang,
that's
guys.
her whole thing. So
If you get Ags,
Tataya
it's
tayo.
all 3 of them who don't
they're
want to
all
build.
broken and slow through BKB.
Not
It's actually an
great.
insane
Talon.
SD game.
If Team
Game
Spirit's
to
allowed to group,
winner.
I think they're going to take this game. My only
Talo
concern
na ako
is the
dito,
laning
guys.
phase because DK owns Puck.
Spectre
and Shadow Demon
versus-
Doom is like one of the few off lanes I wouldn't really be concerned laning against a Spectre. Like, I feel like I'll have like a pretty chill lane. So
Oy,
I'm
batayo.
gonna go with Talon for this game.
Pag
Ooh,
Spectre,
split panel. Effie, you want to be tiebreaker?
500. Yan.
Wait, did I pick one?
Hey, you said Spirit looks nice.
Spectre versus...
All right.
Didn't you?
Yeah, I guess
All
so.
right.
Tama
You
ba
did
ito
just
niya
say
ako?
that, right?
I think team name is going to win this.
I'm gonna go for Talon as well, just because I think
Ba't
that I've
ganito
seen
yung
23
tsura
invest so
nito?
much on a Spectre and win games that I never thought he would. So I'm just gonna depend on that.
Well, if that happens, both teams will still be tied with their scores at the end of this
Spectre
one. which they
versus
don't want to
Draw.
be, obviously. They
Sure
want to
win.
rise above the pack. Let's see if Team Spirit can do that, or
Tayo
maybe
na tayo.
Talon can get the tie. We're heading over to OD Pixel
Magandang.
Unfogged.
All in nyo na, guys. All in Pixel Pad.
Yes, looking forward to this one.
Oh, dito na kami sa kaming kabila. Guys. Ito na nga, guys, oh. And ito na nga, guys, ang ating game number 2, bakbakan ng Talon versus Team Spirit. All in. Talon sa game number 2. Yung comeback, ginawa yan ng Team Spirit nung game number 1. Ang tanong, makakabawi ba ang Talon or Team Spirit ire-redeem yung kanilang region na maging 1-1 sa Southeast Asia team? Sa live ka sana, alo. Anong sa live? Mas malaki ba sa live? Tama naman yun, di ba? Sa may ano ako, game 2 winner ako tumaya.
To battle.
Yatoro, the no shake hands. No shake hands for you, my friend. Ito na nga, guys, Big Hoto sa kanyang Dragon Knight, no? Katapat niya rito si Larl, yung Pac. So, let's see. Mukhang goods naman yung magiging lane yan. Labang naman yung DK dyan. Daistan, sabay deny sa range creeps. Yun naman yung gagawin dyan. Pero magkakabanatan yata, guys. Glimpse back agad. Kinamit dito kay Q. And makakasekuran lang ng runes. And Mira pa, makakadampot sa may taas. So, tatlo yung makukuha rito ng Team Spirit. Naku, binubulas pa sa 93 sabing ito. Naku, kalahati buhay. Araka. Aray. Napangalahati buhay ni 23 sabog. Spec ni Sabog all in. Oo, naniniwala ako dyan na mas malakas yan. Tsaka kahit gaano karaming item na itong Draw Ranger, kaya-kaya nung Spectre yan. Spectre game to, guys. Huwag lang masyado maging walang ya yung Doom, ha. Saka sana 50-50 lang yung lane dito sa may top lane. Oh, deny, hindi na deny. Collapse, grabe naman. Naku, Phoenix pala sila. Kala ko Phoenix yung lalagay nila dun sa may bottom, tapos mag-ano sila rito, Clockwork. Pero kaya rin naman yata, hindi nga lang tumatama yung mga Fire Spirit dito ni Oli. Mahina yung ano dito, lane ng talon sa may top lane, ha. Nope. And sa may mid lane naman, ito ina-expect ko na lalamang itong si Migoto sa may Dragon Knight against kay Pac. Pero every time cooldown, yun, lubog deny. And 23 Savage, delikado pa rito. Lumalasit. Aray, subes. Kulahan na naman si Savage. Naku, mayroon pang Shadow Poison na. Naku, ayun na. Pag na-stakan siya ng 3, pwede siyang mamatay, ha. Naku, dalawa na. Oh, tatatluhin na yan. Eh, naku, yung courier pa ni Migoto namatay. Hala ka! Okay lang. Chill lang daw, guys. Chill lang. Oh, dito sa may bottom lane naman, Yatoro. Kumusta yung Yatoro dito? 6-7-0. Jab 7-1. And may push ka. Pwede yata ito mamatay, guys. Kaso level 2, nilagyan ni Q yung rocket. Sayang kung, uy. Pero si Yatoro gusto niya patayin na si Q and first blood. Makukuha pa ni Yatoro dito sa may bottom lane. Bakit hindi Kags yung nilagyan ni doon, no? Ni Q? Kung Kags yun, patay yata yung Disruptor, eh. Aray ko, bes. Wawit. Ay, courier na naman. Tinatamad na ba kayo mag-Dota, idol? Paka-control naman na maayos yung mga courier natin, idol. Okay. Chill lang, guys. Chill lang. Huwag tayo masyadong ha. Chill lang tayo, guys. Okay lang yan, ha. Lamang naman yung DK. Kaso yung Doom, guys. Sobrang yaman ni Collapse. Feeling ko si Collapse yung magdidikta ng tempo for Team Spirit, eh. O naku, si Jabs. Glimpse back. Patay yata to. Ayan na, aray, multi-shot. Ayan na. Naku. Another naku. Double kill. Double kill na pa. Dito kayo, Toro. Killing speed na siya kagad, idol. Hindi ako ayaw. Okay, chill lang, guys. Okay lang yan. Chill lang. Chill lang, guys. Chill. Naku, naka-glimpse back. Jabs, kakabalik mo lang sa lane. Laban, Jabs. Wala ka na Spirit Rifle. Patay tayo dyan. Buga mo kaya ng first kill, idol. Wala talaga. Patay na naman. Lakad matatag. Ganun ba yon? Oh my God. I did my best. Baba's best was something that good enough. And everyone who done before. Tayo dyan, idol. Diyos ko po, mamaya wala rin pakialam yung Draw Ranger sa mga armor. So tatagos-tagos talaga yan kay Death Prophet. Si Draw Ranger, yung isa sa mga hero na kayang punitin itong si Death Prophet kahit na naka-exorcism pa yan. Okay, din sa may tablet, try yata nila patayin si Mira. Medyo maraming creeps to, ha. Pwedeng mag-dive itong talon, kaso nai-stakan sila nung Shadow Poison ni Mira, eh. Naku, yung another courier na naman namatay. Ito maganda ginagawa ni Larl. Pag medyo lugi ka na din sa lane, kukunin mo na lang yan. I-ano mo na lang yan. I-creep skip mo na lang. Pero ganun din pwede gawin ng DK actually. Mas malakas pa siya mag-pressure sa tower. Kumuha ng bounty, na-refill ng bote. 23, karma talaga, par. Patay tayo dyan. Naku po, mega kill kagad dito sa may bottom lane. And Mira, babanata naman dito ni 23 Savage. Mapapatay nila ito si Mira. Collapse, next target. Ito na. Ang ganti ng api, 23 Savage. Ay, nahabol niya rito si Collapse. Kaya yata patayin to. Oy, unstoppable na. Pero okay lang, nakuha ni 23 Savage yung kill dito kay Collapse. Yun nga lang, si Jabs. Patay na naman po sa may bottom lane. Mega kill na. Itong si Yadoro. Namatay din si 23 Savage. O, nagpa-deny lang ba yun? O, nagpa-deny na lang sa may torre. Nagkapatay na lang sa may torre. Ito na, may ultimate na rin ito si Migoto. May stun. Magko-connect. Dahil lamang na po yung side lanes dito ng Team Spirit, feeling ko, pwede nang gumalaw-galaw na lang sa may gitna yung mga support nila. No? And yung Dragon Form dito, kailangan maihampas sa may torre yan para medyo sulit-sulit.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Boss, alam, sabi kanina ng analyst, kapag naka-Silver Edge, Draw Ranger, alam mo, Dragon Knight or Spectre. Tama, totoo yun. Yun yung pinakamahirap na magiging timing dito for Talon. And binibigyan nila ng sobrang gandang early ng Draw Ranger. Kasi ang Draw Ranger naman, alam mo naman yan magda-Dragon Lance, or BKB, or Shadow Blade. Pero mga third item pa siguro dapat yung kanya Silver Edge. Pero kung sobrang ganda ng start dito ng Draw Ranger, baka naman tatlong item na kagad yung Draw Ranger. Baka Manta style pa lang yung si Spectre dito. Kita nyo, ang ganda nung early na ito. Free farm, level 6, magla-level 6 na siya ng 7 minutes. Free farm na free farm sa may bottom lane. May Shadow Demon pa, totoo. Break talaga yan, di ba? May abang nag-aagalim siya, wasak ang akong yan. Saka hindi na nakakalapit si Jabs dito. Ang silbi mamaya, syempre, ng Death Prophet yung mambubula sa lane Or yung ikaw yung haharap, yung pagka-pop ng exorcism, lakad matatag ganun, tapos bibigay ka. Kaso baka mamaya, 3 hits lang siya na itong si Draw Ranger Hindi naman 3 hits, mga 5 naman siguro. Mamatay na siya Ayun na naman, ako po si Q. Okay, TP out, mabubuhay naman yata. Medyo late nga yung bitaw doon ng multi-shot na itong si Draw Ranger. Pero Yatoro, alam niya, walang support dito si Jabs. De-deny pa niya yan, walang yayan Hindi, di na dinay. Exe versus Aster mamaya po. After neto, Execration versus Aster. Chinese naman yung makakalaban ngayon ng ating Southeast Asia representative all Filipino lineup. Execration, pero Migoto nang lalaban dito, sinusustain naman siya kahit paano. Ayan na yung hunt dito ni 23 Savage, pero Larl buhay pa rin. May stun nila dito yung Shadow Demon. Ito na lang daw, Miro going down, and 23 Savage getting that kill. Goods pa din, okay lang. 23 Savage pa rin, Spectre to, tandaan natin. And Larl, okay, may ispatan siya ngayon dyan. Gino-go siya rito, buga mo na Jabs, wala siyang mana. Another higop-higop technique, mamamatay yata yung back. Yun na nga, namatay yung back. And then sa may gitna, napatay si Migoto nito si Yatoro. And may push ka naman. Matadali nito si Oli. Pero Oli, oy, nagpuno-puno, nagtitipi. Ni-normal lang isa, nilubog muna. Lasitin ko na to pre ha. Pak, pak, pak. Aray, gubes. Monster kill on Yatoro. Sobrang init ng kanyang performance from game number 1 Ursa hanggang dito sa Draw Ranger ng game number 2 natin. Alo, may content ka na naman. White Talon losing with Spectre Hero. Ayos
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Kailan ulit laro ng Exe mamaya po? After neto, may laro ang Execration. Okay, ito si Oli, babanatan na naman, may palubog, Yatoro. Lalasitin na naman yan. Pang, pang, pang. Godlike, 10 minutes godlike. Yatoro, Draw Ranger, 10 minutes, Godlike versus AI. Ganun yung title niyan sa ano, sa YouTube. Grabe yan eh. Grabe ba? Sa totoo lang. Sakit ah. Sakit ng 500 ah.
Has fallen.
Lamang na tayo sa hero eh. Galawan lang ang kinulang eh. Ay! Ito, collapse. Nice patan. Ayun na, hook shot. Oh, ano follow up natin dyan? Siyempre, normal. Collapse. Wala na siya magagawa. Mamamatay siya. Nasin mo. Nice one. 23 Savage. Yung makakalasit ng kill na yun. Alo, boss Alo, i-vlog mo yung team building nyo. Pwede, titingnan ko guys. Kung mabablog natin yan. Yun ang kulang sa amin eh. No? Wala nagbablog-vlog sa amin eh. Naglipat ng bootcamp kasi sa Thailand na wala yung tuloy yung bab ng Pinas. Ganun ba? Naglipat ba sila sa Thailand? Hindi yata. Nasa ano ngayon sila? Berlin. Nasa Pilipinas pa rin yung bootcamp nito mga to. May TPO na lang. Nice one. Buhay yan. O yun, nabuhay nga si 23 Savage. Presence of mind. And Larl. Kinumitan siya dito ng exorcism. Tingnan natin, nandito na rin si Collapse and Jabs. Delikado na naman, mag-glimpse back yata siya dito. Pinipilit niya na lang habulin. Etong pack, andyan na rin si 23 Savage. Hindi na tama yung kanyang blink, yung kanyang dagger and Larl with the TP out. Oh my God, napabalik si 23 Savage dito pero okay lang daw. Pakapatay yata rin si Collapse, pati si Miposhka. Good rotation for the side of Talon. Eto na, yung 500 natin. Lumalaban guys. Lumalaban sa game number 2. Eh, mababasag pa nila yung bottom lane. Pero yung pack, sayang naka-TP out. Sayang yung pack, naka-TP out. Pero okay lang yan. Iwas muna tayo dito kay Yatoro. Sobrang yaman kasi ng Draw Ranger na to eh. Yun, Blink Dagger na yung DK. Ito na yung mga initiation na kailangan natin. Kailangan natin madikitan itong si Yatoro. 1-4 buhay, kaya ba patayin to? May Blade Mill naman na si Spectre eh. Sino magkakasta X mamaya? Si Kuya Nick. Execration versus Aster. Then team Talon versus Nigma. Yun yung ikakast ni Kuya Nick. Ewan ko lang kung kakast ba ni Kuya Nick. And ito may palubog. Tingnan natin. Ayun, in-stun na. Patay yata si Mira dito pero Q nang mamamatay. Okay lang, Jabs. Ito na. Sino nyo? Nilalapitan niya si Yatoro. Toronto Tokyo tuloy. Wala na pala dito yun. Sa Vietbom na pala yun. And Yatoro. Wala siyang pakialam kay Jabs. Nasiraan na ng bait, guys. And only next target dito. May itlog pa ba? Walang mana. Ayan, yung itlog pwede nang gamitin. Ginamit na nga yung itlog dito mga sir niya Toro. Going down. Ito na yung 23 Savage. Hige, patay mo si Miposhka. Palong-palo yan eh. Playback ginamit dito yung Larl. Next target. Saan ka pupunta, Pak? Dagira mo sa mukha. Dagira mo. 2-1-0. Pak! Di pinalubog. Triple kill on 23 Savage. Kung tumakbo ng bahagya, pag-cooldown yung phase shift, bumalik ng bahagya, ganun eh. Nice one para sa Talon. Ganyan sana. Ganyan sana tayo mga sir. Kailan balik ng mga caster bukas po? So meron tayong broadcast dyan. Lahat to cover. Hindi naman lahat. Dalawang series na magkasabay yung ipo-broadcast natin. Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanalo sa execration dyan. Baka naman. Sabi ko sa inyo ano pa rin to spec game pa rin naman. Kahit gaano kayaman yung draw, spec game pa rin naman to. Depende na lang. Wag naman talaga sobrang maging spec versus 5 to ha. Wag naman sanang ganon. Uy, parehas na parehas. So, kita nyo yan, yung gold. Sa kills, pati sa Sa assist, ang dami na nakuha parehas. Uy, ito na, si Mikoto. Active na active yan, dagger yan. Oh. Wardan mo sa high ground. Sa may gitna na lang, wardan mo sa gitna. Spotted ba? Ayun na nga, inunahan nila kaagad dito si Jabs. Pero bait lang pala yan. May pinalubog sila dito, yung Draw Ranger, guys. Na-doom, yung Clockwork, bakit yun yung dinom, no? Talaga naman, si Kulabs, oh, di ko alam kung ano yung trip niya dito. Si Q, galit na galit siya dyan. Pero Jabs will fall. And yung Spectre na coil, oh my God! Talo pa! Sa clash na yun! Yung itlog ginamit! Kaso wala sila pakialam, biglang nahuli. Ano yun? Ito eh, oh. Pinalubog yung Draw Ranger. Gusto na nilang mag-go. Feeling ko yung DK dapat pumupunta din si Mikoto eh. Sarap siya eh. Mag-isa si 23 Savage eh, no? Nauna sa first sa maglumipad-lumipad paalis si ano? Si Mikoto. Eh, namatay si ano dito. Ay, si Roshan dito ah. Aegis na punta kay Yatoro. Ay, tol. Mauna dapat yung DK. No? Dapat yung DK yung pumapronte. Nasa harap eh. Dinom na yung Clockwork doon. Isipin nyo, dinom yung Clockwork doon. Pero natalo pa rin sila sa clash. Okay lang, lo. Damay-damay na to. Damay lahat muna, idol. Boss, nakakalimutan mo na may damage na Draw Ranger. Eh, nahuli nga nila yung Draw Ranger eh. Oh, ito. Palag-palag naman daw pero may Poshka nakapag-ultimate dyan. Nag-blade mail dito ngayon. Si 23 Savage, may Poshka still alive. Ayun na, nadali. Ni 23 Savage dahil sa kanyang blade mail. Napatay nila rito. Ito si Miposhka. Kaso dalawang support na naman yung namatay sa side ng Talon. Nalapitan nila yung draw eh. Dapat pag gano'n nalapitan nyo na yung draw, all in na sa draw. Para daw din makags. I mean nga, support na yung na-doom doon. What more kung si DK or si Spectre yung na-doom, di ba? Dapat nalapitan lang yata yung draw doon ni DK. Na 5 versus Spec, binati mo kasi po sa longa, no? Yun, doon mananalo yung ano, Team Spirit eh. Pag Spectre na lang natira dito, pinatay yung mga friends eh. Alam nyo naman si Sabog eh. Pag walang friends, GG. And ito na nga. Oy, meron ng Aghanim. Stanin mo nga yan. Stanin mo nga yung pack na yan. Makulit yan. May Aghanim na dito ngayon. Itong Spectre palaban ng Talon. Kaso si Mikoto nanlalambot yung Dragon Knight. Pamamatay. Aray ko best. Pre-hit. Yung Draw Ranger double kill para kay Yatoro. I mean kay Mira. Aray ko best. Itong talo. Laya. Tawa niya. Hala ka. Parang never ako parang may mga napanood na ba kayong nanalo yung Draw Ranger sa Spectre? Parang first time ko itong mapanood na mananalo yung Draw Ranger yata sa Spectre ah. Oh my God. Pinaik lang nga, ayaw nga eh. Pinalubog eh, no? Pinalubog lang si Miposhka. Oh, di pa namatay si Miposhka eh, oh. Do you think ba mas goods na targetin si Miposhka kaysa kay Pac doon? Nakapag-orb na? Pre-hit yung ano eh, Draw Ranger eh. Chill! Chill lang guys. Kailangan umisi lang muna. Pwede naman sa easy lang eh, di ba?
Radiant are scanning.
Naku, guys, pag na-2-0 tong ano ha. Oh, pero hindi, bakbakan muna, malala. Ito si Mira yung kalababan natin pero may palubog sa sarili, guys. Si Collapse nandyan din. Tingnan natin, Mira, binabanatan, mamamatay ito si Mira. Pero sa may likuran yung Clockwork, na-coil. Yung itlog, nilabas na yung itlog guys. Kaso tinakbuhan lang, hindi, nino-normal ni Larl. Pinasok yung itlog harapan. At takbuhan na for Talon, 23 sabog. Wala pa yata siyang blade mail dito pero Larl, sumobra sa tabang to. Pwede mapatay yata dito yung pack. Ay, nakapag-blink out. Si Yatoro, pre-hit na naman. Jamso kaya binabanata pero may Aegis yan. Ay, ito na, round number 2. Balag na tayo. Nasaan na? Na-doom yung DK pala. Hindi makaka-blink instant. And tatakbo lang muna. Mikoto na backsoutan ni Collapse getting the kill dito kay Mikoto and takbuhan na naman. Naku po, may glimpse back. Nag-ulti rito. Mamapatay nila yung pack. Pero Yatoro, pumipre-hit. Pinatay niya. Ito si Jabs. 23 Savage, humahabol. Tingnan natin, kakayanin ba? Mukhang hindi. Si Collapse na lang daw. Si Collapse ang binabanatan dito. Ito na yung playbill. Sige, normalin mo ko. Yatoro, sige, tagira mo yan. 23 Savage. Uy, mag-out muna daw. Ay, nag-glimpse back na naman. Labanan mo kasi, 23! Nandyan na si Mira, nabuhay na! Yung unang namatay! 23, sabog! Nadali na naman, and may palubog na naman dito ni Normal na naman yata, hindi. Nakapag-out nito si Oli, pero baka mag-glimpse back na naman. Diyos ko, grabe naman tong glimpse back ni Miposka. Ang dami nagagawa talaga ng Disruptor, guys. Nadodge yung hook shot eh. Oh my God. Masyado magaling.
Middle tower is under attack.
Pero pwede na yung laban na yun sa... Kaso, okay na talaga. Bakit ganito si Yatoro? Galing mag-Dota. Bakit ganito to? Parang perfect gumalaw, no? Dapat napakahirap mag-throw ranger, pero sa kanya, basic lang eh. Ayan na naman. Habol mag-farm talaga dapat si Sabog, kaya nga eh. Feeling ko dapat mag-farm muna si Sabog eh. Tapos kumuha na lang siya ng mga easy kill. Huwag talaga muna lumaban, no? Parang napipilitan sila lumaban eh. Pero kasi ang hirap din talaga, guys. Parang sa yung feeling ko, ang feeling dito ng Talon is kaya naman talaga nila eh. Kaya naman nilang i-burst yung draw ranger. Boset lang talaga yung dalawang support. May glimpse back, may lubog. No? Siguro yun muna yung targetin ni Q. Yun muna yata yung targetin ni Q dito. Yung dalawang support, kahit isa lang doon, maboset niya.
Radiant are scanning.
Ito na, naka-smoke na dito yung Team Spirit. Saan sila patungo dito, guys? Talagang matapang sila dyan. Nagpakita si 23 Savage. Collapse. Tatalunan ba siya rito? Mikoto. Anong item ni Mikoto? Naku po, yung DP ni Jabs hindi makaramdam. Hello, Jabs. Hindi ka makaramdam, no? Patay. Hina mo ka. Ang lupit-lupit mo, idol. Glimpse back. May glimpse back to. Naku po, na-doom. Ayan na. O, nag-ultimate si Sabog. Gusto niya nga bully si Aray Gomez. Kailangan niya mag-out. Mamamatay yung DK dito. Sinolo kill. Dininay ni Oli. Eh de wow. Ang galing-galing mo pala, idol. Na-call siya ngayon. Itlog hindi magagamit. Eh di wow. Ang galing-galing mo pala, idol. Zero 2 guys, 0-2. Okay, may pinatay si Savage doon. Pinatay niya si Miposka, sabay out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, 23 savage na lang talaga ang bubuhat. So, yung DK, kailangan niya ng BKB, Aganims, saka ng ano, no? Mag-SNY pa ba yung mga ganun? Parang BKB, Aganims na lang, no? Shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan, ha? Sana nag-enjoy kayo, guys. Nag-enjoy naman tayong Casto. Siyempre, suporta sa Talon. Talagang ganun lang yung suporta natin. Pang-asar lang konti. Kayo naman, no? Alam nyo naman pag DPC, kalaban natin yung Talon. Pag mga international tournament, kakampi natin yan. Sinusuportahan natin yan. Sadyang masama lang yata ang gising dito ng Talon, guys. Saka medyo malakas din talaga itong Team Spirit. Yan. Sana hindi nyo ma-misinterpret, guys, ha? Alam nyo na yan. Kinukulitan lang natin yung pagkakas. Okay, ito. Naka-smoke na naman yung Team Spirit dito. Naku po. Oli, delegado na naman. Mapapalubog. Okay, wala nang lubog. Pwede yata to. O, exorcism by Jabs. Sige, ano kayo ngayon? Naka-exorcism ako. Nilabas ko pa yung itlog ko. Collapse na kapag BKB. Mapoposta pa yata. Napakalupit mo naman. Hinookshot. Yung neutral creeps. Patay si Q, mga sir. Mayday, mayday. Takbuhan na ulit. Wala na tayong exorcism. Wala na rin tayong itlog. May Glaze backpack kasama. Mapapalaban na naman po sila. Oh my God! Eto na naman, pre-hit na naman po yung Throw Ranger. Pero hindi. Tumalo si Mikoto sa may backlines. Uy, may force stop. Uy, may silence. Gusto nila patayin si Collapse. Kaso hindi nila matarget yung dalawang support. Ang daming ginagawa. Mapapatay pa nila si Jabs. Hindi pa matadali si Mira. Oh my God! Talon Esports with a G. Aray ko, bes! Ay, si Collapse na lang yata ang madadali rito. 23 Savage. Tinatry niya buhatin ng kanyang team. Pero napakasama ng nangyayari, guys. Napakalupit ng dalawang support ng Team Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kited! And eto si Q. Nag-blade ka pa. Oh, ni-normal lang isa. Tinislow lang. Nilubog. Oh, isa pang normal. Pak, pak, pak. Ganern. Godlike para kay Toro. 2 beses na godlike sa isang laro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
May cash-out ba yung ano natin? Baka may cash-out pa to 747 natin. Baka pwede ka lang, ha, guys. Okay na. May cash-out ba tayo dito? Baka pwede kayo pa-cash-out, idol. May, ano pa rin to, Spectre pa rin to, eh. Baka pwede kayo mag-cash-out dyan. Diba? Baka pwede kami mag-cash-out dyan. May 7... Spectre pa rin to, eh. Bahala ka pag nagkamba kami. Oh, ayan na! Sabi ko sa'yo, mapapatay nila si Mira dito, guys. Kaso pre-hit na naman ito si Toro. Okay, mag-out sila ngayon. Makaka-cash-out kaya tayo. Yun ang tanong. Kahit yung 200 na lang, yung 500 natin, no? Baka pwede naman. Sayang, 8K na to. Ang galing ko mag-bet kanina, eh. Mga parlay natin, eh. Walang cash out, guys. Neck mo, sabi ni 747. Neck mo, talo ka na. Collapse. Ganda nung i-item niya, Shiva's Guard. Kailangan niya lang ng armor dito. Talagang titindigan niya na lang yung gagawin dito ng Talon. And Roshan siguro, next target dito, mga sir. Pwede mag-Roshan. Itong Team Spirit. Shoutout pala kay Dayanara dyan, magkakas pa yata. Ha? May nang istorbo dito, may papaubot. Paano kukunin yan? Sige, bahala siya. Naku po, batay si Oli. Okay, hook shot. Gagamitin dito, 23 Savage, napunta sa swimming pool, na-doom din si 23 Savage. Yo, mamamatay! Oh my God, nilabas yung itlog dito, pwede gamutin yan. Medyo makate, pwede maging mula. Pero, Chaps, lumalaban! Ito na yung exorcism, gusto na patayin si Collapse. Collapse, mamamatay nga ba? Oy, na-force up pa! Ayan na, si Atoro, pinagnonormal si Chaps dito. Headshot sa ulo, patay! Si Chaps, ubos ang talon. Ay, ay, ay! Patay! Talon! The #1 team in Southeast Asia! The undefeated sa DPC! Binibigyan ng ating TI champion, Team Spirit! Oh! Ito na nga, guys, ang sinasabi sa balita. Magro-rosa na nga po ang Team Spirit pagkakaroon ng Aegis, guys. Ayun na, Aegis, kay Yatoro. MVP si Yatoro dito, 2 game. Masyadong walang iya yung kanyang performance. Naku, si Q, 4 hits, guys, kahit mag-blade mail. Isama mo na yung nanay mo, papatayin niya ni Yatoro. Ang sakit. Ang dali naman pala mag-draw ranger eh. I-aim mo lang sa hero eh. No? For hits, idol. Naka-blade mail. Ayun, pinost pa. O, quit mo na lang. Ayun. Diba? Sabi ko sa inyo, quit na eh. Mahirap to. Kailangan nila ng... Ano ba kailangan nila? Aeon Disc. Kaso, meron niyang ulti... Naku, Shadow Demon kasi, no? Pwede yata itong ano? Restart PC. Ayun, meron... Ayun naman pala. Kaya naman pala, nag-FPS drop pala. Nadadaya pala tayo dito, guys. Mababa pala yung FPS ni Jabs. Kaya pala ganun yung galawan sa lane. Feeling ko rin talagang ganun eh. Na FPS drop lang eh. Kung hindi, sure win tayo rito dapat eh. Sure win tayo dapat dito, guys. Na FPS drop lang. O, galingan na natin, ha? Galingan na natin. Na FPS drop lang tayo, guys. Siguro tinitiis niya lang, medyo nahihiya siguro siya sa organizer. Tinitiis niya lang talaga na na maglaro kasi syempre bawal, mahirap magreklamo, guys, 'di ba? Minsan kasi ganyan talaga eh, 'di ba? Imbes na magreklamo ka, titiisin mo na lang. Okay lang 'yan. Naintindihan na namin 'yan. Kung hindi siguro ano 'yan, 60 FPS, mga nanalo pa tayo rito eh. Pero masyado magaling yung dalawang support dito ng Team Spirit. Ayan si Collapse, gwapo. Dol Pakis. Uy, grabe naman yung mata na yan, no. Uy. Ito, si Yatoro. Dotang-dota to eh. Oh, G daw, G. Nabigla pa siya dun, no? Okay. Kaya pa to. Spectre tayo, guys. Kung titingnan ko yung lineup eh, parang okay eh. Kung hindi lang sobrang taba ng Draw Ranger, no? Tapos yung pwede ka bang mag-item na Death Prophet? Kaya pa to sana eh. Kung hero-hero lang, oh, matchup po. Wag yung isipin yung score. Kaya, di ba? Nung lineup ng Talon, kaya yan eh, oh. Ayun na, may napitas na naman yata rito. Ayun, si Miposh ka, patayin yan. Uy, ala ka, umout. Ala ka, Miposh ka, buhay pa. Ang tagal pinapatay ng DK, yun na, napatay na. Eto na si 23 Sabog. Si Mira naman, ay na-doom, si Sabog. Aray, kubis. Oh, Filipino is toxic, patay, si Idol. Ay, my God, Jabs. Uy, naku po, ang sakit, Idol. Aray, kubis. Free hit. Si Yatoro! Oh my God! Patay tayo dyan, Dol! Talo yata! Dola! Talo yata tayo, Dola! Patay tayo dyan! Ayan na, pinapasagan na tayo rito. Pero kaya pa yan, Idol. Feeling ko kaya pa yan eh. Spectre tayo eh. Kaya pa yan.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Oh, yan na. Basag-basag na sila rito. Yatoro, tinatayuan lang sila rito, guys. Oh. Walang yan naman mag-Dota to si Yatoro. Masyadong perfect naman. Draw Ranger yung hero mo. Ganyan. Yung mo normal lang sa lupa, oh. Dahil pag ganito ka, swabe yung dalawang support mo. Kung Draw Ranger ka, di ka matatakot eh. Ang galing eh. Diba, protektado ka, may glimpse back, lubog. Portalon, ang hirap din talaga eh. Ang hirap din talaga pumasok eh. Okay guys, may mega clips yata tayo dito, Yatoro. Wala na siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman natin. Kita nyo naman, no? Pati yung dagger doon nung spec. Ay, may nahuli, may nahuli! Ito yung pack, kaso may Lincoln, guys. Kaya pa nila patayin doon, buhay pa. Makapag-dagger pa yan. We are electric! Ay, tanga! Hindi naka-dagger. Tinamaan, guys. Uy, nag-BKB. Ito na! Tumat! Ito na! Nagtutrow! Uy, na-prehitter naman. Aray ko, miss. Ay. Yung itlog binasag. Ay, naku po. Harapang binabasag yung itlog na kakampi mo, Jabs. Pinakita yung itlog, binasag sa harapan mo. Pinalubog sa rito. Oh my God! Jabs, pak. Ganun. Patay! Triple kill on Yatoro. Beyond godlike para sa kanya. 27-1 sa kanyang Draw Ranger. Napakalupit. Napakalupit na galawan sa may Draw Ranger, guys. Hoy, tinatry pa ni Savage, oh. Patayin ito si Miposhka, kaso may blast rig yan. Hoy, bumabalik pa. Tinatry niya talaga si Miposhka. Wala na siyang ulti. Okay. Tapos na yata ito, idol. Dalawang support. Napakalupit. Tapos na, guys. Tapos na ang Dota. Pag gantong sobrang laki ng lamang, talaga kahit Spectre versus Draw Ranger to, hindi kakayanin. Tapos ang galing ng dalawang support.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No? Magaling masyado tong Team Spirit, nakakatakot to, ha. Pero to, tingnan natin, Savage siya. Naku, aray, pre-hit. Aray, Savage! Oh, wala ka ng Pinoy nakakampi niyan, baka manisi ka pa. Oh, patay ito si Oli, guys. Beyond galing kay Yatoro. Pak. Ubus din yung buhay dito nung DK, Mikoto, wala nang nagawa. Nag-buyback si 23 Savage. Pero tingnan niyo naman si Jabs. Pinagno-normal na naman. Ubos ang talon dito. And Team Spirit getting the 2-0. The revenge nung 5 major. Oh my God. What abyss. What a performance para dito kay Yatoro. Mukhang maganda ang kanyang naalmusal. Ano sinasabi niyong hindi ako nag-shake hand sa mga talon nung nakaraan? Ito ang bawi, ang ganti ng api. Laglag man kami nung 5 major. Dito, tinusiro nila yung talon. Talo tayo, guys. Sayang yung natin. Kita nyo naman, ha. Pinusuhan ko naman yung yung talon, guys. Kita nyo naman. Kaso talagang talo eh. Okay lang yun. Ganun talaga minsan. Kahit na 7-0 ka sa DPC, mayayari ka rin ng mga malalakas na team dito, no? Lakas eh. Grabe performance lang ni Yatoro dito. Pati yung dalawang support, actually, ang galing. Yan na nga, Team Spirit, yung ating game winner. Teka lang, silip muna tayo sa iba pang mga games na nangyayari. Mute ko pala muna to. Mute ko muna to. Yan. Okay. Ang next series natin is Execration versus Aster. Ang susundan nun ay... Wait lang, ha? Execration Aster sa Stream C. Ang susundan nila is yung sa Tundra and Beast Coast na game. So, wala pa yan. Stream C. Ito yung Stream C. Kunin ko na yung Taker C, Stream C. Yan, Stream C. Yan. Okay, dyan na yung Stream C. So, yun lang susundan nila. Yung sa Tundra and Beast Coast. Beast Coast, nanalo pala ng Game 1, no, sa Tundra. Tapos, Tigma, talo na naman sa Nouns. 1-1 pa. Nanalo na pala ng isang beses. Talo sila ngayon. Ayan, no, 1-1. Nouns, Enigma. Ultra Kill, Yamsun. Mukhang Draw Ranger game, ah. Puro Draw Ranger, no? Draw Ranger, oh. Easy game. Exe na po susunod, guys. Exe na ang susunod. So...
But, like, somebody messed up
Yan
at
muna.
some point there, and they made the game just so difficult because Spectre
Okay,
was
guys.
having a great lane,
Teka
right?
lang. Ako ay mag-out na and mga kasama nyo dito susunod. Si Kuya Nick naman. Sa mga OFW natin dyan, mag-chat-chat na kayo. Yan. Mga OFW ang mga kausap ni Kuya Nick kahapon eh. Shoutout po sa mga tropa natin dyan. Tapos na ang ating cast dito. Nakadalawang series na tayo. Si Kuya Nick naman, tingnan natin. Execration, Aster ang susunod. Medyo mabigat na laban yan. So maraming salamat guys. Sana nag-enjoy kayo dito sa ating broadcast. Kahit na mag-isa lang tayo rito. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang suporta, ha? And ayun na nga, kita-kits tayo bukas. Bukas marami-rami na tayong mabobroadcast. Pero yun yung mag-aano muna ako dito. Wait, update ko lang yung yung mga score diyan. 2-0 Hellraiser. Yan. At ako'y uuwi na. Nadali talon dun, guys. Sayang. Okay lang yan. So, yun na nga guys. Maraming salamat. And pagkabalik natin, Execration versus Aster. We'll be right back, Master.
This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as ColorSense and LightSense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there. Predator X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates, so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as ColorSense and LightSense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there. Predator X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates, so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as ColorSense and LightSense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there. Predator X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates, so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as color sense and light sense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there. X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as color sense and light sense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences.